Honorable members, the Secretary will read the first order, will read the order.
Debate on vote number 31, Human Settlements Appropriation Bill.
Honorable Minister of Human Settlement.
Deputy Speaker, honorable members, MECs for human settlements that might be here, ladies and gentlemen, it is good to be back in this portfolio. I'd like to welcome members of the Portfolio Committee who might be new to the human settlements environment. I hope you'll enjoy the space as much as we did when we were here. I can promise you that nothing is more fulfilling to the human heart than being able to contribute to the provision of a roof over a family that is destitute and has waited to be provided with the security and comfort that a house provides. When I completed my term as Minister of Housing in 2009, between the MECs and I who worked together on human settlements, we were convinced that we had presided over a golden era of housing, both in policy and in our delivery in our country. We believed we were at the age of discovery, the age of new thought, etc. Now, when I find the essence of the policies we developed at the heart of the National Development Plan, I'm convinced that they were correct in thinking they presided over a golden era. Sadly, I never had the opportunity to thank them for their hard work, their team effort, and the extraordinary strides we all made. Chairperson, Deputy Speaker, therefore, allow me this opportunity to thank them for their hard work. So here is to the late Dumisane Makaye, Gukile Nkwinti, Nomvula Mokunyane, Mike Mabuyakulu, Marius Fransman, Maite Mashabane, Nkwane Mashabane, Star Vilagazi, Johannes Mahlangu, Richard Janki, Zoukota Fredericks, who was the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
Yes.
I could not have hoped for a more solid team. Together, we launched the comprehensive housing plan for the development of integrated human settlements, or breaking new ground as we called it then, that now forms the basis of the NDP and our work going forward. Together, we launched a record of more than 1 million houses that happily launched ministerial careers. Without those 1 million houses, we wouldn't have them sitting there as ministers, deputy ministers, and you look at the list and you will see that they were launched on the back of those 1 million houses. Well done. And I know that I can count on their cooperation now in the various fields that they are responsible for, i.e. water and sanitation, rural development and land reform, etc., etc. The very essence of the concept of human settlements is integration in well-located land. They helped craft this concept, and they're now called upon to be of assistance to us and sustain that plan. I have, since my appointment, had the opportunity to meet with our social partners and the entities that report to us in this environment to familiarize myself with our present situation. The backdrop given to me is too detailed for me to deal with here, but I believe honorable members, especially the Portfolio Committee, have had the opportunity to have a preliminary briefing from the department. We have all been on the campaign trail for the elections, and we've seen the conditions of our people. We have all made promises, I'm certain, to make life better for them. We are charged with that enormously difficult challenge to make things better for them and do it double quick. Thankfully, we have very committed entities that are attached to the Department of Human Settlements. We have very committed social partners such as the South African Women in Construction who are here with us, the SDI and the banking industry represented by the Banking Association of South Africa, and some ardent supporters of our policy plans like the Pale Native, Mr. Max Dupree, and a committed department to name but a few. And thankfully for me, when I met with yourselves, the committee, for the first time, I found a very vivacious, energetic committee ready to be part of the solution to the problem. I look forward to a very healthy relationship with yourselves. Briefly, this is what we have come to understand of the housing environment and where we are right now. In research done by the South African Institute of Race Relations in 2012, out of all the protests in this country experienced over the past 5 years, 20% are attributed to protests over housing. We've also been informed that over a period of time, we have lost a great deal of institutional memory within the entities of the department and within the built environment. We've also been informed that the delivery of houses has dropped drastically across all provinces, some reaching lows as of 30% drop in delivery. This, I have been informed, is due to a number of reasons and attributed to what my officials call blockages in the pipeline, whatever that means. They still have to explain what blockages in the pipeline means, but I've accepted it in good faith. We also have come to learn that the housing backlog currently stands at 2.3 million families and growing. We have come to understand as a fact for us in developing countries that urbanization is upon us and that we have to accept and prepare for it. In the State of the Nation address, the President confirmed that South Africa is urbanizing at an alarming rate and that almost 63% of our population are now residing in towns and cities. This trend is expected to continue over the coming decade. We are ill-equipped to deal with this rate of urbanization. We have huge shortages of land for housing, which is a primary need for our purposes. We particularly require well-located land close to work opportunities. These shortages are exacerbated by the fact that in some of our cities, the land is not suitable for housing. In Ekurhuleni alone, for instance, an extremely high percentage of the land there is dolomitic. Added to this, we have an annual flow of economic migrants into the country, obviously adding to the burden of homelessness in the urban space. In the last 2 months, since I've been appointed as minister, we have seen thousands of people evicted from their makeshift homes across the country, leading me to request a moratorium against evictions in such inclement weather. In some cases, this request has fallen on deaf ears, and the weather patterns have continued to create the most untold misery on these people. This is but a snippet of the sad story of housing. Despite the fact that we have provided 3.7 million housing opportunities over the past 20 years, we are still facing a gloomy picture. All of this happens against an unfortunate culture of entitlement amongst our people. As I have indicated, our housing backlog currently stands at 2.3 million families and growing. These are very worrying statistics, especially worrying when put against the fact that it is generally known that some of our beneficiaries of the system have sold their houses and continue to do so and then rejoin the line. I myself was alarmed when looking through some of the housing lists to see how many 18-year-olds have registered, assuming that the government owes them a house. It has also become quite clear that some of the protests over the past years have been created by the fact that we have made promises and created an expectation that we're not able to meet fast enough. Part of the protests have been against what is perceived as corruption in the allocation of houses, and this is very worrying. We have investigated this matter of the waiting lists and have found that there is no credible database against which municipalities can verify the waiting list to the extent that we are certain is a credible process and make the appropriate allocations. What this means is that the creation of a credible database of those legitimately waiting for a house is of vital importance to us. This leads us to two pivotal issues. The first is a technical one, that there is an urgent need for a credible database linked to the population register and the voters' roll to enable us to verify and validify an application for a house. The municipality will use this database in the allocation of houses. This will also protect the integrity of the database and the system. It will also protect the councillors who are often accused of corruption in the allocation of houses. As citizens, we will be able to check on their details, and the citizens themselves will be able to check on their details in the waiting list. It will also break down the concept of the deadlock. How did we arrive at a figure of 2.3 million families? Who are the people making up the backlog? How many 18-year-olds are on the waiting list? Will the state in perpetuity be required to give free houses? How many of these 2.3 million have sold their houses and are back on the list? This will help us understand the scale and nature of our problem from a very scientific point of view. From this, we would need to move to the second vital matter, the huge vacuum that we have around our policy. As I've indicated earlier, the NDP is premised now on the comprehensive housing policy of integrated sustainable human settlement approved by Cabinet in 2004, otherwise known as BNG. This makes it very easy for us to latch on to the NDP and make sure that we are able to provide a sustainable policy that we can put out as a green paper for all to see and make comments on in line with the NDP, and make sure that finally we can create a legislation on the concept of integrated human settlements. We will crystallize the definition of indigent in that legislation as a basis for qualifying for free government houses. Another worrying challenge is that we have lost part of our natural allies in the delivery of housing. Well, almost. The other day, I had an opportunity to see the Banking Association of South Africa, and they promised that they're back on the fold. We would like to welcome them back, and as well as many other stakeholders who made it possible for us to deliver on scale. It is our intention to ensure that we can revitalize the support of our important stakeholders and every stakeholder that is concerned about the plight of the poor and a part of our delivery chain. This means that nothing short of a total mobilization of society around the issue of provision of housing for the poor will solve the problems we confront in the short term. But over and above that, perhaps nothing short of some sort of a Marshall Plan will see us survive these challenges. This is because, above all that, the very concept of integrated human settlement means concerted, deliberate, legally supported drive to change the special patterns of apartheid and create a truly united country to change the spatial patterns of the past. For this to succeed, we need both the support of the whole of our society and the intervention of the state. We need to educate South Africans that while they live apart, apartheid lives on. Our developmental state has a responsibility to intervene decisively to ensure that we remove any footprint of segregation. As we house the poor and grow our cities, the conscious fact of land must be that whatever land is available will be available, allocated on a desegregated basis. After all the discussions that I've had with MINMAC and the Portfolio Committee and senior managers of the department and the entities reporting to me, briefly sketching out the rough picture I have given you above, we are confident that we understand what needs to be done, and I will now indicate what we will do in the next 100 days, what we will do in the next one year, which is 12 months, and what will have been done by us at the end of this term of office of this government. This is what we commit to do in the next 100 days. Number one, the President has created an interministerial committee on the revitalization of mining towns for which we have a major responsibility. In this context, it is important to add that we have interacted with the mining sector in the past. We have found that unless we plan for secondary industry and related infrastructure, we would be unable to attract the necessary investment capital into mining towns for continued economic activity after the last ore has been mined. Through the IMC on the revitalization of mining towns, we will meet the Chamber of Mines, the banking sector, and the provinces where these towns are to put together a plan on how we are going to tackle this enormous challenge in the shortest possible time. Number two is the issue of the title deeds. Firstly, we would like to prioritize the issue of title deeds of the pre-1994 stock. This is important because these are otherwise dead assets. Without the title deeds, the owners are unable to revitalize the old townships, which are in a very sad state of decay. The Estate Agents Affairs Board has been tasked to prioritize this and submit a report by the 30th of September 2014 on how we are going to go about this. Secondly, They are also tasked with the responsibility of spearheading the allocation of post-1994 title deeds. This they will do with the Deeds Office, and the department will collaborate with the Department of Land Affairs. And please, East Aid agents, do remind Minister Nkwinti that this is where he started off his career. He has a responsibility to prioritize us above all else. We hope to create a dedicated unit dealing with fast-tracking the issuing of title deeds for the stock, both the pre- and the post-1994 stock. Our people have a right to their title deeds, and the fact that they do not have them is a sad indictment, because this is supposed to be an entry into the economy for the poor. Number 3, in 2004, we established the N2 Gateway Project as a national MINMAC project. It was funded by all 9 provinces as a jointly owned project. This was done in order that we can test the state's ability to build on large scale, that we may learn from it what can be done right and learn also from our mistakes. MINMAC took a decision on the 4th of July that the project will revert to being a national MINMAC project. It shall remain as a national project funded by all 9 provinces. The responsibility of the allocations of the units will then be the responsibility of the Western Cape. Otherwise, we are now announcing that we're taking back the N2 as a national MINMAC project, owned by all. Our aim is to ensure that we can, in the shortest time possible, complete phase 1, so that all who drive to the airport on the N2 can attest to the success we had on the N2 Gateway project. Number 4, MINMAC has decided that we will now embark on mega projects, because in this way, the economies of scale will be in our favor. In these mega projects, there will be a collaboration of all 3 spheres of government. Local government will ultimately inherit the projects once completed, and therefore be responsible for the allocation of these units, provision of infrastructure, and the maintenance of these projects. In line with our approach to mega projects that we are now taking, we would like to revitalize Cosmos City, another of our success stories of integrated human settlements on a large scale. This project will be revitalized on Mandela Day. We respond to the President's call that we clean up on Mandela Day, and we in human settlements have vowed to go to Cosmos City to do our bit of 67 minutes of cleaning up Cosmos City and rebranding it. We would like to clean it up and rebrand it so that all know what a successful story we have and that it is worth replicating in every province. Furthermore, when we have a number of stakeholders determined to succeed, we have found that we generally do succeed. This we will also give the opportunity for us to thank the stakeholders who helped us with those particular projects, particularly the banking sector and Radio 702, who built 702 houses in this particular project. Number 5, is on the matter of credible waiting list database. We have discovered that the reason why we do not have a credible waiting data list is because our data is not credible enough. Therefore, I have instructed the department to go back to CETA and sign a service level agreement with CETA, which is the entity that is responsible for the infrastructure, our IT infrastructure. It has a healthy record now, and within the next 100 days, the department will have signed an SLA with CETA to make sure that they assist us with creating a credible housing database. Number 6, an important component of our success we have found in the past were our social partners. As I've indicated, it is very good to see that most of them are back. We have had a meeting with BASA, and we have recommitted ourselves to a social contract that we signed with them in 2005. The bank have been our most valued supporters, and we would like to think that we are their most valued clients as well. The entire housing portfolio of this country is in our hands, and we hope they talk of us as extremely valuable partners. we need to recommit to this mutual appreciation society through the social contract, which we signed in 2005. We need to re-sign on that contract. Their continued support for our programs is essential, especially as we depend on them in one of our most urgent and newest projects, which is the revitalization of mining towns. Number 7, we will restructure the human settlements entities. Number 1, the Housing Development Agency will become a fully fledged development agency whose job is not only to acquire land and prepare it, but to be a developer for the state as well and to project manage, to assist municipalities and other spheres of government that might need support. Number 8, as requested by the Estate Agency Board, we will explore the possibility of bringing this closer to the department so that they are able to do their work in a manner that gives them the credibility that they need. Also, we have found that the Social Housing Regulatory Agency is having difficulty and unable for various reasons to fulfill its mandate. Therefore, we've put it under administration and brought it into the department for the time being until we can put it back into shape. The board of SHRA will retain its responsibility until the restructuring is complete and a new board has been put in place. Number 9, we will establish a women and youth construction support program headed by a new DDG in human settlements to ensure that women are empowered and truly given the space to grow and provide us with housing. The Deputy Minister and I are convinced that women build better houses than men could ever do in 100 years. That when you want a man for a job, get a woman. Similarly, this new DDG unit will be responsible for the empowerment of youth. We all know the sad state of the statistics around youth unemployment. Therefore, we want to have a dedicated approach to dealing with them and empowering them so we can create opportunities for them. Currently, through the NHBRC, we have 100 female practitioners that have been attached to the Gibbs Business School, and we hope that they will be graduating very soon. In our discussion with the Estate Agents Board, they have committed to train young black candidates in the housing agents sphere to revitalize the agency. In line with our discussion with our entities, we have resolved that an academy be established in conjunction with the NHRBC to incorporate a training course in estate agents and property management and all other areas that are required for this sector. A youth brigade will be created in each province that is assigned to a catalytic project. We are celebrating Women's Month very soon, and in our meeting with SAWIC, we have resolved that for every province, 1,956 houses will be built by women for women. We will be assisted in the funding by the NHBA.
I'm afraid our generosity is unable to help you.
I know. I thank you, Chairperson, and I am certain that the Deputy Minister will continue to indicate what we will have done in the next 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mafu. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Human Settlement, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Members, distinguished guests, Dianibulisa Betuna. Our own tasks are very clear. To bring about the kind of society that is visualized in the Freedom Charter, we have to break down and destroy the old order. These words were said by the then president of the African National Congress, Comrade Oliver Reginald Tambo in 1985. There shall be houses, security, and comfort. This is the commitment that the African National Congress made at its Congress of the People in June 26, 1955 in Kliptown, and has evolved ever since. The 3.6 million houses that this government has delivered since the dawn of democracy are a huge milestone, as the minister has already alluded. However, the department undertook to verify occupants of these houses, as there is an outcry out there that most of these said houses are occupied by foreign nationals and people that not necessarily relate to them. The department is clear about preemptive clause in the Housing Act that beneficiaries are not allowed to sell these houses within the 8-year occupants. If the beneficiary wishes to do so, it should approach the government first. The National Planning Commission that was appointed by the President of the Republic, the President Jacob Zuma, noted 5 main challenges in its diagnostic report in relation to transforming human settlements. 1, dysfunctional settlements pattern across the country. 2, challenges facing towns and cities. 3, uncertain prospects of rural areas. 4, challenges of providing housing and basic services and reactivation of communities. 5, weak spatial planning and governance capabilities. Honorable Chair, there is an urgent need to develop a national approach to the above challenges, guided by none other than the National Development Plan, which has been adopted by both the governing party, the African National Congress, and the government itself. Chapter 8 of the National Development Plan and Breaking New Ground, which is known as the BNG, which the minister has already said, are clear indicators of how the department would realize its commitments. As the committee, we are encouraged to note that this is on course, looking at the strategic plan of the National Department approved by Cabinet in June 14, 2014. Yes, we are aware that there's a need of a master plan for human settlements, and this is something that must be done like yesterday. The resolutions of the 53rd National Conference of the ANC resolved to accelerate the development of a human settlement legislation that is comprehensive. Honorable Chair, the committee's mandate is to maintain an oversight responsibility that ensures a quality process of scrutinizing and overseeing government's actions. It is driven by the ideal of realizing a better quality of life for all people of South Africa. The committee's role is also to process legislation that is referred to it and to scrutinize departmental budget. The delivery priorities of the department seem to be in line with the strategic objectives of the ANC. We will be watching closely the implementation, Honorable Minister. The increase of the provision of housing opportunities from 1 million to now 1.5 million, not 1.4 anymore, which translates to 270,000 housing opportunities per annum, is welcomed. But, Honorable Chair, we would like to get more clarity as the committee on the following. How many projected job opportunities will be created by this in order to curb the rate of unemployment that the country is engulfed in? How many of the youth, women, and people with disabilities will be empowered and employed? We heard what the minister said, but we would want more clarity. What measures is the department putting in place to make sure that material that is procured is done locally to empower emerging local business? What measures are in place to continue to strengthen housing cooperatives to create much-needed employment in communities and ensuring ownership as part of human settlements development. We would like to see the issue of the PI Act being amended as yesterday, because the issue of land invasion is something that we cannot deal with in this country anymore. Yes, we are aware that the eradication of the bucket system, toilet system, is something that is still within our department, because the budget of 1.9 billion is within the human settlements. And we will make sure that this happens, Honorable Minister. Now, we are aware that plus minus 30 billion of the annual budget 2014-2015 is actually an encouraging one. And the committee notes that this budget is being incremental on an annual basis by 2 billion to make sure that we try and meet the needs of the people. We are also encouraged by the fact that of this budget, only 3% is operational, while 97% is grants and transfers, which translates to delivery on the ground. The Human Settlements Development Grant, which is a provincial grant, is plus minus 17 billion, while the Urban Settlement Development Grant, which is known as USDG, is plus minus 10 billion. The USDG was introduced in the 2011-2012 financial year and is parallel to the accreditation of the metros. Now, those that don't understand accreditation, it means delegation of housing responsibility to the metropolitan municipalities. But the aim of this grant, as it is contained in the Division of Revenue Act, is to assist metropolitan municipalities to improve urban land production to the benefit of the poor households by supplementing revenues of the metro. We are also acknowledging that 63% of the total population growth has taken place in the metros due to rapid urbanization. We are also aware that housing delivery challenges are mainly in the country's metros. As the committee, we are therefore concerned about the spending trends of this grant given the above analysis. In the 2011-2012 year, only 88% of this grant was used. In the 2012-2013 financial year, 93% was spent. We still await the 2013-2014 expenditure information, but we can speculate that it was also underspent. Now, the department needs to furnish the committee with in-depth measurable plans to deal with this underspending when the need is so high. Is it the capacity of the metros? If it is, how does the department assist them, therefore? Are we ready to proceed to the next level of accreditation in the present state of affairs, as everybody wants the department to do? Can you give your child an extra pocket money while he or she cannot spend what she already has? We therefore welcome the introduction of the indirect grant called the Municipal Human Settlement Capacity Grant, which has been introduced in this 2014-2015 financial year to try and address the above challenges. From the department's explanation, the intention of this grant is to build capacity in municipalities to deliver and subsidize the operational cost of administering the Human Settlements Program. We urge that this capacity building of municipalities must actually run concurrently with the actual delivery. The 8 entities of the human settlements, which are Housing Development Agency, Social Housing Regulatory Authority, Community Schemes Ombud Services, Rural Housing Loan Fund, National Housing Finance Corporation, Estate Agent Affairs Boards, National Builders Regulation Council, and National Urban Reconstruction and Housing Agency must please put their houses in order. To make sure that they complement the work of the department in realizing its mandate. Failing to do so will result in the committee coming down on them like a ton of bricks, as per our mandate of playing oversight. The committee will be monitoring the vertical and the horizontal contracting obligations of the department with other departments in the realization of human settlements, particularly the Department of Rural Development and Land Reform, Water and Sanitation, Local Government and Traditional Affairs in particular, and any other department, as human settlement is a cross-cutting department that would need cooperation and commitment by everybody. We must move quickly, but we must not run. Without opportunism, without such enthusiasm that we lose sight of specific reality. Revolutionaries regard themselves, first and foremost, as practical people dedicated to changing the world. They are rightly suspicious of those who merely talk about the injustice of apartheid and the evils of capitalism and never seem to translate their words into action. By their deeds, we shall know them. Is an old saying which emphasizes implementation phase of any plan. As we do this balancing act of theory and practice, we cannot be overemphasized the fact that we must not be afraid of committing mistakes, Honorable Minister, because only those that dirty their hands can make mistakes, not armchair critics. The mistakes we make should not dishearten us, just as the victories we score should not make us forget our mistakes. In this radical phase of our economic transformation agenda, while we stress urgency, we must not be reckless. Radicalism must be coupled with discipline, not anarchy. It follows that as false and reactionary ideas contain superficial elements of the truth in them, for they exist as the reflections of a real world, so likewise do ideas which are basically correct contain elements of distortion and one-sidedness. The truth, in other words, is both absolute and relative. It is real and yet never complete. That is why serious revolutionaries constantly find it necessary to observe and study, to investigate both theory and reality, never to be opportunistic in nature. Political consciousness needs to be advanced by conscious efforts as a regular part of political struggle. That's what the ANC is about. Let's demonstrate to our people that we have heard them, that we shall move South Africa forward faster and with them. In conclusion, therefore, I would like to extend our word of thanks to the support staff from the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, Ms. Koliswa Pasia, my secretary, Mr. Greg Khoko, the PA of the whip of the human settlement, Mr. Anele Siwa, the ANC caucus, the study group, as well as the members of the Portfolio Committee, the members of the ANC in all their corners, and the South Africans in general. The ANC supports this budget vote number 31. Let's get down to work, people. Our people expect no less from us. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mafu. I now call Honorable Gada.
Honorable Minister, fellow colleagues, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great pleasure today to deliver my maiden address in the House and as a member of the Portfolio Committee on Human Settlement, which is very close to my heart. Honorable Minister and the members of Portfolio Committee, we as the Democratic Alliance are in support of the total eradication of the bucket system, but I must share my concern with the fact that this matter didn't receive your top priority in your speech. The fact that the DA-led Western Cape accounts for only 0.4% of the nation's bucket toilets bears testimony to our unwavering commitment to bringing this unsanitary system to an end. This system is inhuman and has for years stripped our communities of their basic dignity. The total examination of this system is our foremost priority. You here today should also share our frustration with past ministers who have come and gone while the bucket system remains. Former Human Settlement Minister Toko Sekhuale spoke about the abolition of this system in 2008. He said this system will have been done away during his term in office. It did not happen. Honorable Connie September also accepted that this system undermines the dignity of our communities and vowed to ensure its total eradication. Unfortunately, she did nothing for this matter. This is a genuine problem, Minister, and it affects every South African in every corner of the country. Poor sanitation in places like Free State, Eastern Cape, and Northern Cape, where there are tens of thousands of bucket toilets still in use. I will urge that under your leadership, Honorable Minister, this matter should receive top priority. Your department must work together with the Department of Water and Sanitation and urgently coordinate efforts to make sure that this happens. There still remains too much confusion as to who will be responsible for what following the creation of the new portfolio. I trust that this division will be clear, especially in the budgeting process. It must specifically be made clear insofar as the use of the Rural Household Infrastructure Grant is concerned. According to the Department of Human Settlements 2012-2013 annual report, the department failed to spend 39.6, which is 135 million of the Rural Households Infrastructure Grant. While the primary focus of the grant is to promote water and sanitation services to rural communities, since 2009, the grant has been grossly underspent. Honorable Minister, grants like this play a crucial role in addressing some of the numerous inequalities and human rights violations rural communities have had to endure due to apartheid disgraceful legacy. This is just simply unacceptable given the current state of affairs of our systems. Honorable Chairperson, there's a hope for our people. Indeed, in the DA Western Cape, we are setting the trend. According to census data, in the Western Cape, 99.1% of households have access to piped water, and 96% have access to toilet facilities. Through an increase in the sanitation and sewage infrastructure budget, the amount of toilets has tripled from 10,591 to 34,225, ensuring access to 88% of its total population. Honorable Deputy Zokota, you know what I'm talking about. We can emulate this example in many other places in South Africa, from Nelson Mandela Bay to Egoli, from Ekurhuleni to Tshwane, if the people give the DA chance in the 2016 local government elections. I am confident that with this development, we will finally make the real progress in bringing the dignity of our people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ilunga elihloniphekile, umhlonipheki Phinto Ntobongwana.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Human Settlement. First, let me take this opportunity to express the EFF position upfront that we are not in support of the budget vote. The ANC since 1994 has made promises to build quality houses, and those promises were never fulfilled. Instead, we have seen poor quality houses built, wasting billions of rands repairing poorly built RDP houses. And sure, we can't proudly say this government has delivered proper houses to our people. The apartheid matchbox houses were better than the poor quality houses we see in the post-1994 build under the leadership of this government. How many RDP houses have collapsed and how much was spent to fix the so-called 20 years of the good story of housing service delivered by the Urine Party? We can't pretend that all is right. The state of the housing in South Africa is not a good shape, thus with confidence. EFF has a plan to address this incompetence that was done by the ANC. The EFF government will provide quality spacious houses to all people which will be within sustainable human settlement with basic service delivery, such as water, electricity, sanitation, schools, and recreation facilities. The ANC government again promised South Africans in 1994 that it will focus on the 7 million squatters and the homeless and the upgrading of townships, that it will upgrade hostels. Today, we have informal settlements that ever before. The government has dismally failed to fulfill its promises of eradicating informal settlement
Order,
by
honorable
2014.
members. Can you please allow the speaker to be heard?
Today, it is 2014, and the people of Langa, Davidson, Zenzile informal settlement, Rustenburg, Mpokono informal settlement, and many across the country are still trapped in inhabitable structures. The promise made by the ANC was just a way of playing with people's sentiments, and the ANC is full of promises, and it is excellent in shifting the goals post. The question that I will ask the ruling party as it pertains to its promises that by 2009 it will eradicate bucket system. Amazingly, the bucket system is still in place. Where is the promises? Is it fulfilled? No. It is clear and evident that ANC is incapable to fulfill its promises. People in Eastern Cape, Nelson Mandela, Metro, Westville, Salam to Dongwen, informal settlement, and many others are still using bucket system. The only thing the ANC has done with quickness and good quality is to build in Nkandla Palace. While our people are homeless, staying in small, poorly built RDP houses with disappointment, the palace is surrounded by people living in poor and terrible state. Some are still in the waiting list of houses, and every day they watch with envy the luxurious in Nkandla. Is it the better life? Is it a good story to tell? Ultimately, translated to the level, tenders, and the usage of consultants will be eliminated. Of recent, the Lwanda communities of the Western Cape were evicted from the state-owned land without a display remorse. This community eviction is a clear indication that people want land and housing. And they have been patiently waiting for more than 20 years in the post-1994. The land is a problem for the current government to advance spatial development and building houses for its people. A realistic practical solution is for government to expropriate land without excommunication.
Honorable Speaker, can you take your seat?
Is the honorable member chairperson willing to take a question?
No. A realistic and a practical solution is for the government to expropriate land without compensation and distribute it equally to the most deprived African communities who are desperately in need of land. Again, the notion that says NDP is the hope in addressing South African human settlement problem. For now and the future, that is a pure fallacy. Today, we still have many South Africans on 1996 waiting list, and which is in false promise in Eastern Cape and Nelson Mandela region. Silver Park informal settlement, KwaZakele, and other parts of the country have been desperately waiting for houses for almost more than 20 years, and nothing has come forth. To defer housing development to the NDP is just playing with people's sentiments. Certainly, NDP is the only ploy that seeks to infuse false populism. South Africans are anxiously waiting for qualitative, efficient, and sustainable housing.
Honorable member, your time is over.
No, man, these people, oh, man.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member, order. I am sure the whips of the parties will advise members about the protocols of the House in future. Ilunga elihloniphekile umhlonishwa uSithole.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson, the Department of Human Settlements still faces many challenges as it struggles towards delivering adequate and human living standards for all South Africans. The Inkatha Freedom Party understands that there will also be such challenges, but what cannot be accepted is that the fact that the department continues to drag its feet in addressing them. We still find many of our hostels with living standards that could not even be fit for the pigs. Our hostel dwellers live in the most abject poverty and with very few having reasonable access to most basic services of water and sanitation. This government, under the president of former President Thabo Mbeki, promised to eradicate the bucket system by 2017. President Jacob Zuma has now extended this deadline until 2016. 9 years longer is not a delay. It is a total failure to deliver and a failure by this government on their promises to the people of South Africa. The department seeks to, I quote, create sustainable human settlement and improve quality of household life, unquote, but then embarks on the ridiculous and send sanitation to the Department of Water Affairs. This begs the questions: is the Department of Human Settlement intentionally or just negligently sabotaging itself? Sanitation and settlement goes hand in hand and should always form part of the same department. Umbuzo okhona ukuthi uyakwazi ukususa amathe olinyeni. Backyard dwellers and dwellers in informal settlement, particularly the people currently living in Ward 24 in Winterveld, Ward 40 in Mamelodi, Ward 8 in Makaunyane, Ward 103 Dark City, Ward 101 Ezitobeni, and Ward 105 Sokolomi continue to live in the most cramped and terrible condition, with little or no access to basic sanitation and service. What is the department doing to alleviate their suffering? We also note the following informal settlement hotspot in KZN, namely Malugazi, Etumlazi, and Kennedy Road. We urge department intervention to move these people from above hotspots to the new development in Konopia. The RTP houses bid project continue to be substandard, which then necessitate additionally department spending in the form of ratification and re-ratification of structures. This is nothing less than criminal. Contracts to friends and comrades must end. Contractors must be held to account on substandard saving delivery and not rewarding through additionally contracts. The Inkatha Freedom Party urged the minister to take on the plight of our most vulnerable, to stand for trickle feeding of service delivery in this department, not to tolerate departmental budget underspending, and to fight for sanitation to be part of this department, and not allow to be ceded to Portfolio Committee of Water Affairs or Department of Water Affairs, where it will surely fail. Ngithi angedlulise ukubonga kakhulukazi umhlonishwa umfowethu uDG kanye necommittee asebenza nalo ngoba bakhombisa ukuthi department kukhona la izoya khona. The Inkatha Freedom Party support the budget. I thank you.
Umhlonishwa uShelembe.
The Honorable Chairperson, the Honorable Minister, all members, honorable members, the NFP is here to force tangible service delivery. The NFP notes and appreciates the allocation of 30.5 billion to the Department of Human Settlement, which is aimed at achieving adequate housing. But the history of the department is disclosing that 2011, 2012, 2013, the department has failed to spend 100% of its allocation, which is seen to be due to weak linkages and alignment of infrastructure projects among stakeholders, especially in provinces and municipalities, and a number of critical vacancies in the department. The strategic plan is noted with some concerns as follows. The municipal human settlement capacity grant of 300 million is strongly commended. However, the department must come with a comprehensive strategy as to how the department intends to provide capacity, particularly the 300 million funding. I say this because the process of assigning housing functions to the 6 municipalities has unfolded, but the progress report needs to be considered in order to enhance the fruitful expenditure of the 300 million rand. The strategic plan is not clear as to how the Human Settlement Development Grant will be fruitfully spent to ensure that the informal settlement is not mushrooming concurrently with the building of the new houses. Honorable Minister, your target to build 1.4 million adequate housing is noted, but the alignment of infrastructure projects and linkage with the other department is not clear. It is noted with great concern that Mpumalanga province has received more than 79.5% of its budget from the National Department of Human Settlement, whilst the expenditure was 49.5%, which is even below the projected two-quarter expenditure benchmark of 50%. And this necessitates the investigation to be conducted. Honorable Minister, while it's expected that you need to monitor strategic plan and your medium-term budget, it is recommended to conduct an investigation as to why the Limpopo province has only spent 15.3% of its allocation in the third term, which is far below the projection, and this suffers the people on the ground, especially in Kukwin. It is not clear in the strategy as to how you are going to overcome the lengthy procurement process, which is seen to be time-consuming to roll out housing projects. The urban settlement grant suggests that the metros must allocate 3% of the 10.2 billion, which equals to
isikhathi sesiphelile. Uyonikeza ungqongqoshe ispeech sakho. I'll now ask Honorable Majeke.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members. The United Democratic Movement welcomes the strategic thrust of the policy statement by the Minister, as captured in her foreword of the Departmental 5-Year Strategic Annual Performance Plans 2014 to 2019. We believe that there can be a working relationship between the provision of houses as a basic shelter, quality accommodation, and shorter delivery turnaround time. The delivery of houses through community-based cooperatives as an option will make a significant intervention in creating job opportunities, transfer skills to communities, whilst creating value to property ownership. UDM supports community housing building programs. Housing policy should also be located within the larger economic strategy as one mechanism of creating jobs towards combating and eradicating homelessness and poverty. Ownership of houses without jobs has proven to be unsustainable and sometimes destructive, as owners tend to either sell or rent them out in exchange of a short-term relief from hunger. The commitment of the Minister to decent accommodation is well appreciated. As UDM, we believe that houses ought to be a shelter enough to accommodate a family. This means future human settlements should enable communities to find or create jobs and get access to social services within their area so that we can create communities that are economically viable and self-reliant. The performance and service delivery information is raising a number of issues, some of which we are concerned with. And in this regard, we invite the Honorable Minister to take action on those matters. Amongst those is reported low performance by the Eastern Cape and Limpopo provinces, which have high housing backlog, both for urban and rural communities. Statistics show that the backlog on sanitation is largely accounted for by rural areas. In this regard, the department cannot afford to underspend on the Rural Housing Infrastructure Grant. Traditional leaders as role players in the housing sector must be brought closer to this process and avoid repeated under-expenditure when services are desperately needed by communities. Honorable Chairperson, the Municipal Human Settlement Capacity Program should come as a mitigating factor in the increasing substance and travel expenditure. In the same vein, the projected increase on compensation of employees for the financial season 2014 to 2017 must reverse the increase on consultants and professional expenditure, as reported under Program 3. This means the department must have, as it reduces vacancies, targets technical skills, amongst others, to provide the required technical assistance provided to the municipalities, 53 municipalities. Program 4 expenditure will ensure dedicated monitoring and evaluation with early warning systems, and we hope the Minister will ensure that such transfers are used within a specified financial season for intended purposes. The United Democratic Movement supports the budget vote. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable the Deputy Minister of Human Settlement.
Allow me, Chairperson, to start with Honourable Kada and remind her that it's important that she must be honest with this House and inform this House that she was MMC of the Human Settlement in the city of Cape Town that is responsible for Pota to the people of Khayelitsha. And also educate her about Parliament, that water and sanitation deals with the issues of the bucket system. And this morning, the Minister of Water and Sanitation dealt with this issue on her budget vote. I was there. Chairperson, allow me to welcome back to Human Settlements the Minister, Lindiwe Sisulu. Minister Naledi Pandor, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honourable Notawe Mafu, Honourable Members of Parliament, and honoured guests, MEC Ravi Pillay, people of Danone, my constituency, I greet you all this afternoon. May I also extend a word of welcome to the Director General, Tabane Zulu, and his Human Settlement team, which includes chairpersons and CEOs of our housing institutions. Greetings to all the staff in the ministry, led by Francois Hugo, fellow South Africans. We are having this budget vote at a time when we are mourning the passing of an ANC Member of Parliament, Honourable Nosipho Ntwanambi, who was the former Chief Whip of NCOP and a Deputy President of ANC Women's League. Just 2 weeks ago, we laid to rest a military veteran, Comrade Lumko Wuna. These were both selfless leaders who sacrificed their lives to the struggle. We shall pick up their fallen spears. May their souls rest in peace. On the 18th of July, the birthday of the world icon, the first president of the Democratic South Africa, Tata Nelson Mandela, will be marked all over the world. We will commit ourselves to do cleaning as instructed by our President, Jacob Zuma, in his State of the Nation address. As we mark 20 years of freedom, we do so by responding positively to the historic document of our people, the Freedom Charter, which states that there shall be houses, security, and comfort, and the manifesto of the ruling party. In line with this, we have expected to do the following: provide 1.5 million houses in the next 5 years, accelerate the provision of basic services and infrastructure in all existing informal settlement, mobilize for supply of affordable houses to teachers, nurses, police officers, eliminate the title deed backlog. Chairperson, We are proud of our track record as we gear ourselves to redouble our efforts in the delivery of housing in the next 5 years. Human settlement does have a good story to tell. In the past 20 years, we've built more than 3.6 million houses, benefiting well over 12 million people. More than 400,000 households in well-located informal settlements have been provided with access to basic services. More South Africans have access to basic services, electricity, water, than they were before 1994. During the early years, the Department of Human Settlement focused on provision of housing to people in the lower end of the market. Those earn between 0 and 3,500 a month. This category qualifies for a full government subsidy. Municipalities and provinces are urged to prioritize the allocation to housing, the most vulnerable sector in our society, namely the elderly, people with disabilities, and child-headed households. Over the years, our policies have evolved. Now, we provide rental stock. We also have affordable housing. We have increased the category of affordable housing as we deliver through revised financing in the individual subsidy program, that is FILPS, managed by NHFC. These programs cater for different income categories ranging from 3,501 to 15,000 and are meant to normalize the housing market. Chairperson, we also regulate the sectional titles market. This we do through the newly established community ombud schemes led by the board, chairperson of the board, Reverend Vukile Meana. The transfer of the estate agency board from Department of Trade and Industry to Department of Human Settlements has completed our institutional arrangements of making sure that the department regulates the entire housing market. This empowers us to urgently use all the tools at our disposal to correct the distortion in the housing market that remain with us into our 20 years of democracy. Nature has intensified its role of giving bridging finance to contractors. We are excited about their incubator program with CEDA. As government, we have intensified the upgrading of informal settlement. We have achieved this through the National Upgrading Support Program in partnership with the Housing Development Agency. NASP is meant to provide support to provinces and municipalities in the upgrading of informal settlements and to build capacity within local authorities. We have 50 municipalities taking part in the NASP program as we speak, and all mining towns will be included in this current financial year. The success of informal settlement upgrading programs lies on our ability to draw in affected communities. It is critical that we are active participants and it's critical that people are active participants and not recipients of government delivery program. We must promote the notion of active citizenry in line with the NDP. I am happy that the department has taken this issue seriously. On our annual performance plans and medium-term strategic framework, we are committing ourselves to increase the participation of stakeholders in housing delivery by encouraging communities through community-based organizations, civil society, and other forms of non-governmental entities to take part in human settlements delivery chain. We do so as we believe we are all creative beings. We have dreams, we have imagination, we can think creatively. Our bodies are the tools of creativity. What people want is that as government, we must create conducive environment in order for them to unleash their potential. There are no free travelers on the earth space. We are all one crew. As a department, we have also agreed to promote the use of alternative building technology as we seek to build integrated and sustainable human settlements. The Energy BRC is leading this process, and they are about to create the institution to ensure that we use these alternative technologies. There are provinces who are taking this issue seriously and have housing which are built of technology. Don't tell me about Western Cape. Think about Porta. It's not a good story for me. We will continue to reactivate our communities in support of the people's housing process. This program needs to be supported because it gives ordinary women an opportunity to build their own homes and to support each other. However, there are unresolved issues in this regard that will be attended to with those NGOs that we are working with. As a department, we are working closely with the Slum Dwellers International, the Federation of Urban Poor, and others. We also visited India together with Slum Dwellers International, where we learned about concept of sustainable livelihood when we're dealing with issues of human settlements. The Department of Human Settlement holds youth build every year. This year we had youth build in Khaleshiwe in Kimberley, where 76 houses are built, and they are of good quality. They are built with face brick. Deputy President Cyril Ramaphosa visited the project and laid bricks. We are urging provinces to identify youth contractors and empower them accordingly. We do this in partnership with NYDA and other stakeholders. We welcome the Minister's announcement to fast-track the building of houses for military veterans. We will do so in partnership with the Department of Military Veterans. We also had a number of dialogues with people living with disabilities in Mitchell's Plain. This was attended by the Deputy Minister Bokhopane Zulu. One of the resolutions of that engagement was a call made by the people, the disabled people, where they're calling upon us, Minister, to open regional offices in the provinces for closer access to communities. They don't trust the DA government. This engagement was attended also by the DDG Mapisa. International relations. As a country, we are part of the Secretariat of AMCHUD, the African Ministerial Conference and Urban Development. We are in the process of preparing the Habitat report that will be submitted in September by the Minister in New York. We'll be hosting also the Slum Upgrading Conference in March 2015, a decision which was taken in Morocco in November 2013. We are also, I want to give Minister more time, so I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Minister. Order, Honourable Member. I now recognize the Honourable Baker.
Good afternoon, honourable members, guests and colleagues. I am truly honoured to be a member of this very aptly named Human Settlements portfolio. I'm honoured to serve the people of South Africa on this portfolio, as it is exactly that, a portfolio about people and not about houses. Honourable Chairperson, as per the 2014 strategic plan, the mandate of the Department of Human Settlements is to determine, finance, promote, coordinate, communicate, and monitor the implementation of housing policy and human settlements. Now, in ideal circumstances, an excellent mandate to work towards. But given the previous track record of this very department, it is an ambitious mandate at best. This is a department which has been plagued by underperformance, coupled with poor monitoring systems, as is clearly evident in the state of the country's housing sector, especially with regards to the appalling conditions that the poorest members of our society are subjected to live in. According to 2013 statistics contained in the department's own current strategic plan, there is still a huge backlog of 2.3 million houses. Now, the minister has committed to building 270,000 houses per year, which is approximately 1.4 million houses, but as the minister has just added to that, 1.5 million houses over the next 5 years. Now, this roughly equates to only about 50% of the backlog. My question to you, Honourable Minister, is what about the other 1+ million houses? What story do we tell the millions of people who in 5 years' time will still not be living in decent conditions, in suitable human settlements, as per the delivery priorities that this department is expected to deliver? 1.8 million South Africans still live in approximately 2,500 informal settlements around the country. Tightening of policies to regulate illegal land and building invasion needs to be fast-tracked, Honourable Minister, so as to avoid further violent evictions of residents, as we witnessed just last week in Zandspruit in Gauteng, where the red ants demolished over 40 homes in the middle of winter, in what was possibly the coldest spell that this country has witnessed this year. And of course, the violent protests that ensued are not to be snubbed at. I'm sure the Honourable Minister has a plan to get personally involved in assisting these destitute families, getting re-established on suitable premises, Minister, as she has recently undertaken in the Western Cape, especially the old Gogo we saw with a baby on her back, trying to find her belongings in the rubble after the red ants had left. A brief look at housing delivery across the provinces paints a very, very bleak picture. In the Eastern Cape, delivery has dropped by 12.1%, 15.7% in the Free State, 11.9% in KZN, 27% in Mpumalanga, and a staggering 31% in Gauteng. But we are encouraged by the Western Cape, the province with the highest influx of people from other provinces, all looking for a better life and better opportunities in a province where the DA-led provincial government is taking positive steps to root out corruption with regards to housing waiting lists and backroom deals, which often result in public housing going only to those with the right political connections and contracts going to the politically connected in other provinces. Chairperson, I furthermore share the Statistician General and the Minister's own concerns that houses are still being built according to apartheid spatial patterns. Now we have to wonder how on earth this is still possible, given that we have just celebrated 20 years of democracy as a nation. The fact that the ANC government has failed to address such a crucial aspect of development smacks of hypocrisy. I urge the Minister to address this issue urgently, ensuring that proper residential programs are planned and implemented, where the inclusion of social amenities, transport, education, and employment opportunities are the overarching determining factors. Now, all this can be achieved, and a better for life can be ensured if the Minister and her department are committed to ensuring the allocated budgets are productively spent. Oversight of all entities is efficiently carried out. Title deeds are issued to the rightful property owners. Vacant posts are filled, and contractors are held liable and to account. Is this a tall order, Madam Minister, or an achievable mandate? Only time will tell. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mamezi. Order, Honourable Members.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister and MECs, Honourable Members, people in the public gallery, our people in the mining towns across the country, all South Africans, siyanibulisa. Human Settlement Vote number 31 affords us another opportunity to critically scrutinize and consider the department and its entities' progress, strengths, weaknesses, and opportunities presented with this budget vote. strategic plans, and annual performance plans included. It is indeed a great honor for me to present our support and areas of concern that need both the Minister and his department's attention and consideration. We also wish to congratulate both Minister Sisulu and our President for appointing her once more to the Human Settlement Department. We take our hats off for our voters who, against many lies and fabrications, on the 7th of May 2014, went out in their numbers and voted our glorious movement, the ANC. 62% embarrassingly shutting up the big mouth of many prophets of doom and the so-called opinion makers. To you, the voters, siyabonga, siyangongoza, sithi mazene thole. Honorable Chairperson, we are quite excited and encouraged by the Minister Sisulu's budget vote, as it is clear to us that abantu bakuthi ekudala belindile ukuba le mini yezindlu ifike nakubo. Bazofumana about 270,000 yezindlu unyaka nonyaka. Abanamehlo bayabona, abathanda inyaniso bazobonga. On his State of the Nation address, our President Ubaba Obalekleo Gedlehlekisa Zuma directed, among others, building houses and other services to revitalize mining towns as part of the October 2012 agreement between the business, government, and labor must be part of the department's focus. The same with upgrading or conversion of hostels into family units. As I was listening to the minister's budget speech, it is clear to me that the president's directive was not only heard, but it is implemented. To you, people in the mining towns and townships, urhulumente wenu eniuvoteleyo akafikanga ugalelekile, ekhokhelwe nguminister and her MECs across the country. Abanamehlo bayabona, abathanda inyaniso bazobonga. As both a peasant and a mine worker for the greater part of my working life, it is indeed an honor to be allowed to remind honorable members here and South Africans at large on the significance of reviving mining towns, townships, and impressing on mine owners on conversion of their employees' hostel to family units, and to highlight some truths about why this mammoth task was waiting for the ANC government when the industry called mining is more than 120 years existing. What was the role of the apartheid government and mine owners? What did they do with those huge profits during heydays of oppression and chief mining? A background about mining industry and urbanization. Indeed, diamonds and gold discovery in 1867 and 1886 respectively changed South Africa's outlook dramatically. Kimberley areas became battlefields for diamond diggers. The area then called Westwatersrand, which included, among others, East Rand, Johannesburg, West Rand, etc., by 1940s was already boasting a population of 1 million scattered in all those new mining towns, including Marabastad, Pretoria, Vaal, and many other towns that sprang across the Transvaal Veld. The then central government policy of segregation, declared by the Prime Minister Smarts in this parliament, was based on maintaining white supremacy, migrant labor system linked with extreme exploitation, humiliating practices, dangerous working and living conditions in the single-sex compounds brought immense hardship to black simply because they were black. In spite of the state and mine bosses making huge profits through low wages, there was no willingness to change the black mining workers' situation, and there was also no willingness to deal with a crisis caused by rapid urbanization and industrialization. South Africa's cheap black mine labor system aggravated the social problems all over the mining towns and in the remote rural areas where these migrant workers were recruited from. Many of these workers over time could not stand the mining and hostel and opted for life outside the hostels, and some ended up refusing to go back to their homelands, bathi kusekhaya nalapha. Yacho yakhula iSoweto, iKagiso, iGalishiwe, iThabong, iKhutsong, etc., etc. As the homeland economies began to break down, the apartheid government could not curtail the flow of the people streaming from the poverty-stricken rural areas. There was no rural development programs for our people. There was no SASA to give social relief food parcels, alleviating hunger and poverty for the majority of South Africans. Thank you to those who voted the ANC. Today, even remote rural areas have a lot of government programs on rural development, such as electrification, social grants, etc., etc. Honorable Minister, the backlog that accumulated in all those years that I've mentioned above now look upon you to reduce drastically. Coordinated, integrated, comprehensive, and sustainable human settlement and quality housing will be the result of a united action led by your department, as you have committed.
Honorable Mamezi, will you just take a seat, please? Yes, Honorable Member.
Honorable Chair, can the Honorable Member take a question?
Honorable Mamezi, are you prepared to take a question?
I'm not taking any question. Reversing the imbalances of the past must indeed be the way to go, as per the instruction from the preamble of our Constitution, the National Development Plan, and from the ANC Manifesto. It is our submission that all relevant departments from national, provincial, and municipality entities, parastatals must all join hands to realize this mammoth task of reviving the mining towns. To date, mining towns and townships have thousands of potential beneficiaries. Others are earning above 3,500 bracket. Others only looking for service sites. Others, such as nurses, teachers, police officers, office workers, need more information on gap market, flips. We are quite happy that the minister this morning have explained in details on those programs. And we have no doubt, going forward, the department is going to answer to all our stakeholders that are waiting for government to deliver. Those inside the mining hostels also want to hear that the minister will urgently engage mine bosses to also fast-track their programs on hostel conversion to family unit. The mine bosses are expected to assist your department as you revive mining towns surrounding their mines. Minister, our emerging contractors are not paid in time. Can there be a consequence for those behind this misconduct of squeezing our contractors out of business? Emerging youth and women contractors need intensive support, financing, coaching, and incubation as they are ready to participate in human settlement construction. Can the minister once more assure them, as she had already assured, the ANC support this budget? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Madisha.
Honourable Chair, thank you very much. As you know, the Housing Act was passed in 1997. And since then, ministers have come and gone, but the issue of housing remains largely unresolved. And the present model does not resemble what a proper modern human settlement should be. Since 1997, a government has failed to create a sustainable national housing development process leading to a proper human settlement. The people of Luandle know too well that this department has routinely failed in effectively monitoring performance of provinces and municipalities and in building their respective capacity in respect of housing development. Regrettably, the department's own strategic goals of accelerating the delivery of what it calls housing opportunities, improving access to basic services, providing a framework for more efficient land use, and improving access to the property market have also not been adequately realized. Thus, the backlogs have grown bigger and bigger. The department's goal of overseeing the implementation of the household sanitation program also lacks legs, and communities remain as agitated as ever. Years of talking have also not yielded much progress in respect of improving access to housing, finance, and developing extensive partnership with the financial sector. The dream of improved quality of household life has not yet shaken off the nightmare most people continue to experience. The department's goal of providing upgrading plans for informal settlements is likewise seriously lacking in stamina, and thus has left millions of people in a state of abject misery. Co believes that households in informal settlements must be upgraded at a very rapid pace, allowing a viable and creative mix of funding models. They need to provide access to secure tenure and to basic services is the imperative of the times we live in. The NDP correctly requires the workings of the spatial economy to be altered so that each year from now, urban settlements do indeed become functionally integrated, balanced, and vibrant. We need to see pilot projects in each and every city consistent with these goals by the end of this year. Policy and funding reforms have to occur at once, considering that the NDP already outlines what needs to be done, and it is only action that is therefore needed. The minister must urgently inform this House as to when and where a functioning and equitable residential market will come into effect.
Honourable Member, your time is expired.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
Thank you. The next speaker is the Honourable Dudley.
Thank you, Chair. With government shifting the responsibility of providing low-income housing to certain municipalities in line with the NDP recommendations, the question the ACDP is asking is, will the budget follow the mandate? And is that budget adequate to the task of ensuring relevant capacity to get the job done? It is at a municipal level where planning takes place, so it makes sense that the responsibility should follow the plan. Sadly, many skeptics will see this as just another opportunity for corruption, incompetence, and maladministration. We hope not. Local government does not have the best track record, and the oversight and monitoring of budgets for the purpose of providing low-cost housing must remain the responsibility and top priority of the department at a national level. Crucial projects meant to provide houses and toilets to many in rural areas and informal settlements, we are told, have stalled. This appears to be endemic throughout the entire housing sector, with provincial governments among the chief perpetrators, with underperformance and failure to spend. Honourable Minister, we hear the department saying this is a result of long procurement processes, a lack of bulk infrastructure, and lack of identification of suitable land for human settlement development. But people do not want excuses. They want houses and services. You do face a significant challenge, and the ACDP would like to see you succeed. We welcome government recognition that relocating informal settlements is not always a solution, and government's response to calls to provide interim servicing and emergency relief, including water, sanitation, and solid waste removal in informal settlements. The rapid assessments and categorizations of informal settlements meant to assist municipalities and provinces to better understand and respond to the immediate needs of residents are also a positive step forward. Implementation, however, does need to be improved. The ACDP would like to bring to your attention, Honourable Minister, the issue of subsidies for special needs group housing for orphans, victims of domestic abuse, the disabled, older people, trafficked persons, and others. To provide improved group care, the shelter for persons with special needs, non-profit organizations are in need of urgent availability of housing subsidies. And I'm told that this issue did come before the Housing Portfolio Committee late last year, and that the Department of Social Development was also very supportive. However, the process remains very slow. Now, if the Department of Human Settlements opts for a new research and policy development process, it will take years to complete, with delays causing frustration for those most affected. The ACDP welcomes the grant introduced to fast-track eradication of bucket toilets in formal and informal areas, and we welcome the Minister's commitment to creating an environment which encourages private sector investment in low-income housing projects, and the ACDP will be supporting this budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Korai.
House Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, Family of Women Settlement, entities of the Department, Members of Parliament, comrades and friends. Chair, allow me just to highlight one issue. As ANC, we are not confused. We are really not confused about the Department of Women Settlement and Department of Water and Sanitation. We are not really confused. I'm sure that's why the President and the President of the ANC decided to divide. Chairperson, together moving South Africa forward, the ANC support the budget vote number 31. South African Constitution places an obligation to the state to provide access to adequate housing to the citizens. As the custodian of the housing sector, the Department of Women Settlement has developed strategies, policies, and programs to ensure the progressive realization of these rights of South African people. So we are not confused. The department's strategic plan 2014-2019 was approved by the Cabinet in June 2014. This plan is informed by the ruling party election manifesto, National Development Plan, and medium-term strategic plan of the department. The department delivery priorities are expected to deal with the period ahead to respond to this ANC election manifesto. I just wanted to quote some of these deliveries. To ensure all South African citizens live in a decent and sustainable women settlement, to provide 1 million houses opportunities for qualifying households in urban and rural settlement over the period of 5 years, to accelerate provision of basic service and infrastructure to all existing informal settlements, just to mention a few. Chairperson, in his State of Nation address, President Jacob Zuma highlighted the key strategic objectives of the Department of Women Settlements relating to the women settlement. To provide support to Motlhaka municipality, which is the municipality where I come from, on eradication of bucket system and open toilet. That's a good idea. Minister also indicated that her department has been leading to the Interministerial Committee on Sanitation, comprising of Department of Water and Sanitation, Department of Cooperative Government and Traditional Affairs. And Minister indicated that there is a discussion continuing between the Department of Women Settlement and newly formed Department of Water and Sanitation. it is to make sure that this function, as it relates to the housing provision provided by the government, remains the Department of Women Settlement, and we support that. And we look forward to the progressive discussions of this matter. Minister, the concern from the portfolio committee is that we see in many provinces the issue of informal settlement as a challenge. The question is, what is the plan of the department to deal with these communities resisting in terms of moving people from the informal settlement? We hope that the department will come with a solution on these challenges. Minister, Chairperson, let me talk of the 2014-2015 target plan for the department, which is the program of bucket eradication. This bucket eradication program grant was intended by slicing 5% of the grant over a period of 2 years. This amount to 899,177,000 for 2014-2015. And for 2015-2016 is amounted to 975,399,000. And is divided among all the provinces. This is allocated for a period of the 2 years, and it will end March 2016. The department reported that this backlog was at 280,000 bucket for the whole country, and set a target of 47,325 bucket eradication for 2014-2015 financial year, and by 51,377 for 2015-2016 financial year. The department also reported that it will undertake bucket eradication backlog in 2016. Just listen. The department entered into service agreement for eradication of bucket system with public entities to all the provinces. Let me just quote three. Housing Development Agency, which is here in Cape Town, Bloom Water, which is in Free State, my province, Sidibeng Water in Northern Cape. We look forward to this agreement to assist in challenge of bucket eradication in all the provinces. Chairperson, we look forward to the political overview of the minister as a political head of the strategic direction to the Department of Women Settlement. The minister indicated to the National Development Plan adopted by this government to be a basic work of the department. It is important that the promises made by the people of the country through the ANC election manifesto, it fulfilled. Minister indicated that the department will go back to the break new ground, which is very important, and make sure that they deliver 1.4 million houses in the next 5 years. Minister also informed the committee that according to 2007 statistics, the department managed to deliver and provided 1.6 million houses since 1994, while the backlog is still high at 2.3 million. Minister committed the department to deliver 270,000 houses per year. That illustrates to 1.4 million houses in the next 5 years. Minister also informed the portfolio committee that the table strategic plan of the 26th June 2014 was concluded before she joined the Women Settlement, and it is possible to be amended. We look forward to work with the department as the minister has invited members for their input. Chairperson, let me highlight the provincial allocations. The National Department of the Women Settlement reported that, one, the main purpose of the Women Settlement Development Agent grant is to provide for a creation of sustainable women settlement. Great women settlement that enable and improve quality of women's household life. The Outcome Aid program was reported as to facilitate and provide access, basic infrastructure, top structure, and basic socio-economic amenities to contribute to the creation of sustainable human settlement. This will improve rate of employment and skills development, target for 2014 and 2015. That was provide 58,064 sites and 126,352 units. We welcome the initiative of the department and the minister. In conclusion, as been guided by our revolutionary people's document, Freedom Charter, there shall be houses, security, and comfort. With the mandate that given to the department by our people to implement and safeguard the gains of democracy, let us rally all the people of our country towards 2030 vision outlined in the National Development Plan. The ANC support the budget vote number 31. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Ghana.
Nakhensa mthamo wesitulo, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, fellow South Africans. The German poet Johann Wolfgang von Goethe wrote, and I quote, "Knowing is not enough, we must apply. Willing is not enough, we must do," end quote. As we enter the third decade of our democracy, we must ask ourselves if the intentions of the department have been followed by tangible actions. There is no doubt that from a policy drafting stage, we are coming up with good proposals, but we are failing to implement what we consider to be our win. There have been great policies drafted for the department, from the Breaking New Ground policy to the National Development Plan. As a DA, we do agree with the provisions as outlined in the NDP for inclusive human settlements. We agree that we must not reinforce apartheid geography when it comes to human settlements, and that we must build an active citizenship and not a dependent, inactive citizenry. Van Goethe offers us another piece of wisdom. I quote, "If you treat an individual as he is, he will remain how he is. But if you treat him as if he were what he ought to be and could be, he will become what he ought to be and could be," end quote. If we want recipients of housing opportunities to be active citizens, we must treat them as active citizens. We must involve them early on before a house is built or a service is installed. As things stand, recipients have no choice on what kind of a house they get. We must get out of the mindset of building houses of the same type, shape, and form to consulting recipients before units are built. The department is good at talking about removing barriers to housing trade, but the actions do not follow the intent. Up to this day, we have a provision in the Housing Act that prohibits the recipients of subsidy housing from selling their houses for a period of 8 years. Even the very same BNG policy that the Honourable spoke about earlier on warned in 2004 that the 8 years period is a massive barrier to housing trade and proposed that the years be reduced to 5 years. As a DA, we believe that the number of years should in fact be 2 years. We do not believe that the circumstances that necessitated the 8 years or 5-year restrictions still persist today. It is time that we take bold action and amend Section 10A of the Housing Act and allow recipients of subsidy housing to sell their houses after 2 years to whoever they wish to sell to. Another barrier to housing trade has been the issuing of title deeds, Honorable Minister. We have many recipients of housing subsidy who do not have title deeds to their houses, some as far back as 10 years. Some of the recipients have passed on. And when it comes to the subsidy housing, Honorable Minister, there should be no happy letter without the title deed. The title deed must be the happy letter. If we are to unlock the potential of this market, every subsidy house recipient must be given a title deed. Title deeds are not just a piece of paper. They are a powerful tool that give holders economic opportunities to use as surety for loans. These loans can be used to ensure children get a university education. For example, Amkelan from Kwankowa was able to go to university because her parents had a title deed as surety when applying for a study loan after NSFAS rejected her. And Honorable Minister, I hope when you talk about the 100 days of title deeds for pre-1994, you are not talking about plans that the Estate Agency Board will have to submit. We are talking about the actual title deeds. Plans are not service delivery. They just exist in a piece of paper. Willing is not enough. We must start doing. Other municipalities must follow the example of Cape Town, of giving title deeds to long-term tenants of council properties such as hostels to give them ownership of property. We need to empower our people economically through title deeds. This afternoon, the City of Cape Town has just announced a program to roll out services to backyard dwellers, something that other municipalities must also learn from. Even with the good policy proposals, as outlined in the BNG and NDP documents, we continue to see subsidy housing being built in areas far away from the economic centers. This is one area where intent and action are apart from each other. Honorable members, if we are to change the apartheid geography and help with urban densification, we must make state land and land belonging to parastatals available for housing. Why this is still a problem puzzles me. In 2004, when the BNG policy was adopted, it identified that the quality of housing being built for the subsidy market is of low quality, primarily because tenders were awarded to people who knew little about construction. To this day, we continue to award tenders to political connected individuals whose sole purpose is to line their pockets rather than building quality houses for our people. Over the last 3 years, we have spent over 2.5 billion rands fixing the work of these unscrupulous tenderpreneurs. These are the billions that should have gone to build over 25,000 housing units or over 100,000 sites that will have been serviced. Honorable Minister, knowing about the lessons we learned in the last 20 years is not enough. We must start applying them. Even in this very same budget, we will spend close to R1 billion fixing the shoddy work of some contractors. Up to this day, I don't know of any contractor that has paid back the money that they have defrauded the people of this country. Honorable members, in the delivery of housing, the department should not only be chasing quantity, but we must ensure that the housing opportunities we deliver are of great quality. The National Home Builders Registration Council and the municipalities must get involved early on in the projects to ensure that the quality of housing units we deliver, the quality of housing units are delivered. We can't continue flushing cash down the drain, or should I say, flushing down into the pockets of corrupt entrepreneurs. Honorable members, whilst the budget of the department has increased over the years, the increase in the budget is not aligned to the delivery on the ground. The number of housing opportunities are decreasing year after year, but the budget is increasing. One of the important things we must deal with is the corruption with regard to the waiting list. We must make the list publicly available so that each one knows where they are on the list. We can't continue having houses staying empty for over 5 years like those in Meadowlands and Dube, Honorable Memezi. They were empty when you were at the MEC. They are still empty today. Because there are fights about who the recipients are. Honorable Minister, as I stated, there are good proposals contained in the NDP document. What we want to see is the implementation. The time of stating our intentions is over. It's time that we act. As von Goethe said, Honorable Minister, willing is not enough. We must do. Plans are not enough. We must deliver. Now, Councillor Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mganga Kabashe.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson. The 2014-2015 MTF budget allocated to department must be seen responding to issues raised by our people when we are campaigning. The Program 3 of the Vote Street deals with the delivery support program that constitutes 97%, which is 29 billion, through grants to provinces and municipalities, have to be monitored on a monthly basis to ensure money is spent from the beginning of the financial year to avoid spending only towards the last quarter of the financial year and end up with underspending. The Master Integrated Plan seeks to align our plans, which are critical in addressing the Apartheid Spatial Plan for the provision of sustainable human settlement, together with other departments as pointed out in Chapter 8 of the National Development Plan. The strategy plan mission statement must create more opportunities for qualifying households to enter into different schemes provided by the department through its entities, be it the rental, incremental, both in urban and rural areas. Our greenfield projects must be only for densification type of houses in addressing backlogs that we have. Together with cooperative and traditional affairs department, we must have a program and engage our communities on the importance of high-rise structures in addressing the shortage of suitable land for housing development. Also, on the eradication of informal settlements, hence promotion of high-rise structures is vital to address resistance from relocations, but not overlooking compelling reasons if the land is not suitable for housing development. In this case, communication is vital. Communication. It should be noted that the higher you go through densification, more costs are incurred, hence a need to increase budget for health infrastructure. We are pleading on the National Treasury to come to the party on this one. This brings me to a pilot project that are part of a national program, one in Cape Town and 2 gateway projects that the minister committed herself to complete the phase 1 of Joslovo during this financial year. The high-rise structure is the project, in this project is practical solution to densely populated informal settlements. The Konupa Integrated Mega Project in Durban, which is a public-private partnership, is responding to the NDP Chapter 8 as it is within the economic hub of the city, surrounded by suburban areas of Mount Edgecombe, Umhlanga, that will also be linked to bus rapid transport system, routes including Dube Trade Port and King Shaka International Airport, which is nearby. It also planned to have light industrial factories, retail parks, business and recreation parks, as well as clinics in both primary schools and a high school. All this is expected to create 48,000 new sustainable job opportunities over 15 years and further 15,000 during construction phase as part of 25 billion rand over and above jobs that were created during inception of phase 1 of this project. The project in total at the end will yield 28,000 housing development is a product that caters for lower to income group, including government subsidy category. That was constructed in high rise during first phase of this project and handed over to beneficiaries by the President of South Africa early this year. This is indeed a radical economic shift in practice and an ongoing implementation of practical example of how business can contribute towards development and creation of jobs together with government. This is indeed a good story to tell by ANC government. The proper recording of jobs created by projects must be monitored closely to reflect the correct statistics by municipalities and provinces that contribute in curbing the unemployment and contributing to radical changes in economic development and responding to the NDP Chapter 8 of Integrated Human Settlement Development. The department will have to continue with other mega projects that are similar to Konobia in other provinces, utilizing a well-located and strategic land through Housing Development Agency, a department entity that has obtained an unqualified audit for 2013 and 2014 and able to go beyond its target in securing land to provinces and municipalities for human settlements development. This shows that the entity does have a capacity to expand from operating from 6 provinces to 9 provinces and increase their targets as well. Honorable Minister, we would like to get a time frame on the implementation of this. We also urge the Department of Public Enterprise entity to donate land to municipalities, especially if land is already settled, instead of charging market value to municipalities and take this as their own contribution toward developing and formalizing a settled land, and hope that the Public Works and Rural Development and Land Affairs will provide more state land for development of integrated human settlement. The gap market category of our people that earn above 10,000 represent a huge demand for us to amend our policy that provide grants to entities, which focuses on provision for mortgage for home loans and rental stock and revamping of inner city building is quite urgent. The indication of such demand are visible when few projects of this nature are advertised. Your public service employees come in numbers, even if a targeted category income earning was for between 7,000 to 10,000. The improvements on, Honorable Chairperson, the improvements on beneficiary database, which is outlined in the budget, will go a long way in addressing issues faced by municipal councils, where sometimes councillors are blamed and attacked. This revamping will remove such hostility towards them as a result of these challenges within the system currently used. That needs verification and minimize process around a waiting period. The Honorable President during SONA has tasked us to speedily resolve the backlogs on the issuing of title deeds. The money set aside for this problem must be utilized to improve the capacity. The intergovernmental relations between Government Department of Human Settlements and Rural Development and Reform, land reform is in speeding up the approval of title deeds are of vital importance, and would like to have a program that talks to these honorable ministers. The pre-1998 backlogs where subdivisions were not done requires much more intervention by both Department of Human Settlements and Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs with its provincial departments in scrapping the provincial ordinance on town planning scheme to assist municipalities in resolving town planning delays, as a result of the way old business were conducted. When municipalities are rectifying the provision of service planning issues kicks in again, and are frustrated by a 24 months at the best of 26 months process of planning approvals. Although the Human Settlement Department has provided money for these processes, but it requires a replacement of the ordinance by Planning Development Act, which is known as PDA. Where it is implemented by provinces, it does assist municipalities. In the case of this, KZN has done this. It does assist municipalities in a great deal. Internally, they are able to attend to town planning layout and town township establishment applications, and the process becomes shorter than 24 months to 6 months, or even to 8 months, or even to 6 months for approvals. We request both ministers to come to an agreement on this. We want to believe that through our portfolio chairperson, we will be able to jointly further discuss these matters, as the 61% allocation of USDG and HSDG combined is allocated to metros to resolve such historical backlogs of services. The result here is for beneficiaries of these houses having their complete product and able to receive title deeds after processes are formalized, and in turn taking responsibility of maintaining their homes and have a sense of pride in owning a property legally, which was not the case during apartheid era where the DA was part. They only changed the name. The cooperation does not in any way relieve the Department of Human Settlement from home spheres to properly plan and attend to all issues of planning at the inception of the project to avoid this 24 to 36 months period. The minister has committed funds to address this and will monitor it. The bulks for sewer, bulks for water, bulks for transport routes, and bulks for electricity power lines, to name the major ones, their budget must be aligned from planning stages in preparation for each housing development within the human settlement to avoid backlogs in future, which sometimes are caused by insufficient funding for reticulations. For example, when the municipal
Honourable
bank
Member,
for
your time has
electricity-
expired.
Thank you, Chairperson.
I now recognize the Honourable the Minister of Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. I'd like to congratulate members of the committee who came here and showed quite clearly that they'd taken time to read and understand the matters before us. I'm extremely impressed with members of the ANC, extremely impressed with members of the UDM, extremely impressed with members of the lady who comes from Mehwe's political party. And the rest of the vacuousness here just shows exactly what it is. I was just reminded here by one of the members here that you might want to read an article that is written by Van Onselen advising the DA that they should stop pontificating, that they are not arbiters of all that is good and right. And in fact, if you haven't read it, we will do you the honor of giving you that document. I thank the chair and the committee for these deliberations, especially those that were able to add sense to what we're dealing with, because for us, the provision of housing is a very serious matter. We have considered the 1.5, and we've committed ourselves to that, and this is what we're going to do in the next 5 years. Clearly, my hope of finding a partnership in the committee is all in vain. But I have found a partnership within the ANC, within the ACDP and the UDM. I hope that together we'll be able to make sure that we change the lives of our people who have been waiting for us to respond to their plight. Honorable Memezi, we will be creating a special unit of standard and compliance whose job it is, amongst other things, to make sure that contractors are paid on time. This is a matter that we are very concerned about, and this unit will make sure that that point is taken up. Thank you for emphasizing it. Deputy Minister, we will commemorate the untimely death of our women stalwarts, especially those who just passed away this past few weeks. We will be commemorating the death of Nosipho Ntwanambi and Nadine Godima in the month of August, in making sure that we build something sustainable in housing in their honor. And like you, may their souls rest in peace. I welcome the recent input from Honorable Dudley, who clearly applied her mind to the matters at hand and seeks a solution and to be part of that solution. Thank you very much for your support. The UDM, thank you very much for your constructive input, and may you take time to coach the AEF on what counts in a budget vote. what will the people of this country, listening to the people who made their inputs here, think of each one of them and how they take the matter of housing and human settlements seriously. Now, let me tell you about the honorable member from EF. The one house that they have any ownership of is the one they built in KwaZulu-Natal, and it broke and fractured immediately as they left. She has absolutely, even before they packed up their pick and shovel, the house had broken down. So I don't know what you're talking about. But over and above that, the honorable member is in a meeting where the portfolio committee is briefed. And she is sitting there writing furiously. And I'm sitting there thinking, my God, here is an energetic young woman. Until I'm informed by somebody who's sitting behind her that she was just doodling because it was far above her, didn't understand, and she spent her time doodling. Just wake up. This is Parliament. We're here to work. And here we have Honorable Gaba, or whatever it is, the same MMC who contracted somebody who had been accused and found guilty of corruption to go and build houses in Manenberg. A corrupt person appointed by the... She sits here and pontificates about what should be done and what not done in the Western Cape. This has been a province that has delivered the worst in all the 9 provinces. What did you say to our people as they waited for the houses that you were not able to provide them? Comrade Chair, I would like you to harness the energy, however ill-directed it is, of this committee, because the only way that we will make an impact in the lives of our people is if you join us, come join us, let's build our houses and make sure we're a winning nation where everybody has a claim to a roof over their heads. I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Members are reminded that the extended public committee debate on Vote 15, basic education, will take place. Order, Honourable Members. Chief Whip. Will take place in the National Assembly chamber at 16:35. The extended public committee debate on Vote 18, Labour, will take place in the old Assembly chamber at the same time. And the extended public committee debate on Vote 32, Mineral Resources, will take place in Committee Room E249. That concludes the debate and the business of this extended public committee. The committee will now rise.
Please. Only by Nigo whip, but singaphezulu, just this is ngaphezulu. Uzobona la ngigcine khona. Esikhaphani lesi? No. Nasi sam. So I would like to go and ngigcine ngikhuluma nge-infrastructure.
Ayasifuna kwa languages. Usisilowane. Oh, no, ungenile house lethu shukuthi.
Ngigcine la kubhala.
Ngaphandle.
Uthi nginimakele la ngigcine khona. Okay. Ngigcine la. I must take this part. Okay. Okay, no,
Okay. Because that's what my change.
Okay, bazongibuyisela yini?
Answer the tata, take her like a back and but you can email them.
Okay, Okay, Putin. There you are. What's that?
Okay.
Now the pen la koga ya hamba ma pen.
Okay. that, you know, they will look up for you and swap you around. So, but there's, I shouldn't try and negotiate to try and move up higher. Look, higher is possible, but then you just need to approach it. The most difficult one is up, but down is fine. Yeah, but depends, you know. Yeah. You see, unfortunately, you know, possibly that you speak to, you approach to, you know, because you may not be the only one you speak to. Yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, the next speaker's list. Let me just check the next speaker's list. Oh, yeah. See if because it's now activated and you see here, basically, yeah, I have here basic education. Just press on that basic education. Just go, click on select here at the bottom. Go select. Yeah, select here. This one, what's going on? It's reflecting an old one. Okay. This one here is fine, as long as this one shows. Okay, all right, okay, that's fine.
There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. The Secretary will read the order.
Debate on vote number 15, Basic Education Appropriation Bill.
I now call upon the Honourable the Minister of Basic Education to open the debate.
I need some water. Honorable Chair, honorable members and colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Honorable Chair, we thank you for this debate on vote 15, Basic Education. Chair, during the State of the Nation address, the President reminded us that as we enter the second phase of our transition from apartheid to a national democratic society, we have to embark on radical socio-economic transformation. This we must do in order to push back the triple challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, and this change can only come about with far-reaching interventions. The President also confirmed that South Africa is a much better place to live than it was in 1994, and that the lives of millions of our people has improved. In basic education, Chair,
We continue to open the doors of learning and culture with high levels of participation at 99% enrollment in the compulsory basic education. 86% of our schools have been declared no-fee schools, and over 9 million learners are fed at school through the National School Nutrition Program. Through the Pro-Poor package, we will achieve more than 8 billion funding for non-fee paying schools to ensure that no child is left behind because of poverty. The learner amount for 2014 exceeds 1,000 rands for non-fee schools. Honorable Chair, as we present the 2014-2015 budget, we wish to confirm that as we embark on this radical transformation, both the National Development Plan and the ANC Manifesto of 2014 will guide our programs. Our medium to long-term plans elaborate the work to be done between now and 2030. The NDP chair states that education is a means to building an inclusive society and providing opportunities for South Africans to realize their full potential. It further says that education provides a tool for people to solve their problems. We are very encouraged also, Chair, to know that the President confirmed that the ruling party continues to rate basic education as an apex priority for this government. We will continue to promote universal access to education by ensuring that all children between the ages of 7 and 15 are in school. We will increase the number of grade 12 learners who can gain entrance to university, moving incrementally from 172,000 in 2013 to more than 250,000 in 2019, and work to improve both the quality and the quantity of our passes. Chair, we'll continue to eradicate mud schools and other inappropriate structures, particularly in the Eastern Cape, and to provide the necessary resources needed for proper schooling to take place. Our own internal assessments and international benchmarking assessments confirm that whilst progress has been made on access, on equity and redress, the emphasis in this administration, Chair, will be on attaining quality efficiently. The focus for 2014-2019 is consolidating on the achievements that we have made so far and then driving home the theme of improvement on quality and efficiency throughout the entire schooling sector with a renewed emphasis on curriculum coverage, the need to strengthen quality, efficiency, accountability in our provinces, districts, and schools. In the next 5 years, we'll make sure that there's more aggressive, radical changes and appropriate interventions to turn our schooling system around. We have moved boldly, therefore, to reconfigure the basic education department internally for an even better performance. In line with the heightened accountability and enhancing service delivery, the department is invoking Sections 3 and 8 of the National Education Policy Act of 1996 to hold districts and provinces that are not performing to be accountable, because we believe that the time has come to place responsibility and accountability where it belongs. We will track learners' performance more closely in order to ensure that our interventions are working and that we are decreasing the dropout rate and increasing retention levels in our schooling system. The Council of Education Ministers held its first meeting a week ago, and all MECs agreed that the time for radical transformation has come. In the first week of August, we will be meeting again to finalize our plans as a sector. Honorable members, today we stand here to account and to seek a fresh mandate for the 2014 program on the gains made in the recent years. Our overall budget for the Department of Basic Education 2014-2015 stands at more than 19 billion. Last year, it was more than 17 billion. This is an increase of 2.008 billion. This, once again, Chair, confirms government's commitment to education. The budget allocation to provinces, to provincial departments of education, stands at 186.147 billion, and it will exceed 200 billion in 2015-2016. In this budget, Chair, Umalus has been allocated 1.7 million in 2014-2015, and it will reach 112.7 million in 2015-2016. NIDU has also received an increment of its budget and has been allocated 14.2 million. The curriculum program, which is our mass literacy campaign, which impacts on the lives of many millions of people, has been allocated 634.9 million. And from that, 66.2 million has been allocated for the Extended Public Works Program. Honorable members, 2014 is the watershed year which marks the completion of the implementation of the CAPS throughout the education system. It is a year that sees the first cohort of grade 12 learners sitting for CAPS-aligned national curriculums and national senior certificate. And this, Chair, signals stability in the curriculum landscape. So we've allocated an amount of 30 million for 2014 to improve learner outcomes, and it will reach 40 million in 2014-2015. As of June 2014, over 9 million learners in more than 21,000 schools, quintile 1 to 3 schools, and secondary schools benefited from the school nutrition program. And this increase is attributed to the successful extension of the program to public secondary schools. And the conditional grant for the National School Nutrition Program, Chair, has increased with more than 288 million to 5.462 billion. And it will reach 5.7 billion in 2014-2015. So although the department's Chair has made strides to meet the basic right to nutrition to millions of learners in our school, it has become necessary to consider a nationwide deworming program linked to the National School Nutrition Program to maximize the health and cognitive benefits of school meals. We will continue to enhance learner safety also and the well-being of our learners by a concerted campaign against drugs, substance abuse, and youth criminality. Again, Chair, we want to report that as a country, that any country that chooses to hide its heritage and historical footprints from its children does take the risk of having them repeat the mistakes of their predecessors. As a result, we are currently conducting comparative studies I'm sorry, Chair, and research on countries offering history as a compulsory subject. Research has shown that history as a subject has a number of positive effects that contributes to nation building, national pride, patriotism, social cohesion, and cultural heritage. Chair, we're also working on language development framework, and we have prioritized implementation of South African Sign Language investment. We have made progress in the development of African languages, including the implementing the policy on the incremental introduction of African languages. We are working hard to strengthen the utility and the proficiency in English as a first additional language and the language of learning, and teaching through the strategy of English across the curriculum. On early childhood development, in respect of early childhood development, the National Development Plan underlines the need to access to all children to at least 2 years of preschool education. The ANC, in its manifesto, echoes this sentiment of making 2 years of preschooling education compulsory. And due to success in rolling out early childhood development programs, legislative review to make schooling for young people aged 5 to 15 years compulsory is on the cards. Honorable members, the department has made significant progress in increasing access to grade R. Currently we have 16,909 public schools offering grade R, and the intention is to increase them to 18,475. And the enrollments are currently standing at 779,330,000. The General Household Survey of 2030 indicated that a total of 481,000 5-year-old learners are in preschool institutions. The first ever impact evaluation of grade R on learning outcomes was conducted in 2013 with the support of the Department of Monitoring and Evaluation, and the report was the report was presented to Cabinet on the 19th of March this year. In response to the recommendations made, a management plan has been approved to strengthen the quality of implementation and provision of grade R schooling in our country, especially in relation to teaching. The National Curriculum Framework for children under 4 years of age is also being rolled out in registered early childhood centers. And all preparation, like practitioner training and supply of resources, has already started and will be completed this calendar year. Chair and honorable members, we are clear that our interventions are bearing fruit. As indicated, in the 5th administration, quality education and efficiency will dominate our work. The department is committed to to the improvement of learners in the National Senior Certificate results this academic year and beyond, to strengthen strategies to improve the quality and the quantity of passes. I don't want to repeat last year's statistics and the feat that we made, where we grew from 67.8% in 2010 to 78.2%, and when the supplementary results were added, we ended up at 80.8% for 2013 matric. Chair, on annual national assessments, education experts do point to the fact that the first 5 years in the education are the most crucial in the educational career and outcomes of children. And we commit ourselves to continue to strengthen learning in the foundation and intermediate phases and ensure that senior phase provides a solid base for studies in grade 10 and 12 or the further education and training band. On maths and science and technology, due to our focus on quality and efficiency, the recommendations of the Ministerial Task Team on reading and maths and science technology have been integrated into our plans, and excellent progress has already been made in implementing these recommendations. The MSc Directorate has been established, and the office has a person from the maths community working to ensure that indeed we implement all the recommendations that came from the report. Before leaving this subject on maths, let me congratulate the 6 learners from both KZN and the Western Cape who represented our country in the International Maths Olympiad here in our country between the 6th and the 12th of July for the first time in the African continent. In particular, I want to thank the maths community that indeed hosted a very successful Maths Olympiad, but in particular, I want to thank a grade 12 learner called Robin Fester from here, Western Cape, who earned our country a bronze in the Olympiads. And also want to thank the entire maths community who ensure that we host a very successful event as a country at the University of Western Cape, of Cape Town. On learning and teacher support material, Chair, honorable members, the Department of Basic Education has made great strides to positively change the learning and teaching landscape in our country over the years, with various research findings and reports bearing testimony to this. The expanded access to learning and teaching material has been at the center of this positive shift. In 2011-2012, the sector spent 7.7 billion on the rollout of textbooks for the implementation of CAPS over the last 3 financial years. So 2014-2015 has been targeted as the year by which the sector will be moving towards 1 textbook per learner per subject. The sector has developed and printed and delivered more than 200 million grade R and grade 9 language and mathematics workbooks to more than 24,000 public schools, which is done twice a year since 2011. Chair, we also have to say as a sector, we're very concerned about the low retentions and retrievals of these valuable resources, which mitigates against the provision of a textbook each learner per year in every subject. But the budgets for the top out have been provided to provinces. But following a national screening process, a single core textbook will be listed for each subject on the national catalogue to ensure universal coverage. There will no longer be 8 titles per subject, simply because the high costs involved demand more rational and cost-effective approaches. Millions of textbooks and workbooks have been delivered to schools. Now the focus from here onwards will be to continue to monitor their utilization to improve learning outcomes and impact. Parents, educators, and officials are therefore encouraged to retrieve and protect these books. Chair, I also want to report that as a minister, I've received the Ministerial Committee report from the team which was chaired by Professor Brian O'Connell, which was looking on your National Senior Certificate requirements, popularly known as the 30%. I'm currently studying the report. I'll make an announcement shortly after on the recommendations forward, but I have to make sure that I present the report to the Council of Education Ministers, and immediately after our meeting, we will make the report public and also our response to the report. In the 2014-2015 budget, Chair, the workbooks have been allocated a budget of 896.7 million, and for textbooks, the provinces have been given 4.2 billion. On infrastructure 2014-2015, we have been allocated 10.1 billion, 6.9 million for the education infrastructure grant, which goes to provinces, and the balance remains with national department. On ICT, the education plan for 2014 towards the realization of schooling 2025 does require that we put in place an e-education strategy. And again, Chair, I want to make a commitment that together with the departments of communication and all relevant departments, national and provinces, we will be announcing a national plan, a national e-learning plan in due course, and we are working with provinces to align all our programs to make sure that we have one single e-strategy in terms of the e-education. On teacher development, Chair, the cliche that says every education system stands and falls on its teachers is very true. Study after study from our local assessment and evaluation programs to international tests confirm the central role of teachers. And as a result, honorable members, everything that we do with teachers, from their conditions of service, their recruitment, their deployment, their utilization and development, including their general professional development and conduct, occupies a very high position in our list of priorities. And I'll just quickly, because of time, Chair, just read the figures, but want to confirm that we are completely committed to making sure that teachers who are indeed at the center of everything that we do receive our highest attention. We have, for 2014, being allocated a budget of 893 million in 2013, up from 424 million in 2011. We've done lots of work around teacher centers with partners like Vodacom. We also have done lots of work with the British Council of Education in terms of education first for all. We're implementing a self-diagnostic assessment for teachers, which will be introduced in 2015. And the South African Council of Educators, in collaboration with DB, is phasing in the implementation of the continuing professional development management of teachers. The department has also reviewed the current integrated quality management system in consultation with teacher unions and has developed a revised instrument, the quality management system for school-based educators. So for the current year, the integrated quality management system has been allocated for 42.2 million. We also want to say we're conducting research around the grade R programs to mainstream teachers and make sure that indeed teachers remain at the center of our work. We're strengthening our work with districts, program director, and my papers are mixing up, to make sure that indeed we are able to support schools, because again, at the centerpiece of our entire work is in schools, and education districts have a very important role in supporting schools, improving their functionality and developing the country's education institutions in order that the national learning outcomes are achieved. So our analysis on district performance over a period of 4 years indicates that we must strengthen the process and systems by which district support schools and capacitate officials and managers who work at district level in order to provide much needed support to underperforming districts and schools. I'm running out of time, Chair. I want to cut down. I'm running out of time. Because I've left with a few minutes, Chair, let me just take this opportunity to thank the chairperson and the members of the Portfolio Committee. Thank my colleague, Comrade Envasetti, who always is a pillar of support, and also thank my colleagues from provinces who supported us in the debate, and thank you very much for really attending the program. But also take this opportunity to thank all our partners who have been invited here, thank my family, which is always a pillar of support, with the head of the family over there. And really thank also members of the committee. I've run out of time, but we will publish some of the plans that we are working on, because we have a plan as a department that we've been working on with the Deputy Minister, that in the next 180 days, we'll be issuing in details, member, because you said you want the details. So we promise you that in the next 180 days, we'll issue the details and plans of an aligned program, because we have to align our program with provinces to make sure that indeed members can hold us accountable around dates and times and outputs that we put in place. So we are working on a comprehensive plan on libraries. We're working on a comprehensive plan on ICTs. We're working on a comprehensive plan for psychosocial support for learners to make sure that indeed we are able to produce holistic children, but because of time, we're unable to give you all the details and the time frames, but we will make those public as soon as they are ready. And we have committed ourselves that they'll be ready in the next 180 days. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. And also thank you for being conscious of your time allocation. The next speaker is the Honourable Gina.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Honourable members of the Portfolio Committee, MSs from various provinces, Acting DG, though I haven't seen him, I think he's present, officials and board members of our statutory bodies that are present, Department of Basic Education officials, distinguished guests, I greet you all. Chairperson, I'm humbled to take part in this debate as we are debating Vote 15 for basic education at the start of our new and far-reaching phase of our democratic transition, where we are marking our 20 years of democracy. Indeed, that is a great stride. It is a phase where we continue to make education available to all. It is a phase that continues to bolster the gains achieved in the past 5 years. Those who care about our education system did not in the past 5 years only lament, but they did their bit in supporting the call of making education an apex priority. Groundbreaking achievements were made, and a great and solid foundation exists for all to see. Those who are not pessimists about our education system will join us again as we move forward in making sure that basic education remains an apex priority in the medium-term strategic framework of, that is 2014 to 2019. Everything is being put in place and there is no confusion on what needs to be done. The ANC manifesto presents the key commitments in the coming 5 years as 1, making early childhood development a priority, 2, eradicating illiteracy, and 3, improving quality of teaching and learning in all schools. We want to forge ahead, realizing the 2 years of compulsory preschool education and strive for fuller integration of grade R educators in the post and remuneration structures. The ANC commits to providing interventions through curriculum and assessment policies to improve performance in our schools. In order to improve performance, the ANC government will maintain an upward trend in the mathematics pass rate while improving the quality of those passes. It will also introduce compulsory African languages in schools through the Department of Basic Education, prioritize teacher development, campaign to ensure good discipline and accountability in all our schools, that teachers are on time, in class and teaching, and that learners are in class and learning. Principals will be supported to maintain the discipline in high standard of conduct. Lokho ke ngqongqoshe kwenzelwa ukuthi ngokwesintu siye sikholelwe ukuthi uma ufisha ubole ekhanda konke ngezansi kubolile. That is why ke othisha omkhulu bezowenza sure ukuthi bayayibamba lezi izikole ukuze sikwazi ukuthola imphumela ekufanele siyithole ezikoleni. Again, we'll implement school safety programs, aim to ensure that every child has a textbook for every learning area and that the retrieval of those textbooks is improved, and will continue to work towards the eradication of illiteracy through curriculum mass literacy program. Our mandate is clear. The mandate to support the journey that we have been traveling in the past 5 years. We have the past 5 years made, we have in the 5 past years made substantial gains, and on going forward, we need more vigor and significant interventions. It is no doubt that in the past 5 years, we have stabilized the curriculum. Incremental implementation of CAPS is culminating this year, where our grade 12s will also sit for curriculum assessment policy statement aligned examination. This means that all teachers across the grades in our country and phases deliver curriculum that is coherent and streamlined. In the past 5 years, we have seen the landscape of the learning and teaching resources changing for the better. The provision of the learning and teaching support material improved tremendously. When CAPS was introduced to each grade, efforts were made to provide each learner with a relevant textbook or a workbook. We are pleased with the report from the department that since 2011-12, the sector has spent over 7 billion on the rollout of the textbooks for the implementation of CAPS over the last 3 financial years, and the minister has just alluded to that. Since 2011, we have seen the rollout of about 204 million grade R to 11 language and mathematics workbooks to over 24,000 public schools, and mind you, that is done twice a year. So as a committee and also as the ANC, we like to commend and congratulate the department for doing such a huge job. Our good story to tell is the immense contribution by the Carry Good Mass Literacy campaign. This project provides adult basic education and literacy and numeracy. To date, over 3.4 million citizens benefited, and indications are that Carry Good graduates have been able to find better employment. Further, over 240,000 volunteers participated, which gave them employment opportunities. But as the committee, we advise that an impact evaluation, Honourable Minister, of the program is necessary so that we know exactly the extent of job opportunities and the employment rate of the graduates that we get from Carry Good. We, however, note the calls around the quality and value of the National Senior Certificate or Matric qualification. To us, there are notable interventions and improvement in the system. While others say there is no quality in our education system, we see performance. The improved performance is attributed to the strategic interventions implemented by the national and provincial departments, which are aimed at ensuring that learners' resources, such as provision of mind map, shuttle words, and Siyavula, study guides, exemplar papers, additional classes, and continuous teacher support initiatives are provided to all the targeted schools. And ANC sithi sibonga kakhulu kothisha ngokuthi sibobone ngempela befaka iqalabo befaka amandla ngokweqile ukuze sikwazi ukubona intuthuko nobungcono bemphumela yokufunda kwabantwana bethu. Further concerns are that our education system is shedding learners throughout the 12 years of journey of learning. Some commentators even give numbers that out of 1.2 million learners that entered grade 1, only 500,000 sit for grade 12 examination, 12 years down their schooling. This is indeed a concern. But we are convinced that the phase we have entered in is working efficiently. In our committee, the minister indicated that the department is ready to tackle the challenges of quality and to address dropout and to increase the retention rate. The department has developed national strategy for learner attainment framework. This is a comprehensive strategy that has been implemented into the provincial improvement plan, district improvement plan, school improvement plan, with 104 clear activities that encourages that all efforts should be challenged to the classroom where it matters the most. We want to continue the journey of sustaining and improving on the gains we have made in increasing the number of passes in mathematics and physical science. While we see we have reached the parity with the participation rate between boys and girls, the quality of passes in mathematics and sciences for girls learners is lagging behind. We welcome the establishment of the Mathematics and Science Ministerial Task Team to help further identify and address challenges in the areas of math, science, and technology, and hope that the findings will be addressed adequately. The provision of the hybrid workbooks in natural science, technology, and mathematics should be commended. We also have confidence in the partnership with Japan in the Japan International Cooperative Agency project to improve learners' ability to solve word problems in primary school mathematics. Honorable Chairperson, the 2014 allocation for education sector is 19.6 billion. This will increase to 23 billion over the MTEF. The allocation confirms the continued intention of the department to deliver and of the government to deliver on the non-negotiables as identified in the MTSF priorities of the department. Let us remind the country that the department has set targets with the intention of moving towards 100% based on steady progress and, and the reality of challenges in the sector. We need to move faster but efficiently. And as we have been promised by the Minister, we welcome the department's commitment to the following non-negotiables: delivery of LTSM, infrastructure, district support, teacher placement, deployment and development, ICT, Karigude, library services, rural focus, curriculum, partnership and social mobilizations, and norms and standards for business processes across the provinces. However, the department must note the challenges that continue to engulf education in farming areas, multi-grade classes, and the learners who need differentiated curriculum. Our oversight to the Free State and Western Cape in 2013, Minister, showed that that there are a lot of gaps that still need to be closed. We also put this challenge over at the department that there should be clear and well-communicated programs on how to address the calls for our teachers and learners to be in class on time. While we celebrate progress, we can't ignore that there are still instances where teachers are always absent from school, teachers at school but not in the classroom, insufficient curriculum coverage a year, and little written work given to learners. The impact of the to the learner performance, if these issues are not rectified, is immense. Again, Ngqongqoshe, khona la esathola ukuhlumezeka kakhulu sihambe nekomiti siye endaweni yase Eastern Cape Ngqongqoshe la esasithola khona ukuthi sengazuthi sekuwumthetho nje ukuthi kube ne-register ekuthiwa i-early departure register la uthola khona othisha bekwazi nje ukuphuma early ize berekhode impela kwi-early departure register. Njengekomiti sinaloko sithanda ukukhala kakhulu ngako sithi uma umkhuba onjengalo ungabanjwa usaqala singagcina sibona intuthuko nempumelelo yezikole zethu singakwazi ukuyithola ngenxa nje yemkhutshana abantu abathanda ukudlalela kuyona ingasiniki impumelelo enhle. But having said that, as a committee again, we are pleased to know that the Minister is having quarterly meetings with all the district managers, where in these meetings we find them sharing, giving a platform of sharing good practices. We hope and believe that such things, such bad elements, such bad culture that is beginning to start, it will be discussed and we'll see it being eliminated. We realize that the Minister is confronted with a huge challenge that she can't expect the same excuses and the same approaches to addressing the challenges in the system. Something must change fast and drastically. Honorable Minister, we all know by now that the learner outcomes are not optimal across all grades, and this has been confirmed by many results and challenges. It can't be right that the next phase keeps acknowledging such challenges while addressing them adequately. The DB officials have promised us that there will be seamless and coordinated long-term planning in the sector, and that things will be done faster and efficiently. We support that commitment and we welcome it, and as the Portfolio Committee will strengthen our oversight to that effect. We wish the department all the best and hope that this phase will be indeed a milestone characterized by efficiency and urgency to deliver quality education. ANC support this budget. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Lovemore.
Thank you, Chairperson. It is all about jobs, Minister. It is all about jobs. Education is all about jobs. Every phase of the education system is about preparing for jobs, whether it is about preparing to become an artist or an artisan or an engineer or a politician. It is about preparing for a job. There can be no better life without a job. There can be no true freedom without a job. The youth of South Africa are worst affected by unemployment, with nearly 4 in 10 out of a job. South Africa's Statistician General has attributed the youth unemployment rate to a mismatch between skills and jobs. A National Treasury report states that unemployed youth in South Africa are generally low-skilled, and the principal reason given by employers for not employing young people is that schooling does not accurately reflect skill levels. and skilled, inexperienced workers are seen as risky to employ. In other words, employers cannot trust the senior certificate. Tragically, those low skill levels and excessively high unemployment rates affect predominantly our poor black youth. Minister, you have achieved the numbers. You have achieved quantity within education. With very few exceptions, all of our young people between the ages of 7 and 15 are in school. Grade R is available to almost all of our preschool children. Secondary schooling is a constitutional right, and it is available to all. For the development of a system that, in theory anyway, does not discriminate on a racial basis and is open to all, we do salute you. But counterproductively, Minister, your government has aspired to quantity before addressing quality. You mentioned this, it is not the norm internationally. South Africa is an outlier in this regard. The quality of education in South Africa is by every international and national measure poor. We feature extremely low on every scale that measures the basics of all learning, numeracy and literacy. And the quality of our education is unequal. It is poorest for the poor. Our low-skilled youth have little chance ever of complete independence from the state. Young people who are destined never to break their cycle of poverty. We can do it, Minister. We can do it. It can be done. We spend 200 billion rand on education in this country each year. We cannot allow 1/5 of our national expenditure to buy us a predominantly low-quality education. It cannot be allowed to buy us a low-skilled young populace that employers find too risky and too costly to take a chance on. Now, what is to be done? We certainly look forward to interrogating the plans that you will be making public, and we appreciate the fact that you will make those plans public. Minister, your department's annual performance plan, presented to us a fortnight ago for 2014-2015, has again failed to specify targets for learner outcomes and for almost every measure of education quality and excellence for which you have been found wanting in the past. But a fortnight ago also, you presented us with a promising document, your draft 2014-19 medium-term strategic framework. Some of your 2019 targets, in my view, and you are aware, are too low, such as having 55% of our teachers competent to teach in the year 2019. But we welcome your commitment to aspects such as competency tests and performance agreements for principals. Today you presented your focus on quality and efficiency. That quest for quality will inform all interactions in the education sector in South Africa going forward. So it becomes important to understand what we mean by a quality education. Let me explain what we mean. There exists a very straightforward, universal definition of quality. Quality is very simply fitness for purpose. Fitness for purpose. So the learner that you educate must be able to leave school fit for the purpose of becoming an involved, contributing member of his or her society. That includes being fit for the purpose of getting a job. The economy must have a place for the young people leaving our schools, and employers must have confidence in the certificate that the young people present to them. The education offered to our young people must be of such quality that it is fit for the purpose of offering every young child the chance to develop and reach his or her potential, no matter what the specific inherent abilities of that child might be. Quality is not what Gauteng MEC Panyaza Lesufi is advocating. He wants every child in Gauteng secondary schools taking pure maths. Quality is not what you mentioned today, Minister, what SATU is calling for, and you are advocating very quickly, and that is compulsory history. No. We have to realize that some children are academically strong, some are practically inclined, others are creative spirits. Each individual child's inherent abilities must be supported to full development, and we have to measure quality accordingly. So how do we transform our schools and our education system into an environment that boasts competent, committed teaching and truly effective learning? And crucially, given the past from which we come, how do we transform it into an environment that is truly equal and non-racial, where outcomes are not intrinsically linked to the color of a learner's skin or the place of a learner's birth? How do we best allow education to reach its potential in breaking the cycle of poverty? There is no shortage of sources giving ideas or advice on how to reach those goals. Start, Minister, with a National Development Plan with 34 pages dedicated to education, 34 pages that we support fully and reflect very closely the DA's education policy. I know that you have already started to implement the quick wins, but underpinning every recommendation in the NDP is the requirement that the administration of education in the public sector is the prerogative of the government, not of SATU. No longer should SATU members get away with ill-disciplined behavior in our schools. No longer should SATU interfere with appointments. No longer should SATU members refuse to sign performance agreements or undergo competency tests. No longer should SATU members escape accountability. You have to, Minister, reclaim your management prerogative from SATU, as does every education MEC. Last week in Gauteng, SATU urged its members publicly to work to, in their words, defend ANC's control of government in 2016. We know that you are up against a political ally, Minister, but you have to rise to the challenge and put the interests of the learners first always. Use the courts, do whatever it takes, but make SATU understand that it does not run education in this country. Take a look, please, Minister, at the list of critical skills recently gazetted by the Department of Home Affairs. We are prepared as South Africa to grant permits to people who possess these skills because we need them so desperately. Maths, science, and technology are the underlying themes in that list. You will, I trust, be addressing technology from the beginning of next year. You have committed to the phased implementation of a revised curriculum for schools of technology from the beginning of 2015, with motor mechanics, electricians, fitters and turners, every imaginable kind of engineer on that list of critical skills. Delay is not an option. To your credit, you had the state of maths and science teaching investigated. The report, you know, is damning. Urgent intervention is required. In fact, the Minister announced that all secondary schools should offer mathematics. He announced the filling of all vacant maths and science teachers' posts as soon as possible. South Africa has to hold him and you, Minister, to this promise. The third critical document, in our view, is the McKinsey 2007 report entitled How the World's Best Performing Schools Come Out on Top. McKinsey asserts that the quality of an education system cannot exceed the quality of its teachers. Three things matter most: getting the right people to become teachers, developing them into effective instructors, and ensuring that the system is able to deliver the best possible instruction for every child. We need to find and train enough of the right people. Please screen aspirant teachers, Minister. A poor selection process can result in bad teachers being in our system for up to 40 years. Work with your colleague in higher education to ensure that teacher training is producing competent teachers. Place teachers so that they teach what they are qualified to teach. Keep doing competency tests and provide truly effective support to get ill-performing teachers up to speed. Pay teachers well. Turn teaching back into a profession. Minister, you have said it, and I will echo it. Quality education is the future focus. We will expect nothing less for every child. The phenomenon of poor education for poor people must cease to be. Quality education must yield fit-for-purpose young adults. Education cannot continue to contribute to the high unemployment rate. Indeed, education must contribute to employment in a very direct and progressive way. Minister, ultimately, it is all about jobs.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Mashabela.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and members of the committee, the budget before us seeks not to transform basic education, but continue the status quo that compromises the education of a black child. The EFF rejects the budget as proposed by the Department of Basic Education because it lacks imagination and simply shifts the goalpost. The first thing is early childhood development. Teach children when they are as little as 3 years old because they absorb knowledge easier and are more likely to succeed in their education. It is unsurprising that 24% of grade 6 learners in former black schools can read, as opposed to 86% in the same grade in former white schools. Early childhood development means exactly that, early as 3 years. The EFF can't accept that 20 years later, 41% of teachers currently meet the required content knowledge levels of the subject they teach. Learners are now paying for your bad decisions to close teacher colleges. And 20 years later, we have a shortage. EFF says, reopen teacher colleges, retain the current teachers to have skills to deal with learners with special educational needs, increase the salaries of teachers, and results will improve. Improving basic adult education is important when literacy levels in our country are as low as they are. The basic norms and standards document is useless when we sit here with only 10% of public schools have water supply. Infrastructure is a challenge. This is not a good story to tell. 20 years later, Mutato Senior Primary School in Amatole region in the Eastern Cape is still a mud school. Makile Primary School, Kahoshi Pea, Mujaji region in Limpopo. Ka 167 learners from grade R to 7. Ka 3 teachers, 3 Zozo rooms, which we call mobile schools, mobile classrooms. No water supply, no security, no toilets. Teaching and learning that takes place in mud schools or Zozo rooms is unacceptable. Non-delivery of textbooks is precisely because the department lacks imagination and courage. The state must build capacity to print and deliver the books and not rely on the corrupted system, tender system. Abolish tenders and build your capacity to execute your own task as a department. The department must make all teachers permanent. There is no temporary arrangement when your aim is to professionalize teaching and learning. EFF says, go back to the drawing board. Build the capacity to print the delivery and deliver textbooks. Implement compulsory early childhood development from the age of 3. Eradicate mud and Zozo schools. Build a flushing toilet in every school. Honorable Chair,
thank you very much, Honourable Member. Ilunga elihloniphekile uMpontshane.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister. The Honourable Minister was correct when she said that we need radical transformation in order for us to achieve quality education. But the unfortunate thing is that definitions of concepts such as radical transformation will remain ever problematic, meaning different things to different people. If I may ask, does the Minister's definition of radical transformation include strong leadership as one of the most important blueprints for radical transformation? Without this blueprint, no transformation can take place. The department, for instance, which continues not having a permanent head, cannot effect any meaningful transformation. To improve overall education performance, Program 2 envisages the following inter alia: increasing the number of 5-year-old learners enrolled in publicly funded grade R classes. This is, Honourable Minister, laudable, but again, without the accompanying strong leadership at this level, the efforts will come to naught. Currently, grade R teachers are not covered by the Employment of Educators Act. Their pay is ashamedly very low and is not standardized, depends from one province to another, with 5,000 rand at the most. Surely, radical transformation is urgently needed at this phase in terms of their qualifications and their salaries. Again, to improve school management, Program 3 envisages the following, amongst other things: developing the South African standards for principals by the start of 2015 to define the role of school principals. 2, establishing learning networks for principals in June 2014. Today is July. Do we have bold leadership to implement this? What happened, if one may ask, to the agreement for the evaluation of principals and deputy principals? The department leadership has been held to ransom by teacher unions in the negotiation chamber for over 5 years now. And I'm told that this agreement has now been jettisoned. Oh,
Ngicela kuthatha leli thuba ngibite lilunga lelihloniphekile lalendlu yesishayamthetho Make Majeke.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members. The United Democratic Movement believes that the major intervention, if any, is to be made in the basic education sector must mainly be on school leadership, management, and governance, teacher content and knowledge, school environment and learner discipline, a culture of reading and writing. In this regard, we wish to make the following recommendations for further consideration and prioritization by the Ministry as part of enriching the departmental 5-year strategic plan as well as the annual performance plan for the financial season 2014-2015. Some of these matters may have been raised. However, we strongly feel that they deserve to be lifted up in the prioritization process. In line with the Department of Basic Education, MTSF priorities, the critical activities and targeted outputs for the next 5 years, the department needs to improve the quality of early childhood education and primary schools, including implementation of the Foundation for Learning campaign, emphasizing the promotion of language and numeracy. Conduct external tests for all grade 3s and grade 6 learners every year, and provide results to parents for further engagement and practical role to be played by parents. Investigate a system of effective evaluation of all learners based on the extent to which learner performance improve, with results influencing occupational specific dispensation pay for teachers. Ensure that teacher unions have a formal and funded role in teacher development. Strengthen management capacity to ensure working districts and schools. This entails bringing in management capacity from the private sector, civil society, and elsewhere in the public sector. Phase in a process of measurable improvements through targeting efforts, selected education district and dysfunctional schools. Use of infrastructure budget as an incentive for schools that deliver improved teaching and learning. We further welcome the decision to improve national and provincial alignment, Honorable Minister, and efficiency of education expenditure through, amongst others, procuring textbooks nationally and allocating resources to improve district capacity and the use of conditional grants to ensure alignment. The Department of Basic Education should also develop a social compact for quality education. This will include a national consultative forum dedicated to clarifying the non-negotiable and performance targets for key stakeholders and the monitoring thereof. Mobilization of communities at all levels should be given priority to raise awareness and participation in education issues. An example includes graduates assisting former and dysfunctional schools, corporate social investment, and party branch campaigns to clean up schools, supporting food gardens and encouraging
Honourable
young
Member,
graduates to
your
enter
time is
teaching.
up.
I thank you.
Honourable the Deputy Minister of Basic Education.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable MECs for Education who are present out here, Honourable members in the National Assembly, members in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. 2 days ago, we lost a writer, a patriot, and the voice of equality, a Nobel laureate, the first Nobel laureate produced in literature in South Africa, Nadine Gordimer. She was the voice of those who were opposed to oppression, opposed to a regime that excluded the vast majority of our people. 2 days from today, on Friday, we will be celebrating the Madiba Day. Another Nobel laureate, a person committed to the transformation of our country, a person who contributed immensely to what we are today. In fact, what he said on the birthday of Walter Sisulu, his comrade and colleague, was the following: what counts in life is not the mere fact that we have lived. It is what difference we have made to the lives of others that will determine the significance of the life we lead. In other words, in living and in contributing, we should take note of the fact that life is not merely about fit for purpose. Life is not merely about a job. It is about making a difference, and particularly in the context of our country, to ensure that we do more to enhance the opportunities and access and quality of education for those who have been historically deprived. We cannot pretend as we speak, just a mere 20 years after the achievement of our democracy, that there are no challenges within our democratic dispensation. The inequalities of the past still haunt us, and we see that in the inequality in terms of infrastructure, in the provision of water and electricity, in the provision of resources. And notwithstanding the valiant efforts that we have made in terms of providing better infrastructure, in terms of improving resources, we still have a huge challenge ahead of us. And I cannot but agree with the Honourable Lovemo that indeed poverty, the socio-economic circumstances do indeed determine the performance and achievement of learners, which means that we have to look at the socio-economic conditions more closely. Nadine Gordimer, the Nobel Peace Laureate, said just 3 years ago that there is a huge expectation that in a democracy we would achieve miracles. We've only enjoyed democracy for 17 years, and yet there is an expectation that we would be able to turn around systems that have been neglected and disregarded for decades, if not centuries. Those were words to say, let us not be impatient about change. Let us rather celebrate the strides that we have made and work harder together to make a difference. Honourable Chairperson, I think Nelson Mandela and Walter Sisulu would be quite happy and pleased if they were to go to the Eastern Cape to go to Lisikisiki or Libode and see week after week a school being delivered. Not just an ordinary school, not just a mud school, but a school with a laboratory, with a library, with media, connectivity, with sport facilities, with grade R classes, with jungle gyms and sanitation facilities for learners. These are the state-of-the-art schools that have been delivered week after week since August last year and will continue to be delivered in the course of this year and beyond this year. We have that particular responsibility if indeed we are compassionate and concerned about the quality of education, particularly for those of the poorest of the poor. I take heart in what the colleague from the EFF has said about early childhood development, but perhaps let me share some insight. The insight I would like to share with you is that social scientists are saying that the most critical and crucial years of a child are the first 1,000 days. And indeed, cognitive and emotional development takes place already during the period of gestation. And therefore, the Department of Social Development, in collaboration with the Department of Education, has set out a program of action to ensure that it does much more in relation to the first 1,000 days of a child's life. I think we should take heart in the fact that we've done extremely well, that more than 85% of our children are in schools in grade R. That according to the statistics that have been provided, the household statistics we have been provided, more than 92.5% of every child in South Africa has had at least 1 year of preschool learning. And indeed, the commitment of this government and the commitment of the Department of Basic Education is that we should incrementally increase it to 2 years as set out in the National Development Plan. I do not think there's any disagreement, Honorable Lovemore, between what the National Development Plan states and what the Department of Basic Education seeks to do. It seeks to do this because it believes that the manifesto of the ruling party, the National Development Plan, and the action plan of the department are the critical documents that would determine the course for the future. And indeed, we have already aligned the programs of department fully with that of the National Development Plan, so there is no debate about that. I think we should take heart in the fact that whilst we have a particular challenge in relation to the quality of education, there are unbelievable achievements that are occurring throughout the country. One is to go to Limpopo, a province which basically is characterized and remembered for the non-delivery of textbooks, and you go to a district called Bembe, and you go to Imbilwe High School. This school year has 485 learners who do mathematics and science, and they have produced more than 150 distinctions in mathematics and science, and they do so consistently. Now, this is a huge, huge, huge positive result. From the enrollment that you have in Imbilwe High School, you have more than 80% of the learners passing with a bachelor's degree. And it's not only in Imbilwe that happens, it goes also in Dendron, a school not too far from that, also in Limpopo. And there are such examples of huge increases that are occurring. We should not forget that in 2005, not very long ago, only 38% of our learners in our country were doing mathematics or any form of mathematics, and that too either in the standard grade or the higher grade. Today, every single child that does matric is compelled to do either mathematics or mathematical literacy. Today, we see a significant increase in the number of passes in mathematics. Today, we see an improvement in the quality of passes in mathematics. And indeed, what we have to say and what we have to agree is that we are slowly but surely moving away from mediocrity, moving towards excellence. We have not reached there. That's a goal that we have to work on together. But I believe with the commitment that we have, we certainly can succeed. And I think this is what the Honorable Lovemore was saying. It says that we have to work together to ensure that we change the quality of the lives of our people. Just 2 weeks ago, I was in Tokyo, Japan, where we had an informal discussion amongst ministers, and we tried to identify the challenges that we face in our country. And quite interestingly, just about a week ago, I received a mail from a colleague of mine whom I studied with at university. We did our honors in philosophy together. And he reminded me about two principles. The one is of episteme, knowledge, and the other one was of techne, not technical skills as you would get in a vocational school, but the methodology the ability to be creative and to utilize knowledge, the episteme, in different contexts. And the conversation that took place amongst ministers was no different from what Plato had spoken about in the times of the Greeks, many centuries ago. They said that in this rapidly changing world, we must recognize that people do not assume one particular task and function, that they must acquire the skills to be innovative and creative so that they could do more than being fit for purpose people. Because people tend to change jobs more frequently in the 21st century than they did in the past. They said that our single biggest challenge in the world is that of innovation, creativity, and analytical thinking and problem solving. They said that notwithstanding the fact that literacy and numeracy lies at the heart, and we do agree with that, of success, there is evidence that countries such as China, countries such as Singapore that perform well in literacy and numeracy have not performed well at all in terms of innovation, in terms of creativity and change. And therefore the challenge in the 21st century is to develop that capacity amongst our learners. But in order to do that, it means that we would have to teach our teachers to be able to teach pedagogically and methodologically differently, that they should be able to teach learners to work collaboratively, that learners should have the ability to learn through self-regulation, and that the paradigm in the 21st century is far, far different from the paradigm of the past. And it is for this reason that the Department of Basic Education has placed on itself the burden of ensuring, and in fact it's not a burden, the vision and the goal of ensuring that we provide connectivity to our schools, that we utilize technology to enhance the capacity of our learners to be able to work in a self-regulated environment, to access information in our knowledge economy, and to in fact become citizens who are engaged with the rest of the world in the process of learning under this new paradigm. And we can take heart in the fact that more than 14,000 of our schools are now connected in the country, that we have in Gauteng, in the Western Cape in particular, more than 80% of the school where ICT is being provided, and that we have more than 40% of our educators who have been exposed to ICT training and the ability to integrate ICT into the curriculum. I'm certainly pleased to hear what the Honourable member from the IFP has said with regard to professional leadership and management. And I think he will celebrate with us the fact that after much persuasion, the South African Council of Educators have now launched their continuous professional program. And then we can take heart in the fact that 27,000 principals and deputy principals have enrolled for the course of leadership and management. Because if we want radical transformation, we agree that there has to be a systemic, comprehensive capacity building exercise amongst all principals and deputy principals and indeed heads of department, because they are indeed the implementers of the curriculum, and that particular resource must be strengthened in order that it could permeate to the learning environment. Now this is a positive change. This is huge transformation. We tend to forget that in 1995, more than 15,000 schools were without water and sanitation. Today we have less than 1,000. That means that there has been significant progress, but we cannot defend the lack of water or sanitation or any such service in any single school. A mud school that was referred to by the Honourable colleague in the Eastern Cape is spoken about, and it's something that we should replace and substitute. Indeed, we are going to do so. But what about the school that is being delivered week after week after week? Why do we not celebrate our achievements as we ought to in our democratic South Africa? Honourable Chairperson, South Africa has grown. I think there is confidence and trust in what we are doing as a Department of Education, and we certainly would want to thank the Honourable Minister for audacious and boldness and her honesty in recognizing that indeed we do have challenges. And the result of that is we were able to confront the realities and improve year after year. To achieve 78.7% is no mean task. It's improved from 60% to 78.7%. And we think about these deep rural schools in KwaZulu-Natal, Limpopo. Who are the members who are teaching in those schools? Many of them, if not most of them, are members of SATU. There may be rogue elements within the union, and these rogue elements must be dealt with. It means that we must be firm in our commitment to provide quality education. But certainly we are not going to come up here on the podium and rubbish all unions, because unions form part of the landscape of our education system. What about Suid-Afrikaanse Onderwysunie? What about NEPTOSA? What about the other unions? We cannot rubbish one union at the expense of the others. That does not in any way suggest that where unions are counterproductive, where they tend to work against the better interests of our learners, that we should not be bold and assertive in demanding that indeed they comply. That is the view that we take, and that is the view how we are going to move forward with regard to this. Quite significant in South Africa's history is a collaboration agreement, a collaboration education trust framework, where the Department of Basic Education, through the Minister, has entered into an agreement with the private sector in the provision of services throughout the country. And already we are beginning to see changes. We've got a data analysis of 18 districts, of 8 districts, comprehensive, and private sector is working now with the department to ensure that we deal with issues of textbooks, of infrastructure, of governance, and various other elements. This is a wonderful, wonderful sign of confidence that the private sector places in the Department of Basic Education in ensuring that it's able to enhance the quality of education. Now, I could just perhaps reflect. 2010, bachelor's passes, 23.6. 2011, 24.3. 2012, 26.6. 2013, 30.6%. In other words, 1 out of every 3 children that passes matric can now go to university. 1 out of every 3 can go to University of
Honorable
Technology.
Deputy
That
Minister,
was not the case in the past.
your time
Thank
is
you so
over.
much, Honorable Chairperson.
Honorable Khoza.
Honorable Chairperson, Margaret Didiza, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, the Chairperson of the committee that I serve, colleagues, Nabama Seve Agabogora Minara Jamasi, Namshewa Darpereli. Allow me, Honorable Chair, to focus my speech or my debate on a pro-poor program, because inhlangano lowu nga ni rhuma ku ni ta ni ta vulavula laha I nhlangano lowu nakekelaku ngopfu vanhu lava va xanisekaku. So ni lava ku ta vulavula hi swisiwana ngopfu. Ni ta tirhisa ngopfu swona swisiwana ngopfu aka leswi ni nga ta vulavula hi swona. Honorable Chairperson, in 2008, the SADC Ministers of Education adopted the Care and Support for Teaching and Learning program. This was to respond to the challenges faced by children in the region. This includes poverty, HIV and AIDS, crime, violence, and substance abuse. This program, Chairperson, was initiated so that quality education can be achieved in the region. The goal of this program, Chairperson, is to realize the education rights of the children, including the most vulnerable, through schools becoming inclusive center of learning, care, and support. This program, the CTL, situates the DBE as a lead agency in addressing school-level barriers to education within a longer collaborated response that addresses the multiple barriers to education that vulnerable children are facing. South Africa is one of the 5 SADC countries implementing this program since 2008. Honorable Chair, there are 9 priorities that I want to talk to, which have been identified in South Africa to deliver on the integrated package of services with the aim of improving the access, retention, and achievement in schools. They are: 1, nutritional support, health promotion, infrastructure, social welfare services, safety and protection, psychological support, curriculum support, co-curricular support activities, and material support. I'll start by looking at nutritional school support program, Chairperson. This program, Chairperson, is one of the government programs that have been successful in meeting the nutritional needs of learners from the poorest communities to help them to perform optimally. It is the government's plan introduced in 1994 during President Nelson Mandela's government for poverty alleviation initiated to uphold the rights of the children to basic food and to contribute to learning in school by providing them with quality nutritious meals. Initially, this program was called the Primary School Nutrition Program and was transferred from the Department of Health to the Department of Education since it was seen as an intervention aimed at addressing the children's ability to learn. Whilst we have made significant gains, Chairperson, in improving the lives of South Africans since 1994, the level of poverty still remains high. Many children, Chairperson, grow up lacking food and proper nutrition. The General Household Survey of 2009 revealed that an estimated 20% of South African households have an inadequate access to food. The NDP highlights the need to eradicate child undernutrition and food security. The micronutrient affects nearly 2 billion people worldwide, and South Africa is no exception. Hence, Chairperson, the need for supporting this type of a budget we're talking about. Chairperson, the NSNP's primary objective is to provide daily balanced meals to learners from poorest communities to enhance teaching and learning. With the success of this NSP program, in the last 20 years, it has been observed that there are improvements in enrollment, school attendance, participation in class, and also reduced absenteeism. Therefore, there is still need to further demonstrate improvement in learning outcomes. On achievements, Chairperson, as of June 2014, over 9 million learners in approximately 21,013 quintile 1 to 3 primary and secondary schools benefited from this program, up from above 4 million learners in 2004-05 financial year. This is attributed to the extension of the program to public secondary schools. Schools are required to provide meals by 10 o'clock on all school days. Chairperson, this program also contributes to economic activity. The contribution to local economy by creating work opportunities through contracting SMMEs and local cooperatives. It contracts 3,078 local SMMEs from 2,977 in 2012. 534 local community-based cooperatives up from 312, 170 big companies, which brings the total number of service provided contracted to 3,782. The 534 local cooperatives include women cooperatives. This program, Chairperson, engages 54,125 volunteer food handlers, largely women responsible for preparing and serving meals to our learners. And they receive a stipend of about 900 rand per month in the 9 provinces. I would not have done justice, Chairperson, if I don't talk about the substance abuse that is affecting our children. Because the drug problem in South Africa has been on a continual rise, especially in the last few years. Alcohol and drug abuse in particular are slowly eating into the social fiber of our communities. Substance abuse has taken a dramatic turn, including at primary level. This has a huge psychological and health effect and the learning patterns of our children. All institutions in society should join hands in the fight against substance abuse. Government institutions, Department of Health, Basic Education, and Social Development should take a lead in this regard. Chairperson, I must also talk about scholar transport, as I'm one of the victims who used at the age of 7 to travel 30 kilometers to and from school while I was 7 years. Honorable members, the provision of transport has remained one of the key challenges that have confronted government in the post-apartheid era. Many scholars travel long distances to access their schools, and this is not conducive to learning. There is generally a lack of integration between communities and services, and this results in an unsustainable environment for proper socio-economic development. The historical demographic characteristics of the country pose a massive challenge in the provision of basic services to the communities. Rural communities, chairperson, are severely impacted by lack of access to services such as transport. Therefore, scholar transport is critical in providing mobility to scholars to access their educational institutions of learning. The provision of scholar transport, chairperson, ensures that scholars are able to reach their educational institution under a healthy and a safe environment, which enables them effective learning environment. Many scholars have been excluded from attending school and thereby receiving education because of a lack of transport, chairperson. Loko ni karhi ni pfala, chairperson, ni lava ku ta pfala ni karhi ni khensa the contribution by the minister, Mayor Anjum Tsega, leyi a yi endlaku, a yi tiselaku a good education in South Africa. Na swi tiva ku na va maseve hala ka voko ra mina ra ku jameleka, va swi tiva ntsena ku ntirho wa vona va fanekele va tirha ku kaneta. Se hava pfumeleli ku va ta kaneta, only if it is progressive. I thank you very much.
The next speaker is the Honourable Carter. Honourable Member, can you go through the proper way, please? Do you want to cross the floor? The Honourable Carter.
Thank you, Chairperson. At the end of each year, we congratulate and we celebrate, and it's all misperceptions of a true reality of our pass rate. Honourable Gina today agreed that out of 1,286,000 pupils that went to grade 1 in 2002, that only 34% of them actually passed. Now, it is devastating, it is heartbreaking. What are we doing to correct that? Claiming the 78% pass rate in the beginning of a year is claiming a false sense of achievement, which is not helping us to fix the problems that's there. Research has shown that students are pushed through with condoned passes until they reach grade 10. And this brings me to the question if there is any truth in this new beast that's on the block that is called culling. Weak pupils, when they reach grade 11, are prevented from going on to matric to boost the pass rates. And we must face the reality that there are schools out there where if you apply and you are from that area, you are not admitted into that school. You've got to, especially the hostel schools, the children are taken from the outside, and that is only to boost that school's pass rate. What is government going to do about that? The ruling party has been quoted in saying that our education system must ensure that no child is left behind. Now, it's pretty sad, and if I have to quote the Deputy Minister, saying that Nelson Mandela would have been very proud today, I think he would have been heartbroken to know that as we stand here today, halfway through the year, there's a Model C school in Tabazimbi where the grade 9 learners have not yet received handbooks for mathematics, social science, technology, life orientation, and Afrikaans. Now, that is really sad. It's halfway through the year. For far too long, government has allowed SARTU to reign supreme with impunity within our education sector. It is widely spoken in the corridors that SARTU were behind the removal of a former DG of Education, despite him being exonerated following an investigation. More shocking is the reports of SATU's involvement in the selling of positions. The fact remains that it is the Department of Education that ultimately makes the appointments, and would therefore at face value appear that the department itself is complicit in the matter. The Minister needs to commit to a full and transparent investigation with regard to the rot in the department being influenced by SATU and possibly other unions as well. Chair, reading through the estimates of the national expenditure, it is clear that there lacks clear ideas about how to bring us to the school system into a 21st century. Firstly, I need to say, it talks about a 21st century, but we're already in the 21st century. I'm skipping some days.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you, Chair.
Before I recognize the next speaker, may I just remind all honourable members to make use of the waiting benches on both sides, and also to refrain from crossing the floor when you approach the podium. In political parliamentary terms, it has a terrible meaning, Deputy Minister, when you touch the centre of this floor. It means that you have plans. The next speaker is the Honourable Alberts.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, your department's vision is quite clear. Develop, maintain and support a South African school education system for the 21st century. Now, if one honestly compares the output of your department with the stated vision, one finds a shocking disconnect. The 21st century requires highly skilled people to participate in a modern economy. Yet what we find is a basic education system that is designed to allow pupils to pass when they cannot properly read, write or count. The bar for passing cannot possibly be lower than the 35%, but perhaps this department will surprise us in future. The high pass rate also masks the low standards. The result of 20 years of ANC education can be summarized as follows. 50% of employable persons under 25 are unemployed. The under 25s constitute 3% of total unemployed. 60% of those that left school did so without matric. The average time spent looking for a job equals 806 days, and young people are competing in a pool of 6.5 million job seekers. Basiese onderwys is so swak dat diegene wat uit daardie stelsel kom, veral arm swart jong mense beskou word as onaanstelbaar, behalwe vir ongeskoolde arbeid. Dit is 'n nasionale skande.
Order, Chair. Chair, can we get the translators so that we can be able to hear Honorable Albert?
Yes, I've been informed that the technicians are working on the problem, Honourable Member. There seems to be a problem in terms of the direct translation as the members switch over from one language to another. But they are attending to the problem. I just beg your indulgence. You may continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Chair. The rest of my speech in English. Dit lyk of die regering opsetlik die massas ongeskool wil hou ten einde hulle makliker te beheer. Die eerste stap in die regstel hiervan moet die verskerpte implementering van moedertaalonderrig wees. Tweedens, meer klem op wiskunde en wetenskap. En derdens, die daarstel van hoër slaagstandaarde. We support the Minister's accelerated delivery and improvement of school infrastructure projects. We also urge the Minister to execute this with more mother tongue instruction in mind. If the Minister can execute a budget as planned, then we also hope that the Minister will advise the provincial MECs of education not to solve their school space problems by targeting Afrikaans mother tongue schools and forcing them to take in learners that need education in English. It is clear that your program to build new schools should actually solve this crisis. Afrikaans schools have dwindled to almost 300 at last count, and we think it's even less now. This is nonsensical in light of government's own pronouncements that demographic reality be the guiding light of social planning. Afrikaans is the third largest language in the country after Zulu and Xhosa, with English a distant
On a
sixth
point
place.
of order, Chair.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Is it parliamentary to say that something is nonsensical in this House?
It's a debate, Honourable Member. It's an opinion that is expressing, and the other speakers can deal with the comments of the Honourable Member when they take to the podium. Continue, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Chair. Therefore, should Afrikaans schools not actually increase
Order,
in
Chair.
line with the demographic reality?
What is your point of order, Honourable Member?
Can Honorable Albert take a question? in relation to his estimate of these 3 languages that are dominating in South
Wait,
Africa.
I haven't given you the opportunity to ask the question. Honorable Alberts, are you prepared to take a question from that honorable member?
Yes, Chair, I am.
You may ask the question, honorable member. Keep it brief.
How true is that these 3 languages, I mean, Afrikaans is one of the 3 dominating languages. What about other Sotho languages? Because Sotho is very vast. And isiZulu is very vast. I mean, Xhosa.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable Alberts, you can reply.
Honourable Member, the national census has shown this. It has been shown by previous censuses, and this census confirmed that Afrikaans is the 3rd largest language in the country, with Zulu the largest and Xhosa the 2nd largest, and this is a fact, and it's done by your departments. So, yet only Afrikaans schools are forced to accommodate non-Afrikaans speaking learners. Minister, no mother tongue should be forced to change its character in the end, or mother tongue school should be forced to change its character. This is unconstitutional and must stop. Minister, u het beheer oor die belangrikste departement in die land. U weet self, sonder 'n goed funksionerende onderwysstelsel het ons geen toekoms nie. Die stelsel sal drasties moet verbeter ten aansien van standaard en moedertaalonderrig ten einde 'n katastrofie af te weer in die toekoms. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. The next speaker is the Honorable Chaisa. May I once again remind honorable members that they must take their seats up in the waiting benches when they are next on the speakers list, so that the debate can proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Minister, and all the protocol observed. Chairperson, as AIC, we are of the opinion that the quality of teaching and learning at schools should really be improved. This would be only successful if we begin to be serious about infrastructure, LTSM, and improvement of educators' salaries, because these are the people that are doing the really paid work at school. Coming to curriculum, we've been doing a lot of assessment policy statements for all these other years. We believe that this one, the CAPS, or curriculum and assessment policy statement, should be the last one that we should make use of thoroughly, because this has brought about a lot of confusion to many of our learners and educators. Practically, Chairperson, we always say that we have to supply water, electricity, and sanitation facilities to our schools. We should mean exactly that. We should always make promises now that are never fulfilled, because these are some of the issues that our learners and teachers are faced with at our schools. Again, as AIC, we believe that the assessment that is being done at school now should be done continuously, but the due support that should be given on time to educators, so that now they know exactly what is it that they have done wrong and what is it that they've got to correct. Because by so doing now, we'll be preparing our citizens that are learners to be responsible citizens. Chairperson, there is this issue of standardization of textbooks and stationery. The distribution of textbooks and stationery has been centralized, but this does not mean now is an end to corruption. This means corruption now would be more pronounced, because really it would be done now by the senior officials and management of the department. Unless now this standard system comes to an end, so this corruption really will never come to an end. So we believe it is not a solution to the problem. We believe that communities now should be involved. They should be encouraged now to take part, as we believe, as I say, that people should take or should be part of the government. They should take center stage in governance. Chairperson, we believe that there should be a follow-up now to the monies that are always transferred to the provinces. Because if you keep on transferring these monies, then there's no monitoring, Then a corruption now.
Honourable Member,
will
your
come.
time has expired. Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Basson.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister of the Department of Basic Education, Deputy Minister of Basic Education, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Members of Parliament, Board Chairpersons of entities, members of the public in gallery up there, my people in Northern Cape, a special ZF Mqabu, where I come from. I greet you all. Molweni. Honorable Chairperson, allow me to quote from a legend, an icon, and a hero in all respects. The late Tata Rolihlahla Mandela once said, I quote, "Education is the great engine of a personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, that the son of a mine worker can become a head of the mine, that a child of a farmer can become a president of the great nation. It is what we make out of what we have, not what we are given, that separates one person from another." I close the quote. Honorable Chair, it is because of education that a child of an ordinary domestic worker and a railway worker like myself can be called today Honorable Basson. Inene sisuka kude kwaye isendele ndlela. I would also like to thank my organization, ANC, for giving me the opportunity to be part of this progressive and democratic ANC-led government. Indeed, Honorable Chairperson, I am today honored to come and share with this House the developments and on the budget and infrastructure of basic education, as indeed one of the non-negotiables. Thus, it is one of the key strategic priorities for 2014. Honorable Chair, Albert Einstein once said that the world will not be destroyed by those who do evil, but by those who watch them when doing evil without doing anything, close quote. Since the ANC-led government took over in 1994, it has committed itself to the task of social transformation, nation building, and promoting the notion that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, and all shall have the right to share equally the opportunities that are plentiful in the country. In doing so, the democratic government sought to redress the injustice of the past, which were deliberately set to plow and promote the negative culture of divide and rule within the South African nation. We congratulate the Department of Basic Education for the work well done in turning the tide against poor education in schools across South Africa. The work in particular is more commendable for the African schools in far-flung rural areas where young Africans had to attend schools under 3, to use dongas and bushes to relieve themselves, to walk long distances, crossing rivers to reach the school. I'm also the victim of that, lest we forget. Today, Our good story extends beyond the fixing of a broken glass, of a broken window, and eradicating the a mud school. Our good story tells building new, modern, and state-of-the-art school building embellished with a science laboratory, multimedia centers, ablution facilities, sports ground, well-ventilated classrooms, water infrastructure, electric, name them all. Honorable Chairperson, it is worth mentioning that in the year 2013, now 14, in Eastern Cape alone, 49 inappropriate schools were replaced with new schools. 190 schools were provided electricity. 237 schools provided with sanitation. 173 schools provided with water. 49 sites located in Libode, Lusikisiki, and Mtata district, whereby more than 12,000 learners are expected to benefit from ASIDI, were handed to 16 contractors in January 2014 with the value of 675 million. And those schools will be handed over to the communities very soon. Furthermore, let me tell you, we have good stories. I don't know. On Friday, 29th November 2013, something truly positive and historic happened in South Africa. The Minister of Basic Education, Honorable Angie Motshekga, published legally binding norms and standards for the school infrastructure, Comrade Mashibane. For the first time ever, it is now the law that every school must have water, electricity, internet, ablution. The list is long. It is long indeed. This is a great significance because it means that all learners in South Africa, regardless of race and class, will be able to learn in environments that environments with adequate and conducive infrastructure. Is this not a radical step or a radical move? The ANC-led government deserves a pat on the back, comrades, because it is one of the fewest governments of the world that boasts such a huge budget allocation to cater for the provisioning of education services and infrastructure development. Honorable Chairperson, for us as the ANC representatives in this portfolio, we view this large chunk of the budget as a very important milestone towards redressing the traumatic issues of the past, as such promoting general access and equity in the provision of education. Let me just give you a few examples on the MTEF 2014 allocation on infrastructure backlog grant. It is as follows. 2014-15, 231 mil is allocated for infrastructure. 2015-16, 479 million is allocated for that. 2016-17, 556 million. This is over and above the transfer from the education infrastructure grant to provinces, which amounted to 231 million in 2014-15, 589.9 million in 2015-16, and 555 million. Through this budget allocation, our government continues its effort to implement its electoral promise and mandate of serving the nation. Our government has placed education at the center stage of the development and as a strategic tool for both human and socio-economic. Honorable Chairperson, we are confident that irrespective of the numerous inherent structural weaknesses and challenges, our government remains resilient and it is on the track and can never be derailed in its mission to educate the nation. Today, the ANC-led government prides itself that with the education infrastructure rollout plan ASIDI, we are pushing forward with our set targets on providing of adequate quality infrastructure. We congratulate the Department of Education for setting targets in their program to deliver at least one completed and fully equipped modern state-of-the-art school in different provinces per week throughout this term. As the ANC, we wish to conquer that in this new era of democracy, the right to education can never be emphasized, nor be compromised. Furthermore, we are encouraged that the Department of Basic Education has been working tirelessly to give a suitable response to the school furniture shortage as it is announced by the Honorable President in his SONA speech, where he committed the government on the supply and delivery of new furniture in all newly built schools across the country by August 2014.
Honourable Member, your time has expired. Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Boshoff.
Honourable Chair, Honourable Minister, Deputy Minister, distinguished guests, honourable members, ladies and gentlemen. The right to basic education is a central facilitative right. By realizing this right, we invariably open doors to other rights and a brighter future. The state has the duty to respect, promote, protect, and fulfill these rights. We believe that a safe and secure teaching and learning environment is central to the right to basic education, and we expect the Minister to do all she can to ensure this achievement. In 2009, the ANC declared education as its apex priority. Bold statements outlined the various interventions that would assist in providing a safe and secure learning environment for our children. Honourable Minister, despite assurances, the DA is not convinced that the learning environment has received the attention it deserves. When a child dies in a pit toilet, or when in excess of 100 cases of sexual abuse of learners by teachers are received annually by the South African Council of Educators, then, Honourable Minister, alarm bells ring. When the Centre for Justice and Crime Prevention finds that most violence in schools takes place in the classrooms, and that weapons, alcohol, and drugs are readily available at many schools, again, alarm bells ring. Learners spend more time in the care of educators in some form of educational setting than with any other role player outside their home environment. It is therefore essential to ensure that this environment is safe. The Council for Educators informed our committee last week that teachers are not vetted for previous involvement in sexual offences, and that teachers who are deregistered for such offences escape the sanction by transferring to a different province. How is that possible? The law holds every principal accountable for the safety of every learner on his or her school premises. The law, the Occupational Health and Safety Act, also prescribes a range of steps to be taken to ensure safety. Are principals aware of this? Do they implement it? Honourable Minister, we doubt it. If they did, the pit toilet would never have happened. Chairperson, we are grateful to every public and independent school which has taken it upon themselves to try to create a crime, drug, and alcohol-free environment where learners are able to concentrate on furthering their personal ambitions. It is essential that every education circuit throughout the 9 provinces is assigned social workers and psychologists, and that they are properly trained and equipped to assist learners who are experiencing difficult circumstances or who have been subjected to traumatic incidents. Who is there to speak to pregnant teenagers or learners in HIV/AIDS affected homes or young people exposed to gang violence? Valuable lessons can be learned from the Western Cape's Safe Schools call centre, where immediate advice and assistance is given to callers by trained counsellors. Honourable Minister, I appeal to you to encourage the other 8 provinces to introduce such a system. Failure to provide trauma debriefing as soon as possible after a traumatic event could have negative consequences, including a greater risk of a learner dropping out of the system. Currently, only 40% of our learners who start grade 1 ever finish grade 12. Chances of obtaining employment are slim with a national certificate, but they are close to 0 without one. Therefore, we must support our children to stay in school. The Western Cape Education Department has a Youth at Risk program to ensure early identification of learners who show signs of aggressive behavior and their subsequent incorporation into a developmental program designed to assist them in addressing their behavioral problems. Coupled with this are the 181 MOD centres spread across the province. The centres provide sport and recreational activities to over 40,000 registered participants from disadvantaged communities and underserved schools, with most MOD centre activities taking place after school, usually between 14 and 1800 hours in the afternoon. Excellent constructive diversion for all youth, but particularly for those at risk, is needed. Chairperson, many educators and other role players must be commended for their courageous efforts in endeavouring to create, wherever possible, a stable environment for learners, sometimes under very difficult circumstances because of the areas in which they work. These educators attend school, not only having to face their own fears, but also to be confronted with frightened and traumatized young learners affected by violent events. The educators, too, need help and support. They receive it in the Western Cape. Minister, there is no reason why you could not use your influence to spread this best practice countrywide. Honourable Chair, if we focus on supporting our learners, on providing a safe and secure environment, coupled with discipline and respect, we stand a much greater chance of growing young adults who are tolerant, patient, courteous, and responsible. Just the sort of young adults any employer would welcome. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next speaker is the Honourable Mnguni.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honourable Members, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the ANC, the organization to be reckoned with, applauds the practical development and training of teachers done by the Department of Basic Education and Training. As we speak now, the implementation of the integrated strategic planning framework for teacher education and development will reach its first phase of implementation in 2014. A progress report detailing achievement goals, challenges, and targets for the 5th administration is ready and will be communicated to the system from the end of July onwards. A key feature on this will be to strengthen the delivery of professional development programs at school level through the increased support and monitoring of provincial education department programs and qualitative support to CAPS and ANA, considering the diagnostic reports on the previous years. Comrade Lovemore, honorable friend, you have spoken about the meeting of Department of Higher Education and Training that they should meet. Indeed, we move forward with the issue of meeting, saying the department has made strides in partnering with the Department of Higher Education and Training and other stakeholders in education. In August this year, we shall see the completion of training of 100 FET curriculum advisors, higher education specialists, and union reps in the collaboration project with the British Council in English First Additional Language. Wait and see. This project includes the training of the foundation phase, intermediate phase, and senior phase officials. We know that the department will intensify its monitoring of this delivery of these programs. And we know this department is working closely with the Department of Education and the provincial education and, in the provinces. The department has plans indeed. For this financial year, Honorable, it will provide training to support to the provincial education departments in inclusive education, which include sign language, Braille, the introduction of African languages, multi-grade teaching, unqualified and underqualified teachers, including grade R. I think the minister, if you have been listening, did say something on that. This includes the support to the provincial education department in the establishment of subject committees and professional learning committees. We are in the same committee, portfolio committee. We will see that, and we are going to monitor that closely with you. Chairperson and honorable members, there has been the bilateral talks and initiatives between the Department of Basic Education and that of Higher Education and Training. Why? It is because they want to strengthen the initial teacher supply. The strategies that have been implemented so far, they include, Honorable Lovemore, the strengthening of the Funza Lushaka Bursary Scheme, which provides full cost merit-based bursaries to students to become teachers in scarce skills subject. The spending on these bursary schemes, if you look at the figures, has increased from 424 million in 2010-2011 for 10,074 students to 893.9 million in 2013-2014 for 14,500 students. You see skills are being uplifted. That's the beginning, we're coming. The projections indicate that more than 43,200 bursaries will be awarded over the medium term at a cost of 2.982 billion. The other strategy that the department is doing is the provision of the earmarked grants to universities to develop new infrastructure for teacher education. In 2012-2015 or 2012 to 2015 medium-term cycle, approximately 600 million was allocated to universities for teacher education infrastructure development. The other strategy the department has done is the engagement with the universities through the enrollment planning process to ensure that initial teacher education is prioritized as one of the priority areas for continued growth. Honorable Mashabela for EFF, maybe you walk with your eyes closed if we are talking about colleges. There's been an expansion of teacher education to new campuses of existing universities. Where possible and feasible, former teacher college sites are being used for this purpose. Example, former Ndebele College of Education site, now known as Siyabuswa Teacher Education Campus, the University of Mpumalanga, and the establishment of a B.Ed Foundation Phase program on the Missionville campus of Nelson Mandela Metropolitan University, which is enabled to be the teacher education site as well. Limpopo province has indicated that the Sikukune College of Education site and Kiane College of Education site can be reutilized for teacher education. These strategies, love more. Honorable, I was coming to honorable, you just spoke earlier, are bearing fruit. In 2009, 6,855 new teachers graduated. In 2012, the figure was standing at 13,702, which translates to 99.8% increase. The enrollment planning preparation indicates that by 2019, public higher education system will be producing in excess of 22,000 new teachers per year. But again, Comrade Albert, or Honorable Albert, Honorable Albert, the attrition rates is facing us as the department, or as the country as such. Currently, the figure stands at 3.2% to 5%, which translates to 12,000 or 15,000 educators exiting the system annually. Although these figures are relatively low as compared to our other countries, which are on the same level as ours of development, indeed. But yeah, the more and the experienced educators resign, which are those figures. Something has to be done to address these figures. But what is encouraging with us, or with the department and with the ANC working forward, is the percentage of young educators showing interest in the last 5 years. The young people between the age of 20 to 29 years are rising from 3% to 6%, which show impacts on Funza Lushaga, the ANC introduced project through the Department of Education, with the underqualified educators declining from about 5.5% to 3% over the same period. The figures from the Department of Higher Education and Training show that the number of initial education graduates is increasing rapidly. Between 2009 and 11, the number of graduates increased from 7,000 to 10,500. Look at the Fuzalo Shaka graduate. They increased at about 800 in 2008 to approximately 3,200 in 2013. The ANC chairperson prides itself with what the department is doing, looking at underperformance, which showed improvement in literacy and numeracy in the lower level of schooling, namely the foundation phase and the intermediate phase. We are looking forward to gradual improvement in the higher classes, which is beginning to be noticeable indeed. We are also pride ourselves as ANC to the Naledi schools and the Department of Science and Technology adopted schools, which show much improvement in science and technology subject. On the issue of discipline, Chairperson Honorable, the ANC and the department commend the discipline by the large majority of teachers in our school. The contribution is much appreciated, although it's not seen by Honorable Poshov, who says that teachers do not do much in their schools to control drugs. They are trying by all means to control drugs. However, one ill-disciplined teacher is one too many, as this affects the integrity of the profession as a whole. But we have got the provincial education departments, which have got exclusive jurisdiction to discipline teachers. We are confident that everything shall be done to deal with all forms of misconduct, which include fraud, excessive absenteeism, and so forth. The teachers must adhere to the non-negotiable as clearly articulated by the President, Honorable President. The officially South African Commander-in-Chief, I repeat, voted South African Commander-in-Chief, President Jacob Zuma, in his SONA, to assist to impact positively for qualitative and effective service delivery in class. But then, to regulate discipline, the Employment of Educators Act of 1998, Section 17 and 19, has been enacted. We urge provinces to implement these acts effectively. Comrade Mponjane, which I don't see now here, Honorable Ponjane is there. We have said much with Honorable Macheke from EFF about SATU. SATU is not only the union member that exists. And SATU helped in the development of this Employment of Educators Act. So we should applaud SATU for the good work that it does. For teacher development, it always does to teachers. Do not single out SATU alone. Chairperson, districts have a pivotal role in understanding and addressing the country's educational institution to achieve the qualitative and efficient national learning outcome. As ANC, we are happy that the department has therefore initiated the following processes to ensure that districts provide the much-needed support to schools, which we appreciate. The first one is the promulgation of the guidelines on the organization, roles, responsibilities of education district. These guidelines provide for a framework within which the Provincial Education Department can provide district provinces with the necessary roles, delegated authority, and skills to enable them to perform their core functions.
Honourable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, is it parliamentary for Honourable Yusuf to keep on chewing there?
Honourable Member,
Honourable
Khadebe, take your seat, please. The Honourable Minister.
No, thank you, Chair, and let me thank honourable members for the debate and the contributions, and we'll say those that we've not responded to, Chair, we've noted them with respect and we'll follow up on them. Let me just start off by assuring the EFF member that I actually don't have time and energy for people who behave like anarchists and bandits that are against everything and offer no solution. She can go and count, not tell me about 2 schools or 3 mud schools. The mere fact that we're asking for a budget of 10 billion and say we want to eradicate mud and inappropriate structures, it means they're there. So what are you telling me about 1, 2 schools you have heard about? I can give you the figures and the names. They exceed 300. So don't worry, the 2 is too little. There's lots of them, and that's why we've budgeted for them. But let me say really, I hope now that the overalls are gone, perhaps sanity will start prevailing. To the Freedom Plus member, I have to say, member, there is no intention by this government to disrespect any language and any culture. There are more dynamics, in addition to what we are saying, that makes more learners not take Afrikaans, including the parental choices. So you do begin to see African-speaking parents taking their kids to English-speaking schools. So it's one of the factors. I'm not saying it's the only factor, but I must assure you that there is nothing like a deliberate undermining of any school of any language by this government. Honourable Lovemore, with all respect, education is not only about jobs. It's very reductionist, it's economist, it's not true. Education is much more than that. It's about releasing the full potential of our children, which are beyond jobs. We are not educating kids to be job machines. And that's why otherwise we'll not have Karikude. So job is part of it, but there must be holistic, responsible adults that can hold themselves in the world socially, economically, and politically. So we are not producing machines, we're agreeing, but really I think it's only at the last point where I agree with you about quality, and I think we agree there. So if you could just, I think, liberate yourself from this very limiting and reductionist definition of education. We are producing, our kids are God's images, and their potential is beyond being job machines. So this job thing is right, but it's too limiting. Our work is much more bigger than that, including getting our kids to know their history. So you can't criticize history and say jobs. They have to know where they come from. It's part of this full potential. I didn't say it should be potential. it should be compulsory. I said we are investigating with countries, because I agree with you. You can't just overload the curriculum and get kids to do everything, all of them. So I said in this speech here, we are investigating the calls, but we can't undermine the fact that our people are just not job machines. They have to know more than that. The other fact I also have to clear you on is about the different systems. Every education is internationally. Know that there's, unfortunately, a very strong link between your socio-economic background and academic performance. We are not having poor performance in poorer communities because we don't care. It's because there is always a correlation. And that's why, as this government, consciously and deliberately have a pro-poor package to support kids from poor families, because indeed, they'll always stay behind. There's no motivation at home. There's no support at home. There are lots of things that mitigate against their success. And that's why we have additional classes. We give them school uniforms. We do remedial classes, because there's always that challenge. And that's why we're putting those pro-poor packages, which is not only resources, but the entire support that we have. I forgot, Chair, to mention also that as a department, and which I agree with most members, are quite concerned also about the rot in the system. And that's why the team that is going to investigate these sales for post under Professor Volmik is ready to start doing its work, because I agree with members that if we have to maintain the status, the integrity, and the respect of the profession, we have to assist it at all times to behave professionally without necessarily saying who, this union or the other. Because you can't say we have 80% pass and then say a union that has more than 80% members did not contribute to that pass. It will be just dishonest. So indeed, there are rotten potatoes in most unions, but there's also very good, dedicated, and hardworking teachers also in all unions. But it's just that I think the debate is quite short. Lento radical is true, that it means everything. It means lots of things, and which you can't define in one sentence, because in the sector itself is complicated, it's got many facets, therefore, that radicalism will have to do in many facets. We can say what we'll do in the senior phase, where we experience poor progression, poor retention, poor pass rates. We're saying what we're going to be doing, which will really, again, wish to tell the committee, is to deal decisively with that which is causing those problems. And one of the things that I think, let me just quickly go through what, again, I'm chasing time, Chair, what we are working on with partners in education. If you recall, in July last year, we started what we call the Education Collaboration Framework, and can say it's starting to bear fruits. Through it, we have coordinated and profiled schools in the targeted districts, school by school, detail by detail, district by district, to make sure that we have what we call fresh schools, and that's what we're calling about radical, so that we can deal systematically. Whilst we want to deal with the system, but again, we think we have to really begin to focus school by school and phase by phase. From next year, we're going to start with the senior phase, because indeed, the senior phase is a death trap. We're getting not more than 20% pass in terms of our ANA. We have lots of dropout rates. We have lots of failure rates. So we're going to deal with that phase decisively, so that we say that phase we have to identify all the things that are supposed to be done. Your teacher training, your resourcing, your teacher aids, and those are the things that we were talking about. In this collaboration, for instance, we're working with more than 120 committee members, your trade unions, your traditional leaders, your business people who form the district steering committees, working with us to improve schools. Already more than 291 schools that we are working on that require urgent and focused attention. That's what we're talking about. And these schools are being, for instance, provided with differentiated responsive attention, enabling them the opportunity to make a fresh start. And that's what we're working with the education collaboration task. And as we can elaborate a lot on it. The last one I want to talk about also is also, Chair, to share with yourselves that as a sector, as a department, we're overjoyed that Corporate South Africa is coming on board big time. We have the Shuttleworth Foundations, Sasol Nzala, all of them really providing needed support to get the sector to move. And it's a pity that I can't list all of them and I leave others. But what is also very exciting, that even our institutions of higher education are coming to the party. Because what we see in other countries, when universities start working very close with schools, we both learn. They learn on what they need to teach their kids, not to support the sector, On the other side, on the other hand, the sector benefits from the high skills that are located in those institutions. And almost all our institutions in the country are coming to the party. But also, Chair, our own workers or employees in the sector are giving their best. I've invited Doramuloy from Gauteng, who was the best district in Gauteng. We had invited also the director from the Free State, who produced the best results in the districts. So again, even our employees have gone into the stream of really making sure that things happen and are providing the necessary support. And also have to say, this year we'll be having the elections, Chair, of next year of school governing bodies, and we'll want different parties to encourage their members to participate in these elections. But in short, in conclusion, Chairs, we really, as I close this debate, I really want to say what the SG always says, ruling party. We are continuing undeterred because we know we have to do it. Our country needs all of us. And sometimes it's a pity when you get DA, Western Cape. South African kids belong to all of us, even to the DA. So celebrate other good things which are happening elsewhere and stop saying Western Cape, as if those are the only kids you value. Value all of them. They all belong to you. We celebrate kids in the Western Cape because they belong to us. I think despite the fact that you couldn't get your 30%, console yourself that we are the official opposition party and the national one. So take a national stand and really have a national view and just grow beyond the 30% that we're aspiring to say. Despite the fact that we're not 30%, we've managed to be the official ruling party nationally and then grow big. Celebrate on all our kids, and not only Western Cape kids, and really close yourself off. And to Member Boshoff, I'm really sorry. I can hear what you are going to hear for the next 5 years. I know DA always picks up a negative pet subject, and I can hear that we're going to stay in the latrines with you.
Honourable
And good
Minister,
luck.
your
We're
time
not
has
going
expired.
there. So don't pit toilet, we're staying alone.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. That concludes the debate. Members are reminded that the extended public committees will continue from 7 this evening in the following venues. Vote 24, Justice and Constitutional Development, will take place in the National Assembly Chamber. The debate on Vote 37, Transport, will take place in the Old Assembly Chamber. And the debate on Vote number 9, Government Communication and Information System, will take place in Committee Room E249. That concludes the debate and the business of this extended public committee. The committee will now rise.
Where's that?
do you do with the old ones? Take them off. Yeah? There's a master's there. So what do you do with these ones? Old ones?
Objects? Objects? Jangwe. Objects? Manga. Wheeler. Yeah.
So
you must do everything on your own.
Hey, what must I do on this side?
The same that you do in the other room.
Yeah.
Just you must do the speakers list as well, and your time is done for you.
Oh, the time is there. Okay. So what must I
You
do
don't
when
have to calculate.
Hey, I forgot now. What must I do there now?
You must there's your time, and then you say start.
Yeah.
And remember, pause
Pause,
when
yeah,
there's a
it's a
point
point
of
of
order,
order.
and not
Yeah.
and resume.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, sure. So we are going to sit. We're going to sit on this side.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm senior. Okay. Suppose, what are we doing now? Justice and Constitution.
I'm not here. Oh, I thought you were here.
I'm in the order assembly, Chair.
Honorable members, can we have a moment of silence? May we be seated? I will now ask the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Debate on vote number 24, Justice and Constitutional Development.
Honorable the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services.
Honorable Chairperson of the National Assembly, Ministers, Deputy Ministers, and honorable members of this House, Judges, President, and esteemed members of the Judiciary, heads of the constitutional commissions and statutory institutions in the justice cluster, heads of professional law bodies, distinguished guests, comrades and friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor and privilege for me to deliver to this esteemed House this, my first budget policy statement of the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development. I'm humbled by the confidence bestowed in me by the President, the ruling party, the African National Congress, and the people of this country to have been appointed as Minister for Justice and Correctional Services in this fifth term of our democracy. The revamped ministry, backed by 2 departments and 2 deputy ministers, will focus on the implementation of policies and programs aimed at accelerating the the transformation of our justice system and enhancing service delivery. In carrying out this mandate, we are guided by the National Development Plan, government's program of action, and the overarching vision of a better South Africa espoused in the manifesto of the ruling party. During this term, we'll focus mainly on intensifying the fight against crime and corruption, broadening access to justice, and improving service delivery, particularly in relation to vulnerable and underprivileged members of our society. Allow me to seize this opportunity, therefore, to compliment all my predecessors who made significant strides in the transformation of justice, notably the current Minister in the Presidency, Dr. Jeff Hadebe, whose contribution in particular to the expansion of our court infrastructure constitutes a monumental achievement and a valuable contribution to the advancement of our justice system. The Constitution's 7th Amendment and the Superior Courts Act, which came into operation in August 2013 in particular, provide a constitutional and legislative framework for the development of an independent court administration model in keeping with the principle of separation of powers under our Constitution. The Office of the Chief Justice serves as a transition towards a fully fledged administration which will enhance the independence of the judiciary and the advancement of the rule of law. We hope to finalize legislation providing for the desired alternative court administration model during the term of the current administration. In the interim, we will continue to provide support to this office, including stepping up our efforts towards ensuring that the office obtains its separate budget vote in order to exercise its independence effectively and efficiently. Among the significant gains we have made since the advent of our democracy is the racial and gender transformation of our judiciary. From one black judge in 1994, we pride ourselves of 155 black judges out of a total of 243. significant achievement indeed. We are, however, concerned about the underrepresentation of women on the bench. There are 79 female judges on the establishment of 243 judges. Through the State Attorney Amendment Bill, which was enacted by the Fourth Democratic Parliament, government will develop and implement policy which will enable us to monitor the preferential allocation of states' legal work to female and other previously disadvantaged practitioners. These measures are aimed at widening the pool from which the Judicial Service Commission can select candidates who will advance the transformation of the judicial system. Ladies and gentlemen, as part of the Justice, Crime Prevention, and Security cluster, we continue to work together to strengthen our criminal justice system. Our strength is in our unity, hence an integrated approach is significant as we adopt an aggressive stance against serious crimes, including commercial crimes and corruption in particular. We have, over the past 20 years, built a strong legal framework and formidable law enforcement agencies and institutions which are equipped to tackle these serious crimes. The reduced incidence of serious crimes realized over the past 9 years bears testimony of the effectiveness of the joint efforts of the cluster in fighting crime and corruption. There is a visibly growing synergy in the work of the Special Investigating Unit, the Anti-Corruption Task Team, the Asset Forfeiture Unit, and the Hawks and other entities outside of the public sector, such as Corruption Watch, which aim to rid the country of corruption. In 2013-14 financial year, the Asset Forfeiture Unit froze 452.6 million rands as proceeds of crime, involving amounts of more than 5 million rands in value. Over the past 5 years, the amount frozen has totaled 1.466 billion rands. We will continue with our successful campaign to name and shame those who are convicted of corruption as a deterrent to those who want to benefit from ill-gotten gains of crime. By publishing the names of the convicts, we're sending a strong message that government is taking a stern stance against those who help themselves to the monies that are intended to uplift our communities and our nation as a whole. This also attests the ability and competence of the National Prosecuting Authority of prosecuting those who commit crime without fear, favor, or prejudice. And on this juncture, let me pause to congratulate the National Prosecuting Authority for continued and unrelenting improvement in service delivery and producing clean audits. It is commendable indeed. As honorable members would notice, there is a steady increase in conviction rates recorded across various categories of crimes. For the 2013-2014 financial year, for example, the conviction rate in relation to organized crime was 87.9%. The conviction rate of trio crimes was 84.7%, and the conviction rate of sexual offenses was 66.7%. I want to assure South Africans that there are effective institutional arrangements in place to ensure that the work of the NPA is not affected by the inquiry relating to the National Director of Prosecutions, Public Prosecutions, its fitness to hold office that the President has announced recently. Honorable members, the department will continue to work with all stakeholders to improve court performance. Working with the JCPS cluster departments, several interventions have been introduced to deal with the case backlog in our courts. The regional and district backlog courts have removed 109,419 cases from the court rolls since 1 November 2006 until the end of March 2014, comprising of 79,081 cases finalized, 26,769 cases withdrawn, and 3,539 cases transferred to higher courts. The provincial efficiency enhancement committees established in all provinces by the Chief Justice to deal with challenges and obstacles in the management of cases throughout courts are yielding positive results. Protection of human rights and the rights of vulnerable groups is a focus area we'll give special attention to in this coming term. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with the NDP, we want to make a significant contribution to the general safety of all who live in South Africa, in particular, the most vulnerable of our society. Through the Child Justice Act, we have revamped our criminal justice system by creating a system suited to children who are in conflict with the law. This legislative intervention is bearing fruit, surpassing our expectations. We are also paying attention to other categories of vulnerable sectors in society. In April 2014, together with Chapter 9 institutions, for example, and nominated civil society organizations, my predecessor, Minister Khadebe, launched the National Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Intersex, that is LGBTI program. As part of this program, a national task team has been formed to develop a policy framework on combating hate crimes, hate speech, and unfair discrimination, which we expect to publish soon for comment. Government is dealing robustly with gender-based violence, including the sexual offenses such as serious sexual offenses such as rape. In 2013, we reintroduced the sexual offenses courts. A total of 22 sexual offenses courts in this regard have been established countrywide, including remote rural communities. A further 12 sexual offenses courts are earmarked for establishment during this financial year. Through this dedicated sexual offenses courts, we are able to provide specialized victim support services, improve the effectiveness of witnesses in the execution of their role in court, reduce the turnaround time in the finalization of sexual offenses matters, and improve the conviction rates in these cases. Linked to these courts are the Tutuzela centers, which provide support services to victims of sexual offenses. We hope to increase these Tutuzela centers in the current financial cycle. During the 2014 efforts, we will be directed towards the implementation of the Prevention and Combating of Trafficking in Persons Act of 2013, a single statute that tackles human trafficking holistically and comprehensively. The new law provides for a maximum penalty of 100 million rands or life imprisonment, or both in the case of a conviction. Ladies and gentlemen, with regard to maintenance, we have brought improvement by, amongst other things, reducing long queues through the introduction of the electronic fund transfer system, the EFT system. There are approximately 9.9 million EFT transactions to the value of 3 billion rands annually. Over 2.9 billion rands was paid to maintenance beneficiaries, the majority of whom are children in the past 3 years. We have also enhanced the management of our Guardian Fund and improved our service, particularly to orphans who are dependent on the fund for their livelihood. In 2012-13, government made 46,000 payments, totaling 1.006 billion rands to Guardian's fund beneficiaries, the majority of whom are children. During 2013-14, this increased to 675 beneficiaries being serviced to the amount of 1.3 billion rands. Small claims courts are an important vehicle through which people continue to access justice speedily and at no cost. We are pleased to report that the number of small claims courts increased from 68 in 2009 to 293 in 2012-2013. So in case you want to check out the legacy of the incumbent president, you have the figures at your fingertips. In March this year, court annexed mediation
Honorable
rules.
Minister, you have got 3 minutes left.
Thank you. In March this year, court annexed mediation rules which aim at introducing formal mediation in our court system were promulgated. The date of implementation of these rules has been extended from 1 August to 1 December 2014. This is with a view to synchronizing the implementation thereof with the impending reorganization of magisterial districts. The implementation of these rules will massify access to justice and introduce an affordable and less adversarial means of settling disputes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon begin with the implementation of the court rationalization program, which seeks to align jurisdictional boundaries of our lower courts and divisions of the High Court with municipal and provincial boundaries, respectively. Implementation will commence soon after we have concluded our consultation with the judiciary stakeholders and the affected communities. Through this program, we aim to alleviate the unbearable hardship endured by communities in rural areas and historically black townships in particular, of having to travel long distances to access courts in far-flung areas. They do so at great expense due to high costs of transport and litigation. As part of this program, 29 branch courts have been converted into full-service courts in the past 3 years, and four are earmarked for the current financial year. Let me turn to the budget and indicate that an allocation of 17.9, almost 18 billion rands, has been allocated, a third of which, just over 6 billion, goes to courts, and just over 3 billion which goes to the prosecuting authority. Together, those amounts make up half of the total amount that we're spending on our court system alone to ensure that we give priority to an effective, functional, and efficient court system. The rest of the funds are split between other sectors in the justice cluster. For example, just over 2 billion is spent on Chapter 9 and other institutions such as the Legal Aid Board. And of course, the Deputy Minister will elaborate a bit on the role of the Legal Aid Board. Let me say that in recent weeks, I had the privilege to attend an international conference that they convened, where it became clear that our legal aid system in South Africa is a model which even the United Nations has adopted as a model to display for the rest of the world to learn from. Thank you very much also to them for their continued clean audits over a period of the past 11 years. Like many other institutions in this cluster, they deserve to be commended. Let me conclude by thanking the Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Deputy Minister on Correctional Services, the DG of Justice, the Acting National Commissioner, and all the officials in the department, and of course not forgetting the leadership of the judiciary present here and all other fraternity and sorority of the justice system. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Honorable Ncheha.
Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister and Deputy Ministers, all protocol observed. The South African Constitution Act 108 of 1996 mandates us to conduct a radical transformation of the entire legal system, including the judiciary. This constitutional imperative is premised on the fundamental right of all South Africans to access formal and substantive justice, the courts and legal services, the legal profession. To achieve these objectives, our legal system, including the judiciary, should be radically transformed. The desired radical transformation must be informed by Ubuntu values and principles embodied in the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. The Constitution enjoins us to build a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and prosperous South Africa in which the value of every citizen is measured by our common humanity, Ubuntu Voto. These constitutional values and principles must be infused into our jurisprudence and the legal system. Of course, these values did not come from heaven like manna. They were born out of the struggle of the African people for freedom and justice. South Africa needs a homegrown jurisprudence, that is legal philosophy, based on our spiritual and humanist values. The founders of our democracy left a rich spiritual and humanist culture which should inform our transformation agenda. In 1892, the founding president of the African National Congress, John Langalibalele Dube, called for a new Africa that would be spiritual, humane, and prosperous continent. In 1905, Pixley Isaka Seme embraced these values, reclaimed his African identity, and called for a new and unique civilization for Africa and Africans. However, Seme condemned the demon of racism and called for unity in diversity. Sfako Makato, successor of John Langalibalele Dube, called for the creation of a non-racial society in South Africa. His successor, Reverend Zacchaeus Mahabane, noted that African people were degraded and humanized and rendered landless, homeless, and hopeless in their own country. Mahabane argued that the recovery of the African humanity, Ubuntu Butu, was a prerequisite for the recovery of the humanity of all Africans, both black and white. Mahabane's humanist philosophy found expression in the 1923 ANC Bill of Rights, which called for the recovery of the humanity of the African people and their right to participate in the economic life of the country. Thus, the ANC made our common humanity, Ubuntu, the fountainhead and foundation of its human and people's rights culture. The 1923 Bill of Rights was amplified by the African claims adopted by the ANC in 1943, which called for the recognition of the socio-economic rights of African people. In 1955, the Freedom Charter, adopted by the Congress of the People, introduced a constitutional blueprint for a post-apartheid South Africa based on the unity in diversity and the right of the South Africans, both black and white, to cultural, social, and economic self-determination. In 1987, the ANC adopted a statement of negotiations which affirmed the constitutional vision embodied in the Freedom Charter. In 1988, the ANC issued the Constitutional Guidelines for a Democratic South Africa, which provided that all government structures and institutions shall be based on democratic principles, popular participation, accountability, and accessibility within a united South Africa. The ANC was also the architect of the Harare Declaration, which contained constitutional principles for a democratic dispensation and guidelines for a negotiated settlement. The constitutional values and principles contained in the Freedom Charter and the Harare Declaration found their way into the South African Constitution. This is not political, but constitutional history, which must be taught to all law students and aspirant judges. Transformation of the legal system. South Africa needs a new legal system, a new judicial system. It needs a homegrown jurisprudence not transplanted from Canada and other Western countries which have no regard for the African stream of history and culture. South Africa, it is important for South Africa to domesticate African human rights instruments, to Africanize the South African legal system and jurisprudence. As President Jacob Zuma said, supported by Judge Hlophe, it is necessary to Africanize or indigenize the law in this country. That also means, therefore, that we need to train a new type of a judge. And that's why we support the development of criteria for the training of judges so that we have judges that are rooted in the African human and people's rights culture, that we therefore support the South African Judicial Education Institute for the training of judges, and we think that it has to be capacitated so that it can produce progressive judges for the country. We also believe that you cannot produce good black judges unless you have good black lawyers. We are therefore, Honorable House Chairperson, as this Parliament, going to monitor the issuing of briefs to black lawyers so that they can get the necessary experience that will make them eligible for appointment as judges. So it is not true, Honorable Horn, that the development of criteria for the appointment of judges is interference with the independence of the judiciary. From transformation of the judiciary. For the past 20 years, we have done very well in the transformation of the judiciary by passing the Constitutional Amendment Act and also the Supreme Court Act as well as the Legal Practice Bill. But it must be borne in mind that transformation of a legal system and the judiciary is not only a matter of restructuring, creating institutions or different institutions. It also goes to the heart of the concept of justice itself. South Africa has three streams of history and culture, namely the African, Asian, and European streams. The English common law and Roman Dutch law are based on the European stream of history and culture. Indigenous African law is based on the African stream of history and culture. Our courts apply statutory law, English common law, and Roman Dutch law to resolve criminal, civil, and family disputes. This means that European norms and standards are imposed on the African majority contrary to the Constitution. There is also a marked difference between European an African court system. Traditional African courts use inquisitorial, not adversarial procedures, and do not require legal representation. Their decisions are also based on consensus. Indigenous African courts, therefore, favor the poor, whilst European courts favor the rich. The transformation of the legal system offers us an opportunity to infuse constitutional values and principles in indigenous African law, English common law, and Roman Dutch law. The finalization of the Traditional Courts Bill and the implementation of the Traditional Framework and Governance Act will therefore go a long way to give traditional communities, especially rural women, equal access to justice. Alternative resolution, dispute resolution forums. The people of this country during the 80s not only rejected apartheid court systems, but also evolved an alternative dispute resolution forums that came to be known as people's or community courts. But the state agents infiltrated them, discredited them, and got government to suppress and eliminate them. But instead, the government went and imported Canadian and other alternative dispute resolution forums, and thereby denied the African people an opportunity to develop a homegrown alternative dispute resolution forums. In other countries, notably Zimbabwe and Mozambique, the post-colonial administrations adopted and integrated such community system into the modern system. So as this parliament, we will conduct a comparative study of these systems and see how South Africa also can create space for the masses of the people to create their own common law in the same manner that the British and the Romans and the Dutch created their own common law. Law and language policy. The many miscarriages of justice result from language barriers. It cannot be that in a country that is predominantly African, with the majority of judges being not black and not knowing a single African language, that we can claim that the administration of justice delivers justice to the majority of the people. And therefore, we want to suggest, Honorable House Chairperson, that in the same manner that we were not allowed to become lawyers unless we know Afrikaans, English, and Latin, no South African, both black and white, should be allowed to get a law degree and become a judge or a magistrate unless they've passed one indigenous African language. Fighting corruption. Fighting corruption. There are institutions supporting democracy, the public protector. We have the South African Human Rights Commission. We have the Public Services Commission. When they appeared before us, it emerged that they are overlapping mandates and poor coordination. And when we put a question to them whether or not these overlapping mandates should not be revisited, we were accused of wanting to reduce the powers of the Chapter 9 institutions or to clip the wings of the public protector. I can assure you that the African National Congress respects all Chapter 9 institutions, including the public protector, and has no intention of clipping anybody's wings. But the African National Congress and this parliament would be irresponsible to turn a blind eye to these overlapping mandates because they are costly and the country cannot afford them. But because we are not dictators, we want to call on the leaders of these Chapter 9 institutions to immediately reactivate the forum of these institutions and convene them within 3 months and address the problem themselves and recommend to Parliament how we should deal with those matters. But also, Honorable Minister, we will also revisit the CADA ASMAL report and see how it can be, recommendations thereof can also be utilized to address these questions. We also notice that all these Chapter 9 institutions focus more on investigations. But the fact that we have service delivery protests that are violent may suggest that our people have not fully internalized the human rights culture, and that therefore there's a greater need for human rights education. And therefore we'd take the view that commissions like the South African Human Rights Commission should perhaps focus more on human rights education and support. I conclude with your permission by saying that and support the public interest centers and community law centers to make sure that the people participate in the building of the new society. Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Madam Chairperson, honourable members. South Africa has, if not the strongest, then one of the strongest constitutional legislative frameworks in the world. It is designed to ensure that all our citizens live in safety and security, and that everyone is equal before the law. It is these principles that should guide the criminal justice cluster in the performance of their duties, guided always by the prescripts of the Constitution and the principles of the rule of law. However, this has not been done successfully or at all, and the web of terror that crime throws over South Africa is so strong and far-reaching that every South African has been constrained by it in some way. The lives of many committed and talented South Africans have been lost. Many are deeply traumatized. We have become suspicious of our fellow citizens and distrusting of the institutions that are supposed to keep us safe. This clearly has a negative effect on the fight against crime in general and the fight against corruption in particular. This in turn has a disastrous effect on the economy and investment. International investors are hesitant to invest where they believe that they may have no recourse, where they have little faith in the ability of the legal framework to offer adequate protection. A knock-on effect is the high unemployment rate and the inability to create jobs and employ particularly young people and young graduates. The 2007 Cabinet adopted a so-called 7-point plan to review and revamp the criminal justice system. This, very briefly, was designed to address the most serious shortcomings of the criminal justice system and was to create an effective and efficient so-called integrated criminal justice system. We now find ourselves in mid-2014 and no closer to achieving even the most modest of the goals set out in that plan. 7 years of planning, budgeting, and promises of implementation have left us nowhere. Billions have been spent by the Department of Justice and the Criminal Justice Cluster in pursuit of these goals, with very little or nothing to show for it. This year, again, in his overview of the proposed budget, Minister Masuta refers to these goals, how they will be pursued and achieved, and how much will be spent in pursuit thereof. And this year, again, there can be no realistic expectation of any success in this regard. The National Prosecuting Authority, an important player in the criminal justice cluster, and the institution upon which the achievement of these goals largely rests, is in disarray. It has been without a permanent head for long periods, and the ensuing chaos is as a direct result of this. Acting heads, who by their very nature are directionless, and unsuitable appointments have wreaked havoc on a once strong and dependable institution. This is, of course, the direct result of unabashed and undisguised political meddling in the affairs of the National Prosecuting Authority and the criminal justice cluster as a whole. The National Prosecuting Authority is an institution that should have no dirty linen to wash, let alone to be washed in public. Yet week after week, we see it lurch from one damaging scandal to the next. Its reputation is in tatters. It is constantly in the news and never for the right reasons. The public at large has no faith in the organization to fulfill even its most basic mandate, and a budget of billions annually sees no real improvement in its daily functions. Millions are wasted on litigation for poor or no reasons. The previous minister stated that the full prisons indicated that the NPA is working. That's not true. Jails are full because of awaiting trial prisoners, and that's proof that the NPA is not working at all. The hapless and very pliable Korkiem Mshiya was appointed after the inexcusable firing of Vusi Pikoli, solely to facilitate the withdrawal of the corruption and other charges against the president. The appointment of the wholly unsuitable Menzi Simelane followed and was defended to the doors of the Constitutional Court. The equally unsuitable Namkobo Jiba was rushed up the corporate ladder in order to replace him and to oversee the continued stonewalling surrounding the spy tape saga and the protection of Richard Mdluli. Astonishingly, even in the face of various court judgments and despite the assurances of the minister in this regard. Under pressure from various sources, the president, having had plenty of time to apply his mind, appointed the unfortunate Mxolisi Ntasana only to institute an inquiry into his fitness to hold office 10 months later, but only after he called for the spy tapes and other related documents and reinstituted charges against Richard Mdluli. It takes no great amount of intelligence to glean the golden thread in this sad tale.
Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Is Honorable Breitenbach ready to take a question?
No.
Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. The only sensible thing to do now is for the President to widen the still to be announced terms of reference of the Commission to include an inquiry into the behavior of other senior managers in the NPA, most notably...
Honorable Member, can take a seat. Honorable Mjaka.
Maybe you should put your mic on.
Honorable House Chairperson, I would like to know whether it is ethically correct for the honorable member to use this parliament to deal with issues from a former employment in this parliament. She's addressing her problems in a former employment, and she wants this parliament to be used for that. Is that ethical and acceptable?
Point of order, Chairperson.
Honorable Member, I would reflect on the matter and then make a ruling. Honorable Member.
That was not a point of order, Chairperson. This is a free house, and freedom of speech is taking place here. It's a debate, and the member's entitled to say what she wants to say. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Chairperson, on a point of order.
Minister.
When a member of this House has raised a point of order and the presiding officer has indicated that she'll apply her mind and come back with a ruling, nobody else needs to stand up and comment on that. So in future, remember how the rule system in this House works. Thank you.
Thank you.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members.
Point of order, Chairperson.
Order, honorable members. Can you please take a seat, sir? A point of order was raised. It might be that other members don't think it's a point of order, but as a presiding officer, I said I'll reflect on the issue raised and make a ruling. Can we respect and allow the member to proceed with her speech?
A point of order, Chairperson. I would like to know what rule the member is raising in terms of his point of order. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable member, can you allow the presiding officer, together with the table, to reflect on this matter that has been raised and make a ruling? Honorable Breitenbach, we can continue.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. The only sensible thing to do now is for the President to widen the still to be announced terms of the reference of the Commission to include an inquiry into the behavior of other senior members, notably Advocate Jiba and Advocate Nkwebi. Both were severely criticized in judgments of the High Court and the Supreme Court of Appeal. The top structure of the National Prosecuting Authority needs to be cleaned out so that those who remain can get on with the core business of the organization. The Minister suggests that this new inquiry will not affect the work of the NPA. Of course it will. The morale is at an all-time low. The NPA is not about clean audits, it's about prosecuting efficiently and effectively without fear, favor, or prejudice, and this is currently not the case. The Special Investigating Unit has not fared much better than the NPA. Beset by leadership issues, notice the pattern, the SIU has largely failed to fulfill its proclaimed goals, despite a year-on-year increase in its budget. Many investigations have dragged on for years and appear to be nowhere near completion. The Bosasa matter has been live for 5 years or more, with no end in sight. And the head, Advocate Sony, admitted last week before the Portfolio Committee that he could give no indication as to when the Nkandla investigation and report would be finalized and placed before the President. Despite the importance of and public interest in the matter, the CSIU only managed to gain access to the premises at Nkandla on the 3rd of July 2014. Advocate Sony declined to say he was responsible for the delay, despite the parties involved being legally obliged to cooperate with him. Given the profile of this matter and the obvious importance and pressure to finalize it, no real progress could be demonstrated, and certainly no will to drive the matter was discernible. The current presentation before the Portfolio Committee reveals an enormous decrease in cases expected to be finalized. But despite this, the SIU felt comfortable to approach Parliament and request an increased budget in order to meet its significantly decreased goals. There can be very little confidence that even these modest goals will be met. Again, we see an important component in the criminal justice cluster being reduced to a somewhat embarrassing ineffectiveness due to overt political meddling. Even Advocate Sony conceded that this unit may have outlived its usefulness. The Office of the Public Protector, a Chapter 9 institution and independent and reporting to Parliament, is one where the mandate is being followed and fulfilled, but is clearly under fire due to the independence being exhibited. The Public Protector herself is vilified, accused of overreaching her mandate, accused of playing politics, and the target of severe personal criticism from certain sources, simply because she refuses to bow to political pressure and refuses to allow political interference in her institution, which derives its independence from the Constitution. Again, the threat of political interference in these institutions is glaring, and the attack on the independence of the criminal justice cluster is palpable. No amount of budget increases will fix this. No amount of money is going to make these institutions effective in the face of such interference. The interference must stop. It is our duty, the duty of this fifth Parliament, to all those citizens who voted for us to sit here to make it stop and to work towards making the criminal justice cluster effective and efficient in order to fulfill the role it is enjoined to fill by the Constitution. If we allow the rule of law to be eroded any further, we will find it impossible to regain the lost ground. The great Russian author Alexander Solzhenitsyn wrote, "In keeping silent about evil, in burying it so deep within us that no sign of it appears on the surface, we are implanting it. It will rise up 1,000-fold in the future. When we neither punish nor reproach evildoers, we are not simply protecting their trivial old age. We are thereby ripping the foundations of justice from beneath new generations. If the ANC is serious about chasing a good story, then they will take steps to put an end to this interference now." Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Litchfield Chabalala.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I greet the Honorable Minister, honorable members, and our distinguished guests. Where justice is denied and poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails and a particular class of people is made to feel that society is engaged in a conspiracy to either oppress or to rob them, neither property nor human beings shall ever be safe. The words of Frederick Douglass, born a slave, uttered about 3 centuries ago. It is words that have come to haunt the justice system in South Africa, anchored in capitalism and rooted there by the NDP. It is a system that gives the rich a choice whether they shall await their trial in prison or at home, while an estimated 10,000 of poor people, some of whom cannot afford a bail as low as 1,000, are forced to spend years awaiting trial in conditions that are appalling. Some of them forced to share one bed between 4 people, a place where TB festers. It is a system in which one is not necessarily found guilty because they have committed a crime, but simply because they could afford a good lawyer. And sometimes they are not found guilty because they are innocent. It is simply because they could afford a good lawyer. It is a system which is very harsh on ordinary crimes committed by the ordinary people, but is very silent on crimes that involve billions of dollars.
Chabalala, can you take a seat? Honorable Mshaka.
Will the honorable member take a question?
No, I will take a question if I am done and I'm within my time. It is a system which allows multinational corporations to do what is called tax evasion, leading to base corrosion, or what is called capital flight, amounting to billions of rands. It is a system that allows multinational corporations to do what is called price fixing. To date, 15 companies involved in the construction industry in South Africa has admitted to this. Between the 15 of them, only fined a mere 1.5 billion rands. It is a system which the World Bank calls foreign direct capital loves corruption, because it is a system in which multinational corporations bribe senior officials in government, get into a country with a license to kill. They do as they please, degrade the environment, underpay our people, and they just have a license to kill, and the government is silent. It is against this background that we in the EFF cannot say yes to this budget vote, because it would really be participating in what is called an abortion of justice for poor people. If EFF is elected into government, we shall prosecute and criminalize all multinational corporations involved in price fixing, involved in tax evasion, and also involved in driving senior officials to get a license to kill. We shall also shorten the awaiting trial time to an estimated 3 months maximum. We shall also move from the high sentencing which our justice system uses at the moment, using sentencing to deter crime, instead of using sentence to do what is called rehabilitation or just deserts. Honorable Chair, we are not in support of this budget for all the reasons that I have elaborated, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Mshaka, you will ask the question to the Honorable Member outside. Can I now call Honorable Ambrosini to speak? He will be speaking from his desk.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. During this debate, as in many of the debates of the Department of Justice in prior years, and unfortunately in many of the debates of this department in future years, the issue of corruption appears to be central. And we are debating it in the recognition of its importance. The real issue is whether we can do something over and above debating it. I, for one, believe that there is nothing wrong with the legislation we have adopted. We have good laws on the books. The process of implementing those laws has been extraordinarily difficult. And we have reached a critical point where corruption can no longer be defeated, because the burden of enforcing the law has become greater than the administrative capacity dedicated to that purpose. We must become realists and do the unpalatable. If we look at the situation of Nkandla, with which reference was made earlier, it is clear that what we're dealing with is not only the activity of corruption, but the culture of corruption. Unless we do something radical, dramatic, and we turn the page, things are not going to change. Corruption has become a way of doing business, a way of operating, a way of going about things. And we have made a suggestion several years ago, and I want to make it again, because when everything else fails, perhaps what seems to be outrageous can become meaningful and worth considering. We need to have a general amnesty. We need to have something on corruption. We need to have something which highlights the fact that the past is the past. We've had 20 years process of changing the country from an apartheid situation into a democratic situation, And many things went right, many things went wrong. And let's write down 20 years of corruption and pillaging of state resources to what went wrong. But let us promote a general amnesty which highlights the fact that what was done yesterday can no longer be done tomorrow. And that not by itself. That must be part of a three-aspect operation. The other thing we need to commit ourselves is to have a new page in the enforcement of corruption. If we clear the slate from the past, we can have structures dedicated to making sure that in the future, not a single action of corruption is tolerated. We must adopt what has been proven to be the most effective form of combating corruption. Consistently with our constitutional order, we must adopt something like the Anti-Corruption Commission in Hong Kong, a specially dedicated, specially tasked commission with international expertise, with expertise from all segments of society, which has no respect for any established authority, and it cannot be intimidated, and goes out there and prosecute corruption wherever it is and no matter who is involved, and applies the laws that we have which are adequate. And that is essential, because if it does not happen, I don't have much strength left, but I know that other people have more strength than I do. There is a third element that is being formed within our society. We give our money to the government to build roads, educate the children, heal the sick, and attend to the other public functions, not to build complexes like in Kandla. If that's our money, how our money is used, it's about time for a tax revolt. There are people in South Africa who are organizing a tax revolt. And make no mistake, it takes one single action of skipping one single cycle of VAT, and the entire system collapses. We, the people, we, the taxpayers, still have the final say on whether or not this society can operate. And there must be a new social compact where there is agreement reached that we turn the page. What went on, general amnesty. We have a new approach to the future based on effective mechanism of enforcement of the laws we have on the books, failing which we will need to go back to a negotiating posture, because the scenario of a tax revolt will force government to realize that the money it spends, the money it squanders, the money it wastes is not government money. It's our money given to the government to govern. And this issue of corruption, I think, is central. The second issue, Madam Chairman, which I would like to address, I don't have a watch in front of me, I hope I've got 2 minutes to do so, is the one of the judicial processes. The business of the Department of Justice is to render justice. Justice.
Honorable Member, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
We now call on the Honorable Deputy Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Chairperson, Honourable Minister, Honourable Members, members of the Judiciary and other important guests in the gallery, ladies and gentlemen. Former Chief Justice Sandile Ngcobo once outlined the characteristics of an accessible justice system. It's a justice system that is just in the results that it delivers, that is fair to all litigants regardless of their station in life, that is inexpensive, that delivers results in the shortest possible time, that is understood by the people who use it, that responds to their needs, and that is effective. Justice has in the past been a commodity which was accessible only to the state and the privileged few, to the exclusion and detriment of the majority of our people, the poor and the marginalized. Fortunately, as government's 20-year review describes, we've emerged from a deeply divided and violent past into a vibrant democracy. We think of the words of our Nobel Prize-winning author and anti-apartheid activist Nadine Gordimer, who sadly passed away over the weekend. She once said, and I quote, "Time is change. We measure its passing by how much things alter." Our society has changed over the past 20 years. We promised that we would create a better life for our people, and we've done so. Access to justice is a vital component of a vibrant democracy, and it's pivotal to the rule of law. Access to justice can, in the first instance, be effectively achieved only if all prospective litigants have an unfettered right to bring a case before a court and if they're aware of their rights. A recent survey conducted by the Foundation for Human Rights concludes alarmingly that only 46% of South Africans have ever heard of the Constitution or the Bill of Rights, and a mere 10% of people have either read the Constitution or had it read to them. Improving access to justice for all and enhancing the rule of law have been critical priorities for government, and consequently, in the last 2 decades, specific initiatives were undertaken to extend access to justice to the 90% of the population who had previously been excluded. Former Chief Justice Ngcobo said that an accessible justice system must respond to the needs of the people. In this regard, we've fundamentally improved access to justice through the creation of new courts, particularly in previously disadvantaged communities. Other characteristics of an accessible justice system, in the words of Ngcobo, are that it must be inexpensive, easy to understand, and deliver results speedily. That is exactly what our small claims courts do. Small claims courts are speedy, simple, and cost-effective ways to resolve disputes. These courts have been a success story in the drive to make justice more accessible. In 1994, most of these small claims courts were in white and urban areas. We currently have 301 small claims courts. 30 were established in the last financial year, and 8 have been established since the 1st of April this year. Of the 30 which were established last year, the overwhelming majority are situated in rural and traditionally black areas. Areas which now have small claims courts include Msinga in KwaZulu-Natal, Madikwe in the northwest, Pedi in the Eastern Cape, Clocolan in the Free State, KwaMhlanga in Mpumalanga, Mutale in Limpopo, Van Reinsdorp in the Western Cape, Williston in the Northern Cape, and Tsakane in Gauteng, to name but a few. The number of people enjoying the benefits of access to justice through small claims courts has increased steadily. For example, if one looks at the size of the population in the areas within which the 30 new courts were established in 2013, it amounts to more than 2.8 million people. These are 2.8 million people who now have enhanced access to justice by having a forum available to them to resolve civil disputes free of charge. The monetary jurisdiction of small claims courts was increased earlier this year from 12,000 to 15,000. This effectively means that the word small claims are somewhat misleading, as 15,000 is, for the majority of our people, not a small amount, and thus very much a bread and butter issue. The commissioners who preside in these courts are drawn from a pool of experienced legal professionals and academics who work on a pro bono basis. That's for free. And I want to convey our sincere appreciation to each of the 1,705 commissioners countrywide, of whom 9 are magistrate, and of these 1 is a chief magistrate and 1 a regional court magistrate, as well as the 189 Legal Aid South Africa lawyers, who all make our small claims courts a success, and we urge other practitioners, magistrates, and academics to make themselves available to serve as commissioners. New small claims courts are continuously being established, and only 92 small claims courts are still needed to meet our target for every magisterial district to have a small claims court. This year we'll be focusing on improving the functioning of these courts as well, and we intend to conduct a comprehensive view of the small claims court legislation, which was drafted in 1984, long before our progressive constitution. I'd also like to thank the Swiss Agency for Development and Cooperation for their continued support for our small claims court project. As part of our quest for access to justice for all, Legal Aid South Africa has over the past few years been revamped and remodeled to one of the best legal aid systems in the world, as the Minister had spoken about. It's grown significantly, and in many instances its performance is higher than the set targets. Where there were only a total of 79,501 matters dealt with in the 93-94 financial year, The total number of cases dealt with has grown dramatically, almost tenfold, to 736,679 in the 2012-13 financial year. And we are pleased that the Legal Aid Bill, which will repeal the old 1969 Legal Aid Act, will be introduced into Parliament later this week. Chairperson, many representations are made to Parliament for increased funding and for increasing staff. Where increased funding is not possible, institutions have to look at ways to improve service delivery within the allocations they receive. The aim of Programme 5 in the Department's budget, which is auxiliary and associated services, is amongst others to fund transfer payments to the South African Human Rights Commission and the Office of the Public Protector. Where possible, there have been increases in funding. For example, the Human Rights Commission budget has increased from 119 million in the last financial year to 128 million for this year, and the budget of the Public Protector has increased from 199 million last financial year to 217 million for this financial year. I've noticed the request made by the Public Protector to the Portfolio Committee for increased funding. But members should recall that the Office of the Public Protector was given significant increases in transfers in the recent past, up from 114 million in 2010-11 to the 217 for this financial year. These increases in transfers were mainly for growing the investigative capacity within the Office of the Public Protector. The harsh reality for all of us is that we face limited resources. Our national fiscus simply does not have a bottomless purse, and we must all cut our coat according to our cloth. I trust that the Public Protector will ensure that given the limited resources, there will be no overlap in investigations between her office and other institutions such as the Public Service Commission and the Human Rights Commission. I've noted that 24,642 reports were finalized by the Public Protector in the last financial year, and I hope that the annual report will reflect full details as to what the nature of these complaints were, so that government can look at ways of systematically improving its service delivery. From the side of the Department of Justice, we're eager to see proposals from the Public Protector on how we can eliminate whatever the problems are that give rise to the complaints against our department. I trust that these kinds of reports can be made available to the relevant portfolio committees in Parliament to assist them with their oversight work. Chairperson, the sheriff's profession is another one of the critical components of the justice system and contributes immensely to the quality and accessibility of justice. One of the major focuses of our transformation agenda was the sheriff's profession, which at the time was mostly the domain of white males. Significant progress has been made with regard to transforming the profession, and according to the South African Board of Sheriffs, as from the 1st of October last year, 51% of the current 348 sheriffs are black. Although we've also made strides in making the sheriff's profession more efficient and professional, more needs to be done. The sheriff's role goes beyond that of just being a mere messenger of the court. Central to the new code of conduct for sheriffs is the requirement for all sheriffs to constantly hold in high regard the rights of all citizens in performing their functions. In line with this, sections of the Sheriff's Amendment Act, which have not yet been put into operation, along with new regulations dealing with the sheriff's profession, will come into operation on the 18th of this month, in other words, on Friday. One of the other pieces of legislation that needs to be finalized by Parliament is the Traditional Courts Bill, which the committee chairperson referred to. The bill sustained criticism from certain quarters when it was being considered by the National Council of Provinces, and it subsequently lapsed. It was unfortunate that the critics did not seem to propose amendments to the bill to address their concerns, but rather sought to attack the bill as a whole. Because the crucial point that can't be overlooked is the traditional courts exist in many parts of the country and provide access to dispute resolution to many people to whom the current court system is alien or too expensive. These courts need to be brought in line with the Constitution. Further work is being done on the bill to address the concerns raised, and I trust when the bill is reintroduced into Parliament, all stakeholders will contribute in ensuring that the legislative framework is strengthened. Chairperson, the National Development Plan states that, and I quote, most prospective litigants do not possess the necessary legal skills or finances to institute or defend a case. Affordable legal representation is a critical and integral part of access to justice. I've already indicated how we've transformed legal aid services, But that's only one pillar of legal representation. There also needs to be transformation in the provision of private legal representation and services. Our department is fully aware of this, and for this reason we have the Legal Practice Bill passed by Parliament just before the election. The reality is that lawyers' fees restrict access to justice for the poor, and even the not-so-poor. And by these I mean people who earn more than the means test used by legal aid, who therefore do not qualify for legal aid. We're hoping that the Legal Practice Bill will make legal services more affordable and more accessible to our people, and that it will also facilitate entry into the legal profession for people who were previously excluded from it. Our legal profession is still largely untransformed. Looking at the attorney's profession, from figures obtained by the Law Society of South Africa, of the more than 22,000 practicing attorneys in the country, the majority, namely 14,189, are white, and only 4,930 are African. Whilst the number of graduates last year was majority African at 2,039, as opposed to 1,092 white graduates, it's still white graduates who obtain the majority of articles of clerkship. There were 1,000 African candidate attorneys to 1,048 white candidate attorneys for the last financial year. This is an improvement on previous years, but still does not reflect the position with regard to graduates. Similarly, amongst the largest attorneys' firms in the country, there is not one that is predominantly African-owned. If one looks at the titles, the names on the so-called Big Five law firms, one will not spot a single African surname in those titles. Can this be the situation, still be the situation 20 years after the end of apartheid? With regards to gender representation, it appears as if the attorney's profession is making progress, as more female attorneys, that was 167, than male, that was 126, were admitted to the profession last year. However, the advocate's profession is still a matter of concern when it comes to both gender and race. According to the race and gender statistics of the General Council of the Bar, only a quarter, that's 645 of our country's 2,571 advocates at the bar, are female. Of these, only 4.5%, or 116, are African females. Of the Silks, or Senior Council, only 27 are female, of which only 4 are African. This is less than 1% of our country's 451 Senior Council. This is a concern, particularly since many of our judges come from the ranks of the advocate's profession. Chairperson, in conclusion, it is important that each of the above areas of our work is viewed in the context of the manifesto of the African National Congress, the ruling party, government's program of action, and the National Development Plan. Ultimately, everything we do should be to improve the lives of our people. Let us, all of us here today, as members of the executive and the legislature, be mindful of these few lines from the poem Freedom by the poet Afzal Mullah. And I quote, "Today we reaffirm the promise of freedom, from want, from hunger, from eyes without promise. Today we pledge to stand firm, to keep the pressure turned on, to remind those in the corridors of power that we the people need to savor the fruits of the tree of freedom." Chairperson and honorable members, freedom under a constitution is only meaningful if people are free from poverty and inequality, free from injustice, free from hunger, and free to exercise their rights. We therefore call upon this House to support this budget vote. The budget which is before this House today will no doubt allow our department to help our people to exercise their rights and to further savor the fruits of the tree of freedom. As the Roman Senator Cicero said, "Let the welfare of the people be the ultimate law." And I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. We now call on Honorable B.T. Bongo.
Honorable Deputy Minister and Honorable Minister, honorable members of the House, ladies and gentlemen, I am humbled by this opportunity presented here today by the Parliament that we engage in the budget vote 24, and would like to focus particularly on some of the issues impacting on society in general, and in particular access to justice in post-apartheid South Africa. The ANC note to reconcile and identify itself with the role played by the Freedom Charter and thus asserted in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. A prerequisite for the rule of law is an access to justice. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa guarantees the right to access to courts, equality before the law, and protection and benefit of the law. Statistics that were given by Statistics South Africa show that 52% of the people in rural areas are unemployed, and 32% of those households in those areas depend on government grants, and in the main, the government grants for their social income. Many of these people cannot deal with the enormous difficulties without access to their legal justice. Justice remains something that the majority of South Africans residing in rural areas cannot access easily. The reason include high level of poverty, lack of infrastructure, state capacity, the scarcity of legal skills in impoverished areas, illiteracy and ignorance of the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. The country's courts are divided into 384 magisterial districts and 18 sub-districts. And these are still informed by the demarcations of the apartheid system and its discriminatory legislation. Chairperson, National Development Plan envisages in Chapter 12 that there is a need to build safer communities. So as a first step, now that in our communities we have community policing forums that are already existing, we need to make sure that we establish community courts, particularly in townships, to deal with minor offenses as it is the case wherever they exist in the world. Traditional courts must be properly transformed to be constitutional compliant and adequately resourced. They must be empowered to fulfill their traditional role. Our traditional leaders, who are headmen and headwomen, who adjudicate this cause, must be trained properly to improve access to justice. And we need to accelerate the alignment of the magisterial boundaries to improve access to our courts so much so that our people do not travel long distances to access justice. This was also a resolution of our own conference in our 53rd conference in Mangaung. It is worth appreciated, Chairperson, that the department is in the process of building 2 high courts, namely in Mpumalanga and in Limpopo, and our people in those rural areas will no longer be required to travel long distances to access high courts. The department is committed in decreasing the rate of court postponements and eradicate apartheid special development framework, and we need to ensure that we make sure that in our courts in rural areas, proceedings there are conducted in those indigenous languages that are there in those rural areas. Then English must be used for purposes of interpreting for only the record. Chairperson, responding to and ensuring proper access to justice, there will be an establishment of a dedicated sexual offences court and national action plan of domestic violence. In ensuring that we respond to the Constitution and the State of the Nation's address by the Honorable President J.G. Zuma, the following legislation will be enacted. Legal Practice Bill, which it's at the final stages in Parliament, and the bill is intended to address all the problems that relate to cost of the attorneys in the legal fraternity. Another bill which would be dealt with by this 5th Parliament is Justice Administered Fund Bill to address all problems that are experienced by the third-party funds. We will also attend to the following amendments of the following legislation in ensuring that we move South Africa forward, Chair. The Legal Aid Amendment Bill, as it is articulated by both the Minister and the Deputy Minister. The Maintenance Amendment Bill. Chairperson, the quality of the work by the Legal Aid Board South Africa is one that is commended. At least in the portfolio committee that we are attending, there are five parties. They all agree that the Legal Aid Board South Africa is doing a great job. This office has managed to execute its legislative mandate given by Section 35(2) of the Constitution. The Office of the Legal Aid Board has 64 justice centers in the country, and they have been getting clean audit for the past 11 financial years. Chairperson, some of the achievement by this board, it was ensuring that there are 429,000 cases that they have dealt with. There are 27,960 cases that they dealt with from the children. 80% are criminal cases and 20% are civil cases. The general legal advices that they gave to the country, it's about 681,000 clients. This office has managed, or is in the process of ensuring that there is a full operational call center which will facilitate telephone access to justice and to first people who are approaching this office. Chairperson, the 53rd National Conference in Mangaung noted that black lawyers are not sufficiently briefed and resolved that it's a matter that the Honorable Chairperson Mutsaga has also raised, that there should be a radical shift in the state legal services by making sure that government strengthen briefing black lawyers so as to acquaint them with the powers to defend the state, not defending individuals, thus creating a pool for potential judges. The apartheid briefing patterns, Chairperson, which fast-track the development of practitioners of our white compatriots, must come to stop or must be eliminated. Big business, parastatals, organizations, and government departments must deliberately brief black practitioners and female practitioners to make sure that this resolution of our Congress is taken to its finality. Chairperson, I've just heard the Ms. Breitenberg from the DA raising some issues that raises a conflict of interest, particularly on the work that she did in her previous employment, which gives a very serious problem to this committee and gives a very serious problem to the integrity of Parliament. The reason why she left MPA is because of the huge donations that she was getting because of malpractices and corrupt tendencies that they were busy
On a point of order,
with
Chairperson. Point of order, Chairperson. The member is impugning the dignity of a member of this House, and please rule it out of order. Thank you, Chairperson.
I want to advise the honourable member.
The point of order is sustained. You are accusing an honourable member of this House. Will you please withdraw?
I withdraw, Chair.
Continue.
Thank you, Chair. I think the issues that relate to will continue as Parliament and also as progressive forces to ensure that we pursue the issues that made Honourable Breitenberg to leave NPA in a manner that she has left NPA. But we congratulate her for having left NPA because we could not see that there was third forces that were working there from the opposition parties. To the honourable member of the Honourable Shabalala, we understand, Honourable Shabalala, that the EFF has been formed on the basis of anger. Just take note that the ANC is the only organization that can unite this country, and it's the only organization that can act and think at the same time. So we're inviting you to participate, to join this particular organization, because the only organization that provides the future of the country. Honorable Chair, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We now call on Honorable Lekota.
Honorable Chair, I think you'll give me a minute for that service to the House. Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, and members of the House, we are now marking 20 years of our democracy. And it's appropriate, I think, to recall that apartheid was a state of lawlessness, because there were rights for some and no rights for others. That is why apartheid destabilized our society. And that is why there had to be drastic action to change that situation and create one in which there would be lawfulness. So when we introduced a constitution that gave rise to all South Africans, irrespective of color or social standing, we created a situation of lawfulness in our country. It is important, therefore, that all of us must keep in mind that it's our duty to sustain the state of lawfulness in this country, not to proceed in a manner that may suggest that there are some who deserve to have rights and others not. A state of lawfulness is what our African forebears often spoke of when they appreciated. They spoke of hordes, because equal rights for everybody creates peace. Then they said, when that is there, you need pula, because when there is rain, the only thing that can result is prosperity. Nala. Now, since we established a state of lawfulness in our country, there has been reasonable progress, especially as long as all of us remembered the emphasis the late President Mandela placed on the need to uphold the Constitution and respect all its provisions. If we are going to depart, consciously or unconsciously, from the provisions of the Constitution, we are going to create a situation
Take a seat, Honorable Member.
of lawlessness.
Is that a point of order?
No, I just want to know whether would Honorable Reporter be willing to take a question.
Is the Honorable Member willing to take a question?
Chairperson, I think that all of us from minority parties do not have as much time as members of the ruling party. I really take a very dim view to undermine our speaking opportunities by raising completely irrelevant issues. I am not going to I have no time to take questions. He can come to my house or on the streets and we can discuss there. But here I've got limited time. And I want to say things here that are sensible, to contribute to my national duty in the debates of the nation. And to come and disturb me like this with frivolity. I would therefore ask the Chair if you can please keep in mind my time that's been wasted by this member. In order to ensure that our country proceed in a state of lawfulness, We must watch very carefully some of the observations which I had made by Honorable Motshekga, which suggested to me that we have to be extremely cautious. Now, Honorable Minister, I am wary to adopt an approach that does not recognize the fact that we are at the beginning of the 5th Parliament. You have only just been appointed. There are differences of views in our country. Whether in fact our country has proceeded as what we had thought it would or not, there are differences in views on this matter. A year from now, we will consider whether you have proceeded in a manner that improves the situation. Even if you think you've done very well, we will be very keen to see, and in fact will be duty-bound to evaluate whether in fact you have made it better or not. When that time comes, when that review period comes, I think we will be in a better...
Honorable Member, your time has expired with all the added seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
We now call Honorable S.N. Swart.
Thank you, Chairperson. Well, the ACDP today joins all parties in considering the budget vote for the Department of Justice and the various entities that received funding from it, including the Office of the Public Protector, which I'll be focusing on today. Now, the SCA Justice Nugent said, as we know, the Office of the Public Protector is an important institution. It provides what will often be the last defense against bureaucratic oppression and against corruption and malfeasance in public office that is capable of insidiously destroying the nation. If that institution falters or finds itself undermined, the nation loses an indispensable guarantee. We in the ACDP agree with the sentiment. It is therefore of great concern when findings and recommendations of the Public Protector are so blatantly disregarded, as occurred last week when Communications Minister Faith Mutombi confirmed the appointment of the Chief Operating Officer at the SABC, Mr. Shladi Motseneng, on the recommendation of the SABC Board. Let us be reminded of what the Public Protector recommended, that, quote, the Board should take disciplinary action against Mr. Motseneng for his dishonesty relating to the misrepresentation of his qualification, abuse of power, and improper conduct. She did not recommend that he be permanently appointed. On the contrary, she recommended that he be disciplined. Those findings stand unless they are taken on review by a court of law. In our view, it is verges on contempt of the Public Protector to go ahead and appoint the very same person permanently after obtaining some legal opinion which purportedly cleared him. Now, this is utter nonsense. No opinion of a private lawyer can ever trump the findings of a constitutional institution like the Public Protector. Only a court of review can review its findings. In any event, those attorneys, Machunia attorneys, have said they did not have instructions on the appointment of Mr. Motseneng. So we in the ACDP are pleased that the Public Protector is launching another probe into this appointment, and that, of course, there'll be other court challenges brought by the main opposition and other parties, which no doubt will be met with success, given, in our view, the irrationality of this appointment. But this sorry saga raises serious questions and issues about the lack of respect for the Office of the Public Protector. And whilst members in the majority party raised issues about the Public Protector and commended and other issues, but what concerns us is that she is continuing being vilified and criticized in public domain, in the media, and even last week in the Justice Portfolio Committee. She was accused of political posturing. We believe this is without foundation and unacceptable. And it is very clear that the knives are out for the Public Protector and that it is a direct result of her damning findings against the government, whether it is the Nkandla report, whether it is sea fisheries, whether it is police leases, but this is something that we as Parliament need to be very aware of. We as parliamentarians need to come alongside and protect our Chapter 9 institutions, including the Public Protector. They form part of the checks and balances designed to rein in executive power. And yes, Honourable Deputy Minister Jeffrey, we need to ask questions about overlapping mandates and trends in maladministration. And we also support the fact of revisiting the CADA ASMA report on recommendations. However, but to exercise effective oversight, we as Parliament need to be cautious what we are saying when we are dealing with Chapter 9 institutions and what our mandates are. And this is an issue of serious concern for us from the ACDP, and I believe that it is a serious issue when we treat a Chapter 9 institution with the disdain that is often shown to it. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. We now call on Honorable M.S. Maila.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Deputy Ministers, Honorable Members of the House, and distinguished guests. I will focus more on the National Prosecuting Authority and the Office of the Chief Justice. Both these institutions have a role to play in ensuring that the will of the people, that all shall be equal before the law, as enshrined in the Freedom Charter, is realized. Both these entities have great strides to take to ensure that South Africa moves forward towards the creation of a crime-free society characterized by swift, effective, efficient, and accessible justice. The South African society, post-1994, has been marked by profound political changes accompanied by the implementation of progressive legislation, policies, and programs that have served the basis to lay a foundation for a new society. Section 179 of the Constitution has given effect to the establishment of the National Prosecuting Authority, which ensures that justice to the victims of crime, by prosecuting without fear, favor, or prejudice, and by working with partners in the justice, crime prevention, and security cluster and the public to solve and prevent crime. The role of the NPA in the criminal justice system can never be underestimated or underplayed, as some do. There are marked achievements by the NPA which are worth noting. In 2011-2012, the courts finalized 216 cybercrime cases with a conviction rate of 87.5%. During the same period, the anti-corruption task team finalized 175 cases with charges of corruption involving justice, crime prevention, and security cluster officials. The NPA has set clear, measurable objectives for the current estimates of the national expenditure. These set objectives will enable the NPA to increase the number of cases finalized, including those finalized by the Specialized Commercial Crime Unit. The NPA will be able to maintain the conviction rate in court at various levels, to improve justice services for the victims of sexual offenses by establishing additional Tutuzela care centers, and to reduce the percentage of witnesses that walk away from the witness protection program. This and other targets set by the NPA will go a long way in ensuring that the National Development Plan's vision of creating safe communities is realized. Honorable Chairperson, the Asset Forfeiture Unit continues with its uncompromising approach to crime and corruption, both of which deprive the majority of South Africans their right to enjoy the fruits of their hard-earned democracy. A total of 150 officials were convicted of corruption in the past year. The value of the assets seized by the AFU as proceeds of crime have been alluded to by the Honorable Minister. However, in the past 30 years, the Asset Forfeiture Unit was able to seize assets to the value of almost 5 billion rand. The Special Investigating Unit is also making great strides in the investigations of serious incidents of corruption. These and other achievements are indication enough that the NPA is on course to take South Africa forward. Of course, in implementing its mandate, the NPA is not without challenges. Some of the challenges include the lack of efficiency in the implementation of the case flow management system, which is a matter that has to be critically looked at as it impacts negatively on the realization of our desired objectives. Chairperson, the proclamation of the Office of the Chief Justice as a separate entity from the Department of Justice and Correctional Services is evidence enough that the African National Congress is committed to the independence of the judiciary. The independence of the judiciary is amplified by the autonomy of the three branches of government: the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. The autonomy of these three branches is safeguarded by the separation of powers and the rule of law as entrenched in the Constitution. The provisions of Section 165 of the Constitution constitute the nerve center of our constitutional democracy. Without the essence of these values, our constitutional democracy will cease to exist. We cannot underplay the strides that we have made in trying to transform the judiciary. As the Minister alluded to, more than 60% of the judges are black, compared to only one black in 1994. This is a good story to tell. There has always been a concern regarding the appointment of women judges. However, we need to commend the Judicial Services Commission. In the JSC sittings of April 2013 and October 2013, 19 candidates were recommended for appointment and were ultimately appointed by the President. Out of the 19 candidates who were appointed, 12 were women, 8 of whom were African women. We are not yet there. However, this is evidence enough that there is a radical move towards gender transformation. If you check these numbers of the 12 appointed women judges, it represents 63.2% of the appointees. And of that 63.2%, 66.7% were African women. This is quite a great leap, which probably had Verwoerd turning, if not spinning, in his grave. The South African Judicial Institute will go a long way in building capacity and transforming the judiciary and the entire legal system. The Office of the Chief Justice is well positioned to champion a more aggressive and aspirant judges and magistrate program, which has the possibility to prepare more black people and more women for possible appointment to the bench of the High Court. The establishment of the Office of the Chief Justice provides a platform for the implementation of initiatives designed to improve the culture of non-performance that has sneaked into the judiciary over the past few years. The building of the High Court in Limpopo and Mpumalanga is assurance enough that the ANC-led government is on track to make justice accessible. I'm deeply touched by the passion shown by Honorable Lekota on the state of lawfulness. I think this passion can actually be seen in how He won.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Chishonga.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members of this House, let me say right from the beginning, I'm not going to entertain questions. Okay. In point form, fraud and corruption cannot be complete without referring to whistleblower. Without whistleblowing, we cannot eradicate fraud and corruption. We cannot eradicate organized crime. I happen to be one of the whistleblowers, and I don't care who committed crime or corruption. Within my ranks and outside my ranks, I blow the whistle. And I made it the point that it's just unfortunate, but the truth is painful, but it must be told. I have been persecuted by this department as a whistleblower. Some of the comrades here know. I won't mention names. But what I want the department to do, it doesn't matter now for me. I don't want this to happen to the next whistleblower. Some people have died, and some have lost their jobs. I want the minister to attend to this. That is what I wanted to say before I read my speech. Now, it's not. Mr. Minister, I will donate this book to you. This is a guide to dealing or to helping the whistleblowers. Please protect the whistleblowers. With supremacy of Constitution, Honorable Chair.
You have got 13 minutes left, sir. Actually, 9 seconds.
No. With the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law enshrined in the Section 1 of the foundation provisions of the South African Constitution,
Honorable Shisonga,
it
your
effectively
time
means
is
that
up.
our system
Honorable
is in law.
Shisonga. Thank you, Honorable Chichonga.
Okay, donation is guaranteed.
Honorable Shope Sithole.
Where do I press? Okay. Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, Honorable members of this August House, and our esteemed guests, Abshen, Minjani, Eko. Honorable Minister, I first want to congratulate you for your appointment as the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services. But I must tell you that I will miss you a lot as my chairperson in the Standing Committee on the Auditor General. Be that as it may be, I want to remind you about the discussion we had in Vienna, Austria, when we visited the International Academy on Corruption, that you actually said that it would be good for our country to connect with that institution so that we have got people who specializes on combating and investigation corruption. I think this is an opportunity for you as the head of justice, which is responsible for keeping South Africa safe. So I'm looking forward for you to be pursuing that discussion that we had. I also want to assure you that if there is anything that I hate in my life, is corruption. And the reason is because it steals the money that are meant for service delivery. You know, with the best plans in the world, if there is no curbing of corruption, if there's no financial control, anything that you plan, you will not necessarily achieve. So I want you to support a unit that I love so much, the Special Investigating Unit. And I will tell you why. When Advocate Sonny came to present in the committee, I put it to him that it will be important for him to make assurance that will show that he actually gets the money and return it to the coffers of the state. You know, we can talk about all these things. If the money is not returned, we are not making progress. And people are not learning from it. People will keep on wearing nice suits, going in nice cars. Take those cars and those suits, sell them and get, if need be, get the assets and forfeiture, what is it, to assist. You know, you know, Honorable Minister, it will be very good for if you can support that SIU. My speech is actually not for you, Honorable Minister, it's for the accounting officers. You know, my worry is money all the time. I'm directing this speech to Madame Sindane. I just want to thank you for the dedication and the leadership that you have demonstrated. I remember in 2009 when Honorable Minister Khadebe went to that department, he actually said he does not want to suffer like his predecessors. And I think you actually saved him from suffering because you managed to turn around that department, which was always getting negative reports from the Auditor General. But now it's getting continuous unqualified reports. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, you and your team. May God give you more strength to do that good work. I want to assure you that this budget will be passed. That is my responsibility to come and say, I support this budget. Because you have demonstrated by what I have said the good work, but also I was impressed by the fact that you you actually alluded to the fiscal policy of government. You said government has emphasized its intention for medium term to contain spending while maintaining social and economic programs. There is concern that additional spending in previous years sometimes did not result in improved delivery. Therefore, the policy objectives have been set out, 3 of them. 1, improving the outcomes of spending and shifting the composition of spending from consumption to infrastructure, therefore creating social and economic assets. 2, ensuring that expenditure grows at a moderate pace. 3, stabilizing public debt. Those are the things that actually made us support this budget. So we are supporting the budget. I want further to tell you that after supporting the budget, the story does not end there. We are going to follow up. We are going to follow up the trends of your activities. We expect you to appear before the committee at least quarterly. And when you appear before the committee, we would like you to tell us some of these things, that you are paying your suppliers promptly, because if you don't pay small and medium businesses, you are killing them. You are making them unable to compete in the economy. You are making fertile ground to monopoly by big business. And that is reversing economic transformation, which this budget should promote. We also expect you, Madam Sindani, that when you appear before the committee, you are going to inform us that you
Honorable Sithole, your time is up.
Thank you. I support the budget.
Honorable Horn.
Thank you, Chairperson. As we celebrate 20 years of democracy, it is indeed an opportune time for us all to remind ourselves and to reaffirm that the most important vessel of our democratic freedoms is our Constitution. In the foreword to the book, The Post-Apartheid Constitutions, late President Nelson Mandela stated that our Constitution speaks of both the past and the future, is a solemn pact in which we as South Africans declare to one another that we shall never permit a repetition of our past. It is also the charter for the transformation of our country into one which is truly shared by all. We in this House are enjoined with the responsibility to uphold, strengthen, and promote our Constitution while carving out a society which the Constitution so aptly describes as one in which the potential of everyone is freed. This Chairperson speaks, of course, largely to what nowadays is called economic freedom. And it is imperative for this fifth Parliament to facilitate rather than hinder job creation and economic growth. The statement on zero tolerance of corruption in his department by the Honourable Minister in his briefing of the Portfolio Committee is therefore welcomed, as is his undertaking that he will ensure compliance by government with court orders. If the Minister keeps these promises, it will certainly contribute towards the realization of the capable state envisioned by the NDP, which in turn will enable a climate suitable for job creation. Regarding the budget, the yardstick remains whether it enables the department to fulfill its constitutional duties. It is therefore of great concern to us that the umbilical cord between the Office of the Chief Justice, already born in 2010, and the department has not been cut, especially as this is due to political indecisiveness disguised as budgetary considerations. Chairperson, principally, we share the view that the institutional independence of the judiciary can be better achieved if the minister is no longer the political head of the judiciary. We will therefore support the ongoing efforts to not only establish a separate budget vote for the office of the Chief Justice, but also to remove it from the domain of the department completely. Although the independence of the judiciary is guaranteed by our Constitution, we are also concerned that the decisional independence of our judiciary increasingly seems to be under threat. This term, decisional independence, as used by the Chief Justice of Ghana, Justice Georgina Wood, in an address to the South African Judges Conference in 2011, was explained by her to mean the freedom the judiciary must enjoy from external pressures and influences to render impartial judgments. Interference from other branches of government will always be nothing but a threat to the independence of the judiciary. Thus, we reconfirm our unease with the study currently underway and commissioned by the Executive regarding the impact of decisions of the Constitutional Court on transformation. We also oppose, the Honourable Motshekga, the proposal to implement criteria for the selection of judges with the effect that technical expertise and experience of candidates and their willingness to commit to uphold and protect the Constitution and the human rights entrenched in it, as called for by the judge's oath, will no longer be sufficient. In this regard, we heard tonight from the Honourable Member that South Africa is in need of what he called good black judges. Maybe the Honourable Motshekga should explain to us whether he viewed the late Chief Justices Langa and Mohammed and justices like Museneki and Nafsa as poor black judges. These efforts and arguments, Chairperson, have the smell of what has ironically recently in other circumstances been called political posturing.
Honourable Member, can you take a seat? Honourable Zerg.
I just want to know whether the Honourable Member knows the difference between the future and the past, because I was talking about the future judges.
Honourable Member, that is not a point of order. You were asking, you want to ask a question to the member. He can decide whether he would like to respond or not.
He can maybe ask me the question afterwards. Thank you, Chair. These efforts, as I said, and arguments have the smell of what has been called political posturing recently, and ultimately is an unjustified encroachment on the domain of the judiciary. As a legislature, we should be wary of self-styled constitutionalists telling us that we in this country can give new content to the principles of the separation of powers and the rule of law, in contrast to how it is understood universally. Because this will most certainly put us on the slippery slope towards rejoining the ranks of the pariah states of the world. Chairperson, we should rather look into ways in which we can insulate the process of selecting and appointing judges from politics. Let us turn to the hot topic of the day, the Chapter 9 institutions. On 24 November 2011, President Zuma stated that the work of the Chapter 9 institutions must not be misunderstood. For once, with great clarity, he added, and I quote, "It is of concern that when they do their work diligently, as they do, some in society want to give an impression that these institutions exist to attack government, which is not the case." End of quote. But, Chairperson, 2.5 years on, and one finding on Nkandla later, this narrative seems to have been dumped by the Executive for one that, even if drafted along careful lines, makes it quite clear that the current public protector is in the aim of the ruling party. Now, all of a sudden, the thinking is that certain investigations into maladministration and corruption should be off limits to the public protector apparently because it can be dealt with also by other institutions. Given the legislative framework in this regard, this argument would have been somewhat comical if we were not faced with a serious situation where Corruption Watch describes the level of corruption in South Africa as epidemic and estimates that 675 billion rand has been lost in South Africa since 1994 to graft and corruption. Sound reasoning South Africans will see these arguments for what it is, laying the foundation for an all-out assault on the public protector, akin to the one which ended in the demise of another effective corruption-fighting institution known to us all as the Scorpions. Chairperson, the report of the ad hoc committee on the review of Chapter 9 and associated institutions of 2007 seems to have been identified as the weapon of choice in this regard. We welcome the revival of this report. 7 years on, it is unacceptable that many of the important recommendations made in the Asmal report have not been implemented. In order to acknowledge the independence of these institutions as called for by the Constitution and as recommended by the Asmal report, we will in turn propose that the budgets of these institutions should rather be part of Parliament's budget vote. Furthermore, we will propose that these institutions, similar to the AG, must report to their own committee, a standing committee of Parliament, and like SCOPA, we propose that this committee should be chaired by a member from an opposition party. Because, Chair, what South Africa needs are not strong men, but strong institutions. Because once again, in the words of the late President Mandela, otherwise and without them, we shall surely fail. Thank you.
Honorable Member Pilane Majeke. Majake, I'm sorry.
She knows me. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Deputy Minister of Justice and Correctional Services, Chief Justice, if he's here, Judge Presidents, if they're here, leaders of the forums for institutions supporting democracy, the DG of the department and her team, the ANC-led government has created a culture of freedoms and liberties based on our democratic constitution that makes everybody to feel protected in this country, everybody to have a voice that matters in this country. South Africa has become a home for so many that thought at the beginning of our democracy they will be treated unfairly. For we all know and remember what happened in the past that was based on impunity for self-proclaimed and illegitimate rulers who had given themselves a license to dehumanize the natives of this land. Today, lingering apartheid mentality of undermining the intellect of our people is what makes representatives of the forces of darkness to keep crying, fire, fire. There's confusion, there's corruption, school results are bad. Oh, they are good? No, there must be a commission of inquiry. The lingering apartheid mentality is what confuses the role of the majority opposition. And the majority opposition should actually understand what the role of the opposition in parliament is. Keep in line the ruling party. Not to try and put the spanners in the work at every corner. You have to actually become part and parcel of processes that are trying to really rebuild this country. Honorable Chairperson, the SIU, created in terms of the SIU and Special Tribunals Act 74 of 1996 is an independent statutory body that is directly established to conduct investigations at the President's request and to report to him on the outcomes of these. The mandate was to investigate corruption and maladministration. The Special Investigation Unit fulfills its mandate via forensic investigations as well as through civil litigation. The committee noted that the SIU received an unqualified audit opinion for 2012-2013. However, there were matters of emphasis relating to the restatement of corresponding figures and the manner in which the SIU operations were funded. Honorable Chairperson, in terms of the unit's performance, the SIU targets were exceeded in respect of civil litigation, criminal action, disciplinary action, and other remedial action. Actual achievements were 17,073 cases against 10,000, which is very good as compared to all these stories that you're hearing about the SIU. Cash recovered was 224 million out of a target of 30 million. Total recovery of actual achievement was 408 million out of a target of 260 million, with 169 million in the form of prevention of future losses and cash recovered 224 million. Substantial amounts of monies that has actually been saved for this country. And of course, I would actually emphasize this, taking into consideration just what Mr. Horn has just said now, indicating that about 6 billion has been lost from graft and corruption, to say that there's a lot of money that these institutions that have been established that's really being brought back. And we really still need to continue to look at how to also bring back some of the monies that were actually taken away from us by these multinational companies. They took millions. We sometimes talk too much about, they took billions, the multinationals took billions. We sometimes focus much more on the millions. When we don't ask ourselves questions, where are the billions? And it's a question that we need to start answering. Some of the committee members questioned the relevance of continued existence of the unit, that is the SIU, which actually sparked a lengthy debate. The general sentiment expressed by the committee is that the unit's existence is still relevant to support the intention of the National Development Plan of fighting crime and corruption, or just to expel the myth of high levels of crime and corruption in South Africa that affects our ratings by institutions such as the Global Competitive Index. Because, of course, some of us actually continue to try and create this black cloud over government and government business, as long as it's not themselves who are in the forefront. Because this is why when they talk, they say you have to actually then have me as a government. The SIU continues to function in a manner similar to a commission of inquiry, in that the president refers cases to it by way of proclamation. It may investigate any matter set out in Section 2 of the SIU and Special Tribunals Act 1996 regarding serious maladministration concerning the affairs of any state institution, improper or unlawful conduct by employees of any state institution, unlawful appropriation of expenditure of public money or property, and any unlawful, irregular, and approved transaction, intentional or negligent loss of public money or damage to public property, corruption in connection with affairs of any state institution, unlawful or improper conduct by any person who has caused to or may cause serious harm to the interest of the public. The unit can also take civil action to correct any wrongdoing it uncovers during an investigation, and can therefore, for example, obtain a court order to compel a person to pay back any wrongful benefits received, cancel contracts when the proper procedures were not followed, stop transactions, or other actions that were not properly authorized. The overall allocation of the Justice and Constitutional Development Vote 24 for 2014-15 is 17.8 billion. However, an amount of 8.05 billion is allocated as follows: 3.25 to NPA, 2.7 billion to National Revenue Fund for Judges and Magistrates salary, 2.1 billion, under Program 5, which involves the following transactions. 1.4 billion to Legal Aid South Africa, 217 million to Public Protector, 128 million to South African Human Rights Commission, 296.8 million to SIU. General challenges identified is leasing costs in general for the department and all these institutions. For example, with 545 million and property payments of 447 million per annum just for the department, which is a lot of money. And we're hoping that moving on into the future, we'll see a different pattern where we actually start having ownership of these buildings. Delay in completion of infrastructure projects such as the South Gauteng High Court may cause to escalate and lead to underspending for the department. The vacancy rate of about 290 magistrates, SIU's ability to attract forensic investigators, and cash flow challenges with invoicing that does not translate into immediate payment from state institutions, including the government departments, also continue to be part of the challenges, especially for the SIU. Other challenges are harmonizing the mandate and budget allocations of Chapter 9 institutions, which is something that has really been engaged on elaborately today. There are a forum for institutions supporting democracy processes, and there is need, especially from the Office of the Institution Supporting Democracy in Parliament, to lead processes of actually promoting discussions around this. Other challenges are fast-tracking establishment of a one-stop child justice center, availability of third-party funds, audited report, finalization of the traditional courts bill, accessibility of sheriff offices. If I have to give an example here, if you go to Pretoria in Centurion, you realize that the sheriff's office is in an industrial area far away from everybody. There's not even public transport. And when it comes to subpoenas that actually would be coming from processes that are self-handled by small claims court, it would then make such processes to become difficult for general South Africans. Another challenge is ombudsmen for sectors, which is an area that needs to be interrogated on, because ombudsmen have been established to promote access to justice, and there's not any process that actually demonstrates monitoring in this regard, especially for the mere fact that ombudsmen tend to be paid by the sectors. If it's a bank ombudsman, they get paid by the bank. If it's insurance ombudsman, they get paid by the insurance companies. So the whole issue of fairness needs to be interrogated. Also, we need to look at financial implications of human rights instruments, because with our quest to democracy, we keep on ratifying conventions and international instruments, but we never really seriously look at the financial implications for the country. Noticeable achievements is improved audit outcomes for the department and all these institutions. Of course, we have noted that the South African Human Rights Commission had a qualified audit in 2012-13. We're hoping for the better with the financial statements that are currently being audited. Improved technical guardian fund services is one of the achievements. More can still be done, of course, in this regard. It's not perfect yet. More capacitation of institutions fighting crime and corruption, making access to justice. And in this regard, maybe when I'm talking about capacitating institutions fighting crime and corruption, we need to continue to capacitate NPA, SIU, Public Protector. We need to capacitate the South African Human Rights Commission. Making access to justice a reality by establishing more viable systems, including the Office of the Chief Justice that was preceded by building new courts and establishment of small claims courts. The current focus is on aligning magisterial districts to municipal boundaries and converting branch courts into full service courts, a move that really needs to be supported. Working towards affordable access to justice through legislation processes, such as Legal Practice Bill and Chapter 9 institutions, such as the South African Human Rights Commission. ensuring that the rights of vulnerable groups are protected through courts, Tutuzela care centers, and legislation, e.g. Sexual Offences Act, Maintenance Act, is all that we have noted as achievements. Together, we should move South Africa forward within our diversity, taking into consideration all the blaming syndromes and the bickering that we always get from the opposition. But we do believe as a nation that we can be in the position to take this country forward within its diversity. And of course, pessimists are allowed to remain behind. The ANC support the vote. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable the Minister.
Chairperson, thank you very much for steering this ship despite the turbulence from my left side from time to time and making sure that we are all in order. Let me start by thanking the honorable members from both sides of the House for contributing to a very vibrant debate, but more importantly, pointing us to some of the most important or the more important issues that we'll need to apply our minds to going forward during the currency of this term to ensure that justice is not only done, but is seen to be done, especially by the ordinary people of our country, and ensuring that services are improved through increased performance and enhanced performance of our justice system. In the few minutes that I have, and given the time of the night, I do not want to keep you long, except to make a few remarks. Firstly, I just want to thank my former Chief Whip, the current chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, for the leadership he's providing to all of us, and in particular, some of the thought-provoking ideas that he put across. Certainly our Constitution recognizes both customary and common law, only to the extent, of course, that they are consistent with the Constitution itself. I have, for example, indicated to the department in reconsidering the possible reintroduction of the Traditional Courts Bill, as well as looking at the bill that is currently before us, dealing with the Sharia law and the judicial system applicable to the Muslim dispensation, that I would prefer an approach, unlike the old Zulu code, where you do not attempt to codify customary law or religious law, but rather give some statutory recognition as well as statutory limitation to the extent that such systems may be found to be inconsistent with the Constitution, rather than to try and incarnate them in the form of codification by rewriting those laws in statute, because you're likely to completely misrepresent what they are and what they intended to do. Certainly, indigenization of our legal system is something we need to look at. We are in Africa, not in Europe, and African realities have to be taken into account when we reflect on the way forward and the future. I understand about 18 million of our people, for example, live and observe customary systems, and therefore to simply brush them aside or ignore them, I think would be unrealistic. But let me respond to a few points. I certainly agree that it would be remiss of us to reflect poorly on the integrity of constitutional institutions, including Chapter 9 institutions, be it the public protector or any of the other institutions. However, none of us are beyond accountability. None of us are beyond the Constitution and the rule of law. And therefore, it is perfectly in order, in my view, that in the spirit of accountability, we should all be open to fair and open criticism that is reasonable, that is measured. So the issue around how we utilize our resources, how we apply ourselves in the execution of our mandates, it's something that should be open for discussion in my view. That, however, does not mean that we should go out of our way to vilify certain institutions because we don't like what they do. And certainly, Honorable Breitenbach, I would support you in that regard, save for the fact that you don't seem to live up to the very values that you espouse yourself. You stood up here and your colleague raised a point of order that a member of the ANC is reflecting on your integrity. And yet you said so many things which are an effective reflection on the integrity of members of the NPA, which you were part of. And you are yet to tell us that exactly what it is that made you leave that institution. You know, in life, things will always follow us. Be careful of some of the skeletons that you leave behind in life. They may just haunt you as you live on in life. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Order, honorable members. In the course of the debate earlier, Honorable Ncheka rose on a point of order about remarks made by Honorable Breitenbach. Honorable Ncheka asked whether it was ethical for the member to say what she said as it relates to her previous employment. I undertook to reflect on the matter and rule on it. Having now considered the points raised with reference to the member's input, I wish to rule as follows. Section 58 of the Constitution affords members of the National Assembly freedom of speech, and this freedom of speech is qualified only by the rules of order which the National Assembly imposes on itself. The question asked of the chair was whether what the member said was ethical or not. That, honorable members, is a point of debate and not for the chair to determine. As you know, the chair rules on points of procedures and not on the merits or otherwise of statements made. We would always urge members in the interest of the decorum of the House to temper their language, particularly when referring to other members and specific organs of state. On matters of ethics which were raised, it may be necessary that the Rules Committee or any other relevant committee of the National Assembly and or Parliament might need to reflect on this matter so that it informs us how we can deal with it in the future. Honorable members, this concludes the Extended Public Committee's debate. House, the committee will now rise.